ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome back to more ESL Challenger League action for Cup 3 of Season 52. You can't get rid of me. I was here with Scriv and Brandon yesterday. Now I'm here with my main partner in crime, Matt. Hayes, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm great. I mean, weird being called Hayes by you, honestly. I'm a bit slightly taken aback by that. But the main man's back, you know, all those other those side people, to put it politely, can step aside because the main man is back, baby.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. And of course you've got a pretty interesting game as well. You know, two teams who've got quite a lot of talent on their rosters and quite a lot to talk about in terms of where we've kind of been in this particular cup as well. I mean, I think it was the obvious choice yesterday for us to follow OG's path. They didn't really look too convincing against Fireflux, but I still thought they'd beat Lavked. They got 2-0'd by Lavked, and they also got 2-0'd by Bax in this tournament. OG are in a terrible place right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just like the start of the season, bro. So it's worst possible scenario here for OG, that this is how they've kind of set the tone for moving forward. But either way, they've exited the competition. We have 4 teams left remaining here in Cup 3 with 1 spot in the EU finals up for grabs as we get a look at the bracket now.
Yeah, INOX Division Basement Boys is where we're going to be focusing our attention. But that bottom portion of the bracket as well is a pretty interesting game. I mean, EAC, as a team of Danish players that I've kept an eye on for quite a while now at this point. Some known names in there as well. I think Nixon and Fessa will be the 2 names that's probably most known to many people at this sort of level of Counter-Strike. Of course, you know, they've come from previous Danish lineups and even like university teams, I believe, historically. So yeah, Fessa's been around for a while, and he's starting to show a bit more what he's made of numbers-wise, right? I mean, he was always a prospect. He was always a guy that maybe we thought could be the next big thing. 1.2 rating lately at a lower level, sure. Maybe looking at like a little bit, look like his form was returning a little bit. And of course, Lavked, we covered them yesterday against OG. X-Mind on the AWP, we've interviewed him before, and he's a good interview, and he's a great player as well with that Lavked core. So, of course, they're fighting for that $4,000 prize pool, but not really the prize pool is what they care about that much. It's the spot in the regional final to battle for a place in ESL Pro League. And of course, we've got 2 teams there already, Bushido Wildcats and Fnatic. We thought OG would be the 3rd team there. They won't be. It'll be one of these 4.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, when you just look at the names, you would have thought that they would have been the team that would have gone all the way. I mean, maybe INOX Division for me would have been one squad I thought would put up the resistance. And now I look at them as the favorites to actually go all the way from here. I mean, I hold this team in really high regard. I think they've got a lot of exciting players and prospects, and obviously some recognized name value as well. So it's cool to see them making a deep run. And like I said, I feel like this is their cup to lose all of a sudden, with a spot in the EU finals later on up for grabs. What an opportunity for INOX Division to continue to actually just trend in the right direction and just go from what was originally what felt like a mixed team into actually a legitimate squad that's punching upwards, that could even start qualifying for some of those lower tier LAN tournaments.
Yeah, and look, that's the thing we do need to remember. We called OG as the favourites for good reason, because of their name value and the players that we know are just plainly better than the majority of other teams at this level. But as a team, they're not working. INOX Division are the highest ranked team, VRS-wise, in this tournament. Even before all the groups were completed, right? They did just play, been the highest ranked team for a while out of all of this group. They're 68th in the VRS when the invite came through. The closest would have been EAC, still alive, of course, 78, and OG 79. So, yeah, that's why INOX Division are our favourites. We know the individual level they've got as well. We can have a look at the INOX Division roster, I think, coming in now, because we've seen them quite a bit. We've seen their individuals quite a bit as well recently on INOX Division. And I think that is that one player that and we both love, to be fair, of course, is Phenomen on the AWP. They've got good pieces around them, and I think we've seen how they managed to make that work. Especially being top 75 VRS is no mean feat. But a lot of that for me is down to having Phenomen on loan from Cybershow.
Oh yeah, definitely. But he's I know he gets the limelight the most in this team, but he's not the only really exciting part of this roster. There's actually guys like FinnW, Good Def, and Kissel I hadn't heard about at all before this INOX division team had come together. And obviously they caught my attention because of Phenomen's spot in this team. His name being a part of the list was what really drew my attention. But after watching a couple of their games and getting to see what FinnW, Good Def, and Kissel are all about, I've actually been very impressed by them across the board as well. And you might look at this and think it's just the Phenomen show, but you'd actually be mistaken if that was the assessment that you'd drawn from just looking at this team on paper, because there's a lot more going for it. And then even like Koss is, and he's only got a 1.03 rating in the past 3 months, but he's actually much better than what those numbers suggest. I mean, I feel like he does have games where he kind of drops off quite a lot. He's not like a stable player. He's a guy who has crazy pop-off ability, just his consistency is the problem. So he's one of those weird guys who like 1.03 might be his average rating, but he probably I haven't checked the numbers, he probably very rarely gets a 1.03 rating. He probably gets like a bunch of 1.2s, 1.3s, and then some like 0.7s, 0.8s. That middles out around 1.03. So I think there's quite a lot of firepower in this Inox division team, and they've caught my attention.
Yeah, fair enough. I totally agree with you on that one. I think there's some good players to watch on that team for possible upgrades in the future. Have a look at Basement Boys coming in here. They've been one of these teams that has played a lot of these like small LAN tournaments. Also, made the effort to go over to Paris for the EWC LCQ. They didn't do themselves a disservice in that tournament at all. They took a map off a BC game, which is totally respectful, right? I mean, we saw BCG get ever so close to making it through to the main event. It was only Gizmy on 100 Thieves that managed to win a crazy 1v3 that stopped that from being a reality. So maybe it won't be fake reality. All these Basement Boys players, as we can see their names on the screen right now. I think one of the things that I would describe this Basement Boys squad as, Matt, there are a lot of rosters in Tier 3, Tier 2 that just aren't really doing much right now and aren't making much progress. I'm not going to say Basement Boys are going to make much progress, but you can tell by the way they play and the way their attitude is when you see them on LAN at the events like that LCQ for EWC. They're passionate and motivated to make progress. And that is, I think, probably different to what I could say for a lot of other teams at this level.
Yeah, I think that's actually it's a fair assessment of them. You know what's crazy is I've never cast a Basement Boys game.
Okay.
Which is kind of wild, considering that this isn't like a new team. They've been plying their trade for a while now, right? And so I think I've just been dodging them and missing them. They've had this group of players for a while now. They've really been able to build and develop as this unit, and I'm actually really looking forward to getting to see them in the server firsthand for the first time today.
Yeah, because Trouble is the AWPer and Owner is the in-game leader, and Owner is the co-highest rated player on the team with Trouble as well. I think it's very important to mention. Owner is he's the one player with probably the most history and known,
by far, yeah.
known teams he's played for in the past. He had 2 separate stints on Bait. One when they were very, very unknown in like early 2021, and then one a bit more relevant one in 23 to 2024, where he finished playing on that team with the likes of NPL, Essential, Captain Kurtka, those sort of name value players. So he spent time on Kono. He had a little stint on Hellraisers a bit further back in the day as well. Spirit Academy briefly. And during that Spirit Academy stint, I kind of always bring this up at the end of 2022, and it was the last few matches on the team. He played with the likes of Donk and Artfrost, right? And Zontix. So he's been around very, very high quality players, and that's a reason why he's one of our players to watch here today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember he used to have very long hair. And that's been chopped off. I just think it's cool because he used to be the IGL, if you remember, of that Bait team, and then they kind of moved away from him. I think he was still in the team, but he wasn't calling anymore, and then they just replaced him entirely. And just look at the names that he's been able to now get back to like a relevant level once again. 80th in the world is relevant in Tier 3 Counter-Strike. Top 100 is a good place to be when you're bringing up guys like Magnet, Fake Reality, Trouble, and Krivda, yeah, there we go. I mean, that deserves some respect, from Owner's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll get into more of the previous history of Owner a little bit later, because there were some just fun lineups that he would have played against and with over the course of that Spirit Academy stint, right? But firstly, we need to circle a little bit on Fenneman. We've already talked him up, and we'll talk him up again. We both are of the same opinion that as soon as Cybershock loaned him out, which is to my understanding is because Cybershock wanted to play more international events and they couldn't with Fenneman because Fenneman has visa issues, unfortunately, coming from Belarus. Not an unlikely or rare situation, unfortunately, for players for some certain part of the world they're from, which is a shame for the scene. But they moved on from him. They loaned him out to INOX Division, maybe an organisation or a team that maybe wouldn't be looking to play as many international events. And now look, INOX Division are they ranked higher than Cybershock? I think they might be, because that's been a conversation
point. Around like mid-70s, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, that's a conversation point we've had for a little while. That Fenneman and INOX Division. Okay. There you go. The Cybershock and the Academy team, at one point, Cybershock's Academy team was ranked higher than their main team. And the reason for that is, one of the big reasons for that is, in my opinion, is the fact they moved Fenneman on and tried to use Fluffy. And Fluffy did not impress really at all on that Cybershock roster at any point, even though we know how talented he is. So, Fenneman is the guy that's the main man, and as you mentioned, there are other pieces of this INOX Division team which we need to keep an eye on and keep a notice of because we know they're talented. But Fenneman, some of the numbers I've seen him put in at this sort of level against these sort of teams have been eye-watering.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, mate. He's just such a ridiculously talented individual with a really bright future ahead of him if he can just figure out his logistical problems. Because he certainly didn't get cut from Cybershock because of his level or his ability, right? So we can get a look at some map stats here, I believe, and we can just kind of gloss over, maybe get a bit of an idea of what we can expect from this one. Now, notably, this team doesn't play Mirage, which shocks me, Trav. When I look at this, the names that they have, when I look at the style of Counter-Strike, that they like to play aggressive, they like to play pacey, they like to take fights, they're all very talented individuals. I would always have thought just Mirage would have been a very good map for them. But shockingly, they're permaban.
And you just don't see that. You just don't see that often. I can't think of any other team, even in Tier 1 necessarily, that confidently bans Mirage all the time. I think the old Aurora, when it was full Turkish, barely played Mirage, but then they started to adopt it at the very end. I can't really remember. I think it was more when they were called Eternal Fire. They just didn't play it. Maybe started to play it a bit more when they were Aurora to try and expand their map pool and stay relevant at the top of the game. I don't know. I can't remember. But it's a very rare occurrence to have a team not play Mirage. So yeah, I'll be very curious to see where they go in the veto today because of that. Because Basement Boys, they play every single map in the map pool. They don't have a permaban whatsoever. Their usual regular ban is Inferno, but they have played it to at least a little bit of an extent, right? Every single map they have a look at, as you can see on our graphic here, and acceptable reps on every single one as well. So you kind of never know where this Basement Boys team is going from series to series. I'm hoping we're going to see Cash today because they play it and play it well, and so do INOX Division.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good shout. I mean, it is intriguing that this is a team that doesn't have a permaban. It gives them some flex, right? In the map pool. What are they going to ban as a result, though, coming into the specific game here with INOX Division? Because there's actually quite a lot of overlap with both these teams thoroughly enjoying playing Nuke. Both these teams play Dust 2, Inferno, maybe the map that Basement Boys might look to ban. Yeah, that would be my guess. That would be my guess. It's the map that they tend to struggle on the most and play the least. So, let's see. I actually did get the veto sent to me, but honestly, right hand on the heart, Trav, I haven't looked at it yet. I know it's been sent to me, but this is just truly guesswork right now. I'm thinking Mirage, Inferno, both banned. Dust picked by INOX Division. Then it's a tough one for Basement Boys. Do they go for Nuke, which is the map they really enjoy playing? But they're knowing that they're picking into one of the core strengths of INOX Division. So, that's a toss-up.
Well, we're about to see. I didn't get it sent to me because I am a rebel like that. But it's but it's fine. As you can see, the expected bans do come through, but it's the picks which we are not absolutely 100% sure about because Basement Boys play every single map, like we mentioned. I mean, Matt, you've already had your guess. Do you want to see if it's right?
Let's see. I'm going to guess Nuke, you've guessed Cash, basically, right?
Yes,
Oh,
okay. I think. See, this is what I mean. And maybe we could have like guessed it because of the map we're flying through in the background.
Oh, true. I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
Because that's what sometimes the early clues we do get. But yeah, Basement Boys, they do play quite a bit of Ancient. It's just one of their middle ground maps in the pool. So let's see. This is the question for.
It's got to be
Dust
Dust or Nuke, right?
Dust or Nuke, it has to be.
Surely 100%.
File it through, Z. There we go.
Bang. Easy.
Nuke. There you go. That does make total sense. And I think, knowing what I've seen from them historically, they've won 5 in a row. They've beaten some like acceptable teams historically as well, like BetClick and ArcRed, and managed to deal with X-Ruby very easily on the map historically. X-Ruby do like a bit of Nuke. So, yeah, this is a really expected pick for them.
Oh, can't be Ancient.
It can't be Ancient. We can't.
I'm just curious about what the decider's going to be here, because we've got Cash, Anubis, and Dust 2 left in the pool here.
I'd imagine Dust 2, personally.
You think so? I think it's either Dust or Cash, right? Because there's no way INOX Division are going to let Anubis through to the decider. Okay, wow. Basement Boys actually ban Anubis. That gives... They just straight up ban Cash here, right? They ban Cash and you play Dust as the decider. That seems like such an obvious choice available to them right now.
Yeah, I would think so too. Because you'd... Oh my god, okay. Wow.
There we go.
You would think, right, that maybe they'd be a bit more even and they maybe would be happy to end on Cash, but this
was my call. I said ban Cash, pick Dust 2. That was what I said.
Yeah, fair enough. I personally would have gone the other way. I know that might sound a bit weird, but I just know that INOX Division do play Cash as well. So I guess just knowing they play Dust 2 a little bit better, fair enough. But yeah, this is one of those games, with it also being a first-time matchup between these two teams. We have kind of no idea which way it's going to go. I can't pick a winner in this one. They both know it's a pretty important game for them, it being the semi-final, to get through to the grand final. And if they win that grand final, of course, they get a chance to play in the regional final, and then maybe try and get that one spot we have at ESL Pro League. It's going to be a very, very wide-open regional final. Matt, that's the main thing I've been talking about over the course of these last couple of days in Cup 3, right? Because if you look at the new format we have for this season, with it being open registration, with there being so many cups, this is the third of 14 in EU. We're going to have lots of teams in that regional final that are massive underdogs.
Absolutely. I think it's exciting. I think it's exciting to see another bit of like a metamorphosis here in the format, in the system, create more opportunities for these teams. Like you say, it's going to be an uber-stacked finals later on in the year. Either way, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get underway with these two teams here. INOX Division. Not actually sure if the problem's with them or Basement Boys, but what I will say is we know that we have a problem. So we're just going to hold on for a little bit longer, wait for the players. Once they're ready, we will be as well. And we'll see you guys for the first map, which will be Ancients.
Well, apologies, we've had a big boy delay, mostly due to integrity cameras, I think, which of course makes the tournament run smoothly, but thankfully we've sorted that all out, and then finally we can go live between INOX Division and Basement Boys. And already on Ancient, on map 1, Basement Boys have taken the wrong side, and I'm checking them in the corner of that cave position though.
Oh no.
He only gets 1, would you believe, and Koss needs to come and help out. He will get himself 2, which is excellent. Keeps this round very much in the conversation, and Koss even peaks for more. It's a beautiful third, and Owner, we mentioned him before the game, which feels like an age ago now, needs to win a 1v2 as the captain for the team, the co-highest rated player on the team, but he's not going to be able to do it. Finn gets the headshot, and it'll be a start for INOX Division.
Yeah, when I exclaimed, oh no, it wasn't necessarily because Fenneman only gets 1. It's the fact that the guys in Jag aren't able to come through and aid him when all the attention was on Fenneman. I thought there were 2 players in Jag. They would just both swing and then be able to clean up even if Fenneman dies, which he does. And eventually Koss does come up. You see there, like at this point here, I'm thinking, how is that Jag player not getting any kills? Like, how does Goodef die empty-handed? But it's all good. Koss makes up for it as he eats Basement Boys alive. Very important triple kill coming through from him. And look at that, immediately he's able to afford the AWP here for Fenneman as well. Against the force buy as well. It's a pretty brave decision. Obviously, bomb plant was secured for Basement Boys. There's a lot of upgraded pistols, but notably, a lot of emphasis on util here for the T side.
Yeah, I'll make this Tech 9 push dangerous, that's for sure. Smoke is up, and Finn is trying to a bit of damage through the smoke, but he used so many bullets they allowed Magin to peek forward, and also that helps Fake Reality go with him. Koss can only get 1, and the pace is good enough to get another plant on B. Trouble around this smoke, does get caught by Goodef. That is a way back in now, because they've gotten that control back on the flank. They've got a double cave rotation, but it's MP9 at mid-range, not going to be easy for Kissel. He goes to swing for Fake Reality. Once he knows it's an MP9, he feels like he can take point a bit more aggressively. That will force Fenneman, who had a second round AWP, by the way, to run away.
Yeah, I mean, Basement Boys going for that big burst into the B-bomb side with all the util and the upgraded pistols. That's a perfect option for them to employ, and there was no one home. They're just able to, they've literally just had like the red carpet rolled out for them. They just group up, exec their way forward, and really never felt like there was any sort of point in that round where it was teetering or they were in trouble. Just kind of going according to plan from top to bottom the whole way through. At least Fenneman does keep that AWP in play. Goodef, he's been able to save his SMG as well. So there'll be a few pieces for INOX Division in this next round here, but they'll be a little bit frustrated with the way that they haven't been able to convert the pistol.
And my question is, for Basement Boys, do they have any idea Fenneman had that AWP? I don't think he shot one bullet with it.
No, he did. He got an exit kill.
You got an exit kill? My bad, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at an HLTV tab. Apologies.
You're good, mate. That's why we work as a duo.
Magin will try and force his way in. Fenneman now will go for his peak, but he is smoked off, and the nade used to break that smoke doesn't really get much progress. Molly isn't deep enough, but Goodef is forcing the issue around that CT smoke instead. That makes a bit of a difference. It finds Magin, and now a bit of an opening for the retake possibility. Fake Reality knows he can't just stick around alone in middle anymore. He has to fall back and play with his teammates. Trouble isn't aware that Finn can see him from there, and that setup with Crypto doesn't work whatsoever. Crypto should have covered him, Crypto didn't, but now Crypto and Fake Reality are getting all the kills. And here there's a team kill in the mix as well. It does make it a 2v2 until Kissel's the last player alive. Now there's no time either way. And we'll be able to nab the AWP off the ground, seal it for his team, and Kissel can only keep the AK.
Yeah, very well done, honestly, there by Basement Boys. They've just clearly employing this grouped up mentality so far. I mean, obviously we're only 3 rounds into their T side, but every single round so far has just been them pushing forward as a unit, trading their way through when necessary. It's this flurry of frags here, right, between Krivda and Fake Reality that just massively tips the scales back into their team's favor. Owen are able to work around the smoke grenades as well. And then just by virtue of the clock, survives, scoops up the AWP. INOX Division now have to eco, and Basement Boys have got a prime opportunity to find themselves a third.
goes Kissel. A little bit too eager on the AK to go straight in like that. Maybe waited for a teammate to bait for him first. That would be my feeling. But all good for Basement Boys. Double Mac 10 gets both the kills. That's one of the main things with this Basement Boys lineup, right? We're talking about their results prior to this tournament, before in the pre-game, which was about 40 minutes ago now. Yeah, they did pretty impressively to play as they did in that entire AWC LCQ. Took a map of a BC game. That was a map of Nuke, which is usually invariably a simple playground Nuke. It's one of the maps he's always been best at over the years on whatever team he's played on, I feel like, especially BCG most recently. They did in the end, even though they did beat their sort of lower ranked teams from the open registration sort of phase in those groups easily, they did lose to one win, 13-10. 16-12. And, you know, look, one winner, a great team now. This was the TDK team with Fame and Belchanok. I'm very excited to see their progress, but still, it's one where they felt like they could have done something with. And it was close, but no cigar. I think they came back from a 12-6 behind on map 2 to take it to OT, and then didn't win a single round in OT.
Yikes. Those are always the worst, right? Because it feels like, oh, there's something happening here, something happening here maybe, and then it just kind of gets away from you right at the end. Yeah, exactly. Like you've gone all the way, and then it's almost there's definitely something psychological in that for sure. Either way, that's just why I find it kind of like a little bit perplexing that I haven't ever covered this team, considering how much they've been around, how many tournaments they've been a part of. They've gotten quite a bit of attention as well. Was it like the one Draculan where they went on a bit of a run? I think the team was a little bit different than it was like 6 months ago. Right? Exactly, yes. And had Levantino, I think, in the team then, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's have a look. I'm gonna search Basement Boys in my bookmarks. As you know, I will have Basement Boys games, and I'll list them, the ones that I've done, and see if you remember doing any of them.
Oh, no, I haven't. I know I haven't seen this team before, bro.
Okay. I've got Quentry versus Basement Boys. Ascend versus Basement Boys is a close qualifier, so they'll be solo casts. 500 versus Basement Boys. Mausen XT, Partisan. They date back to November 2025. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have done that game with you. Damn. That is a surprise to me.
I just, was going through my HLTV tabs, and I had my Cybershock one open to realize they've got 2 blacked out figures with question marks over their name, Trav.
Okay.
Glowing and Blixie are no longer a part of Cybershock. They've been benched.
And they were the 2 players that were a part of the team for the longest as well,
yes,
right?
They definitely were. I'm very surprised about the glowing one. I wouldn't have been shocked about the Blixie one. So that's very interesting.
I guess that's the same argument I was making earlier, just looking at the VRS, right? Cybershock prospects were at one point higher ranked than them on the VRS. Not anymore. It's their 61st Cybershock, and the academy team is 73rd. So I'd imagine they're just promoting 2 academy players. I'd be very surprised if they're not.
The thing is, like, that just ruins that academy team. And then also, there's no guarantee that it's going to massively improve the main team.
Okay, but what's the point of the academy team if they're not to promote your players?
Yeah, I know, but I guess you've also got to keep a core 3 of the main team as well.
Yeah.
I just, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. I mean, how long have that academy team even been together? Are they ready for the
10
step
months.
up? Well, it's an exciting prospect, that's for sure. Got around alive and well here as we're back underway once again in INOX Division. Won the pistol, lost the 3 rounds that have followed, but they've been able to start off very nicely here in this gun round. A couple of kills going their way. Koss going searching down ramp. You've got Fenneman in on middle, and they've both been able to find themselves a kill. Maybe it was the other way around, Fenneman on ramp and Koss in mid, but point still stands 5v3. As we shift our focus to Good F. Normally this position's good for at least a kill, but it's difficult to multi from here. And he's been checked by Krivda as well. The elevated angle means Good F goes down empty-handed.
Yeah, if you don't boost on tree, your point is accurate. If you do boost on tree, invariably, it makes it hard to flick up to reactive. So, yeah, that's always going to be a tough one for Good F. That makes this round very doable for the Basement Boys once again. Imagine there's also going to be chipping the flank in a second. Swings straight into Kissel. Doesn't just wait for him to come toward him. He goes for the aggressive fight. It being a 3v4, made his mind up into playing one a little bit more assertively. It's a crazy catch from Fenneman with the USP on Owner through that smoke. There's no kit in play again. The round's already over. The round is already over, I'm afraid. 2v1, but Gibden knows he's got it won. And then we'll have to run away.
Well, that's going to be a very annoying round for INOX Division to have lost because they were up 5v3 again as they were in the retake. The retake was a little bit more forgivable because it was still a retake that was required after they'd gotten it into a 5 versus 3, not before. This was a 5v3 where Basement Boys had nothing going for them. And then they're able to push into the A bomb site, get that initial kill on Good F, and then from there just kind of trade their way through, survive, frustrate INOX Division. That's going to be the most annoying round that INOX Division have lost so far. Only one survivor as well. Obviously, with them having lost the pistol, this is where you feel the effect of winning the pistol, but then losing the round afterwards, as you don't have that extra count of round loss bonus. Because that would have mean they would have had a full buy here, Trav. They would have saved the AWP. Fenneman could have dropped. The others could have bought a few more things. They would have had a full buy. So this is now where they're really feeling the consequences of winning the pistol, but then losing the round straight afterwards. Not just having that extra count of round loss bonus. Troubling times here for INOX Division. Still obviously very early days, but that is a concerning round that they just lost.
But there's no trouble in Terrorist Town right now. They're 4-1 up. Imagine it's going to be like a Forcey issue once again. Oh, damage from Finn is insane, and he finishes off his kill on Owner. Nade came flying through as well on Magic to get that second kill, the first kill actually, in that little exchange around the B ramp. And just like that, Matt, we always mention how these rounds are very, very difficult to win. They should be treated with respect, and, well, a combination of the nade and the 5-7 has got them a 5v3 to work with.
Yeah, we've seen them lose 2 5v3s already, though. Most recently in the previous round, so not going to get ahead of myself just yet. No need for INOX Division to make any further moves. That's why they're just posted waiting. Don't want to offer up anything here. Basement Boys, well, clock starts to wind down and they've got to come up with some sort of a plan here. Don't really have the luxury of leaving a lurker in the mix here. It does look like they're trying to ultimately split in towards this B-bomb site. They should bank this kill here. Yeah, very easy for Fenneman. It's so tough for Fake Reality because Fenneman's just literally standing in the middle of nowhere. So it's not like it's an angle that you can kind of try and crouch, step, peek into with your crosshair plays preempting a duel. That's why it's an intelligent spot being taken up by Fenneman. And only trouble left, one guy. The only guy on the server yet to get a kill. It's impossible for him to win the round from here, but maybe he can open up his account on an individual level, and not going to happen. Loses duel with Koss, and that's a reprieve there for INOX Division as they win the half buy.
Now there's trouble in Terrorist Town. That is one that's got it right for Basement Boys. What can you do sometimes when the 5-7s and Deagles really get into play? It wasn't nothing really hugely complicated about that round, but Basement Boys will be hoping to try and keep it a bit more simple against pistols like that in the future. And now, as we've been talking about, there is a chance to break the economy for INOX Division right here, right now. Get himself back into the map pretty speedily.
I mean, to be fair, conversely, there's also a chance here for INOX Division to... Did you say break Basement Boys' economy? I think you said that they're going to break INOX... Oh, okay. I thought that you were saying they could, snap INOX Division back again. But you're right, this is where INOX Division can start to build themselves into the game. Start to get some momentum behind them and start to put Basement Boys on the back foot here to a degree. Oh, good def. That tick, you would imagine, would have been heard. But he's not going to go the entire way through, so it doesn't really matter. Now... Does look like the T-side are going to try and go in towards the same bomb site, but it's not off the rip out of spawn. Instead, I think they're going to give Magnet and who's an owner some time to maybe just try and show some presence over towards Speedway and try and draw some attention into that B bomb site before the round ultimately ends, eh?
Yeah, just floating around right now, our INOX Division. We've already used a lot of their utility. I know a lot of that utility is usually used in middle to fight it a bit like Banana and Inferno. Always the usual fight in mid. And then use their last few pieces now, and Finn is pretty lucky to get that kill on Magic as he did. Good effort. Tries to hold on for the A push like you were talking about. It was going to come through, but unfortunately he's not able to. Trouble does give Fenneman a pick though. There is a kit on both Fenneman and Finn. Koss trying to make a play. That play is being made way ahead of his teammates though. Thankfully Finn is close enough to trade at least, and now they know where one more player is. Krivda will hop back into Temple. Try and play time, but look at Ona. The captain of the team once again making the play to possibly win this round, but they are holding that DQ to get there in time. Oh, he can't. He actually makes a really nice spray transfer. He transfers off the first player, try and kill the bomb diffuser because he knows that's the more important frag. But unfortunately, even though he gets both are not in time.
Yeah, tragic, right? I mean, ultimately, INOX Division get the points on the board, and they're really fortunate they had some residual money because it means that they don't just have pots and pans here. I thought Goodif would have gotten a lot more from that lineup there. Potentially 3 to be found. Doesn't work out for him. Owner decides to go around and ultimately didn't have the time to make the play. Eventually comes through, but like you say, Diffuse found just in time, maximizing the damage, but it will be the round won by INOX Division. They string consecutive rounds together, and they look to try and play on the front foot here against the Eco. You spoke about respecting these low purchase half-buy rounds. We've already seen Basement Boys fall foul to 1. INOX Division got to make sure that they don't have troubles of their own. His owner's gotten a kill, but he's been baited forward. Doesn't expect Kissel to push down ramp as well. And that's what leads to his undoing.
Fake reality. Only the Deeg. Forced to fall back, him being the bomb carrier. That's one of the main things I love about Counter-Strike, right? That previous round. I'm not sure, in all my years of commentary, I can remember a situation. Hang on, let's get back to that in a second, because Rivda could have a chance of a kill with this picked up AWP and Eagle that he had from before. The scoping is the issue, though. Now he's been hurt. It's very, very obvious. It's a good clear, but there's the kill. Okay. In all my years of commentary, I don't think I can remember any round like that previous one that was exactly like that. Transferring off the first player to kill the diffuser instead, hitting both, but both not being in time. That's just a very unique situation. No round of CS is ever the same, and that is one of the more unique ones.
Yeah, true. It was an impressive display of mechanics from Ono, who's had some big moments, right, throughout this map already, but unfortunately that one was just past the buzzer, and not a buzzer beater from Ono in that instance.
Exactly.
As we have now another eco for Basement Boys, and INOX Division start to get going here on their opponent's map pick. Now we've seen Basement Boys win a round of this nature already, where they just grouped up with a lot of util and exec into the bomb site. That seemed a bit lazy there from Fake Reality. He needed his teammate to be a little bit closer. Owner should still get the trade, and he does eventually, but he's taken a lot of damage in the process.
Both trying to force their way up, but Koss is very much in the open trying to hold against Owner pushing through cave. So that allows a very easy trade for Krivda, and it allows a plant on B. There's a theory on the floor that Magent sees and uses it and fails it, I'm afraid. It doesn't do anything near that smoke. It gets put out on the corner. Good do a great play. They're both lined up for him. Easy as pie. And now Trouble is all alone, and I'm afraid fragless in this game so far. And it's going to stay that way as well. 0 and 8 for Trouble as INOX Division start to work their way and worm their way into the lead.
Yeah, and this is all based off of that low purchase buy that they won, right? That's what had started the streak here. It's very, very good to see how they've been able to build up this momentum, contain this sort of a round, which they've, like I said, struggled with already, and do it keeping a decent amount of their players alive as well, so they can continue to build some financial stability here as well. Good little streak being constructed by INOX Division, 4 rounds behind them. If they can win this gun round here, Trav, that's where I feel like we've had like a distinct change in the direction of the game, because for now, it's just gotten them back into the game, right? But if they win this one here, then we have that flip of the script where Basement Boys will be feeling the pressure, I reckon.
Fenneman will find his opening pick though. 11 and 5, quietly raising that kill count. We thought he would. Kissel tries to make a play, but Owner holds on to that. Cast found trouble in the meantime, at least though, so have managed to keep themselves 4v3. Not for much longer. Magic will deal with him. Fenneman is flashed off that line in Donut. Won't be put off though. Now the rewrap from Basement Boys will come through.
Yeah, plenty time here to play with. You've got Finn W, who's kind of in an advanced position. The problem is he's by himself, and you're just very tradable when you're in this spot here. Super difficult to multi from here. Magnet seems to be ready for it as well. Gonna step into the angle, and he finds the kill. Finn W goes down empty-handed. That's a big problem. That might even be the kill that determines the outcome of the round, There's going to be a chance here for Good F and Fenneman, but it's unlikely. Yeah, Magnet's just on one at the moment. Then Krivda preempts the peek out of Fenneman, finishes off the job, and Basement Boys are back to winning ways.
3 players on 7 kills now for Basement Boys to raise their level to get themselves back in this first half. An important kill from Owner just to prevent Kissel from doing too much in middle. And I was looking at, as I mentioned earlier in the pregame, I was looking at Owner's last games he ever played for Spirit Academy. As I said, it was with Donk, it was with Artfrost, and Zontix. Funnily enough, they played a lot of the other ESEA leagues at that time, and ESL Challenger League. They would have played against Websters when they had Tinia, would you believe? Of course, now the teammate of Donk and Zontix, funnily enough. And the last game he ever played on Spirit Academy was against Eternal Fires Academy, against the likes of Jota and Wakadia back then. So it's always fun looking back at those sort of lineups and realising where players come from. And sure, Owner's not like he ever got the upgrade to the main team, but he was an important part of that Academy lineup back when Donk and Artfrost were coming through with Zontix.
He's more storied than most people would probably realise. I'm glad that you get to dig up some of that history and showcase the journey that he's been on so far. Some of the paths that he's crossed. The moment here for Basement Boys. Trav, if they can win this round, there's a really good chance to go up 7-5 on the half, but it's a wonderful setup there between Fenneman and Good F. And then after they're both able to find a killer piece in the middle, they transfer their attention in towards the safe bomb site. I like the angle there from Krivda on the peak though. Fenneman not preempting the elevation, and that's what makes the difference. Krivda's cracked open this A-bomb site a couple of times, but he'll get taken down through the smoke. It's not, it's actually Magnet who's gone down through the smoke. It's Krivda who's left alone in the 1v3. Spray good enough to come away with the kill of a Kissel, but he's taken so much damage in the process. It's untenable in the clutch thereafter, and INOX Division regain the lead.
What did you say to me about Koss? He's not a player that really gets many 1.03 ratings. It's either 1.3s or 0.8s or so.
Yes.
That sort of levels it out between the two. He's having one of his 1.3s, I think. Maybe even more at the moment. 15 and 7 on the half. Really good work from him. Every sort of important mid-round frag, whether it's a clean one, whether it's one through a smoke. You see here on the replay, whether it's a trade to finish it off with 11 HP on Krivda, they all count. And he's in the right place at the right time in every single moment in that one.
Yeah, I've actually gone back and had a look at Koss's stats, Trav, and in the past 3 months, he's played 79 maps. He has 5 grey ratings, but his average rating is a grey rating, 1.03. So that just tells you all you need to know, that 74 of his 79 maps have either been green or red. And I think a grey rating is between like 0.95 to 1.05, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that's the range of a grey rating. So he really does just... It's like feast or famine with Koss, basically.
Usually, with Fenneman, though... Oh, I was going to say it's feast. But Krivda, once again, is his kryptonite. Gudev will hold on to fake reality. Krivda's always going to try and run him down. Does find one more 60 grade with him, though, Gudev. Imagine it's here. He finds 2 of his own. All of a sudden, Owner is in a 1v2. Finds the first. The captain with the AWP. Usually it's Trouble on the AWP, and I'm afraid Trouble is going to have a 0 kill half here on Basement Boys, but it might not matter. It might still be an even half for his team. A standoff from Donut to side, and the peak comes through. AWP shot will be hit, and immediately it is taken. 6-6 on the half when you've got a teammate going 0 and 11, Matt. That is not too bad at all. We'll see if they can try and push forward, and Trouble can get a few kills on the board after the break. Call me the devil, because the last 3 maps of Counter-Strike I have covered have been 6-6, 6-6, and guess what? 6-6 between INOX Division and Basement Boys. A great recovery from Owner in that 1v2 to make it a 6-6 on the half. And considering they've got trouble going 0-11 match, they'll take that every day of the week.
Well, I guess you're double trouble for the devil then, Trav, because you got, what, 6 sixes at that point and not just 3. So that's a different take, but either way, maybe like a close relative or something. I would have pegged you the furthest thing from that. But anyway, here we go. It is going to be the second half of the first map. We're quite far behind schedule, guys, because we had like a 45-minute delay before this game went underway. But we're thick into the action at this point. Oh boy, Fake Reality's going searching. Kissel was spotted. That's going to draw Fake Reality's attention away from the corner. It looked like he was going to clear the cubby. But instead, just going to hang around for now. That could give FinW the element of surprise, and it does indeed. Owner's been dinked up as well, so he's walking wounded with the Judies. And this is all a ruse right now, just to try and draw the attention away from that A bomb. So as the bomb makes its way into a completely vacant site. Now the problem is if this T player goes down without a kill, there's still a man advantage for Basement Boys on the retake, and now the penny will drop that this round's ended A.
Well, Trouble has got his first kill of the game immediately in the second half, so good for him, but he's going to need more to help out his team recover this one. Oh, Imagine has no idea that Cast is in Red Room. He's charging through without a care in the world. That recovers it into the 3v3, and with no kit picked up, it's pretty much impossible to win this one from here. If INOX Division just don't peek and take their hands off the mouse and keyboard, it should be okay. We'll manage to click a few more heads though, and that should mean it's more than enough. There's no time already. Owner knows he's screwed. They're all going to get deleted, and INOX Division are back into the lead of this one.
Yeah, I feel like they should have ended 7-5 on the previous, but like you said, it was a good fight back from Basement Boys. 6-all felt like a fair halftime scoreline considering the way that the half had gone. Both teams kind of just share the spoils, but INOX Division have now won both pistol rounds. Weren't able to convert the first half pistol. This one, going to be a far easier test and challenge for them, with there being only a single Desert Eagle invested into by Mr. Trouble. Got his first kill, and that's the reward, Trav. He gets the Eagle here in the eco.
We already have a map completed in our other semi-final to see who will play the grand final later tonight in Cup number 3 of ECL.
EAC, surely.
EAC did win map 1, 38 versus Labcat.
Interesting. Obviously, winner of that plays winner of this later on today. Losers play each other as well for the third place playoff. There's prize money at stake. The winner of the cup will get themselves into the European finals to be played later on this year.
Yeah, I think the very end of the year, I'm pretty sure. We're talking December.
I have it open here. Yes, indeed. 14th until the 18th of December. We have Fnatic, who won Cup 1, and then Bushido Wildcats, who won Cup 2. Of course, we're underway with Cup 3 at the moment.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it is kind of insane the amount of teams we're going to have in that regional final that are complete underdogs who maybe will have never played in international land before, right? Like, already seeing who's left in this cup, that's a possibility of qualifying for ESL Pro League will be the biggest land they've ever gone to, for sure. And of course, with being 14 teams through the cups and 2 more that may have come through like invites or maybe a qualifier of some sort. There's a TBD check back later on those 2 other slots. So I'm not sure what that's meant for. But yeah, it will put us up to those 16 teams. I think all of them will be desperate to have any sort of taste in the big land. And at the moment, Basement Boys are desperate to have a taste of the pushing INOX Division players onto B. Because in this bonus buy, with the Mac 10s going in quickly, they held on well. Until then, recovery from Fenneman and Goodef.
Yeah, I mean, they've done well to battle their way back into the round. We've seen INOX Division lose a couple of 5v3s throughout this map already. Can they inflict one back here on Basement Boys? Oh, the CTs have read into this. That should win them the round, right? The fact that Magnet is here already. Magnet. It's Magnet. Why am I calling him Magnet? What the hell? I've just realized now. It's Magnet.
I go Magent.
Magent, that works as well.
G.
Yeah, we can go with Magent. I was surprised that they'd read into that rotation to the A bomb site as quickly as they did. And now Fenneman is actually made the call to go back into this B bomb site. He's actually going to win the foot race here as well. Lower on health, but a head start here on this B bomb site.
Yeah, he is ahead of the game for the clutch, the 1v1, but in reality, he's going to realise the jig's up. I'm going to realise that suddenly, even though he's got a health advantage, maybe the advantage of the entire round is in Fenneman's side. He's going to choose to put himself in a very pre-fireable and pre-aimable corner, Fenneman, which I don't love, it has to be said. But at least he's in a good position for that plant. Fake Reality is going to push his way back in now. Right-click smoke on the bomb. HE is available. It's going to be thrown on that right now. It'll expose his position, and that is played absolutely perfectly. I mentioned the position that Fenneman was in. It's only poor if he gets actually cleared by the ring.
Yeah. As you can see, like the gun barrel, right? If you're on the right angle, you can actually see the player there before he can see you. So I'm right there with you. I think the player, what was it, Fake Reality not having a kit is why this position works, because he doesn't have the luxury of time to go and clear it all out. Perfectly played by Fenneman in the end there with the nade to break it open. No panic whatsoever. Frag found INOX Division. Go up 3-0 here at the start of the second half. Put themselves 4 rounds away from winning the map. Fake Reality with the 5-7 charging forward has somehow been able to come away with the second kill. That's a ridiculous frag there. Shouldn't have had any business in finding that second.
If you're INOX Division, you 100% know that Basement Boys are on some kind of half-buy, eco-type round where they probably have 5-7s and deagles. With that smoke up, I know mid-control is important. Just leave it. Just leave it on rounds.
I agree,
like
mate.
this.
Especially against this kind of a buy. Like, why are we rolling the dice? Don't need to
just
roll
leave
the
it.
dice. You don't have to gamble.
Yeah, you don't, especially that early in the round. Like, maybe you could go for it a bit later if you've maybe just not gotten any map control elsewhere and you feel forced into it. There was no reason to go for it. It's an unforced error, as we say. So, unforced error might give Basement Boys a chance back into the game. They need to win the round first, and that molly is really spreading in cave. That's an excellent bit of utility from INOX Division, and Kissel, he'll find both, and all of a sudden, that good work that Technicality did, he's low HP from that 5-7 heroic. Picked up that AK, obviously. But 1 bullet from death, and Fenneman will be allowed to jump onto the bomb site, get it planted. In reality, he's not going to gamble on 19 HP. No deagle spam coming in from Trouble. They figured this one out at the T side.
Wow, Trav. I mean, they won the 3v5 in the previous to cancel out one of the 2 Basement Boys had won, and they could just win another one immediately afterwards. Now, sure, this one's against a half-buy, but still, this would be a big blow dealt to Basement Boys' chances, and Kissel's done it all. The IGL, he's the one who's found the 3 frags so far. Then W will find Trouble. And that is going to be 10-6. INOX Division have done it in back-to-back rounds. They've been able to navigate their way through unlikely situations to come out with the points on the board.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, multiple instances of that recently in this particular map. Now, Fake Reality started the round. They'll be very frustrated that it didn't end up in a round victory when you get a 5v3 like that, but as I said, it's happened before for both teams in this map. And those previous instances also went the other way. And then went up to 20 and 8, costs 18 and 11. Great map from those 2. There's the BB pick, by the way, as well, just to remind you, everyone.
Yeah,
See the top side of the screen.
Cost has been able to come through from mid and at least get a kill, a bit of info on another player's position as well. 4v4. Fenneman is 20 and 8. We were bigging him up in the pregame for good reason. Krivda's been able to keep up, though. The problem is that they've got the dead weight of Trouble. 2 kills in 16 rounds that have been played.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say as well that the 2 kills he has gotten hasn't won them a round. They've been 1 pistol kill, which didn't win them the round, at the 10.5. And it's like that won't help, only gets put on notice. And when I say put on notice, I mean hurt. A lot. 94 HP gone in that peak. Pig didn't really even peek properly, to be fair to him.
Yeah, fair. 4v4, like you say, owner walking wounded as INOX Division start to walk in on towards this A bomb site that is currently vacant. Godef is taking his time though to completely clear out A main, and so this could give Basement Boys some time to actually kind of realize what's going on here. And yeah, you can see the jig is up, Trouble with the Zorpers rotating across. Maybe this is the round where he can have his moments. In fact, he needs this to be the round where he has his moment, because he's the only line of defense in on this A bomb site, and it's a tag. Oh, it's actually a collateral coming through from him. Tagged one, fragged the second, and that gets his team a man advantage before they have to retake.
Something for Trouble to shout about, but they do dry peek Fenneman. I know they've kind of got no utility to flash him off that angle, or move him off that angle, but you dry peek Fenneman, that's what's going to happen to you. You will go down to owner eventually, and that distraction kind of does work to get him on that flank, and in the end Kissel does go down, and Trouble refaces with the M4. And now they can go for a double up if they want to. No, they'll go for an AK. They might try and take the gamble at 7-10 behind to go for a double up on CT side. But no, and we'll go back and grab the AK, and it's a critical retake to keep them in the map.
Oh, exactly. Because you just lose this map if you don't win this round here. Like, it's almost a guarantee at that point. Successful retake first round. They've won you in the second half. 5 played, and as you highlight, a much-needed one going their way. They've also inflicted a decent amount of damage in the rounds they've been losing, which means that they have got INOX Division like somewhat against the ropes coming into this round. There'll be a couple of Galils in the mix, and if the T-side lose this, then it's a 10-9 scoreline all of a sudden, and the game's back into even keel. So, important 18th round here for INOX Division if they want to remain in pole position. I mean, they've done well to kind of battle back, right? They were down, what, 5-1, was it? Having a look back here, yes, it was 4-1. Okay, so from 4-1 to lead 10-7 means they've won what 9 of the past 12 rounds, right? So that's a good little battle back coming through from them.
Comes the mid-fight again. Hasn't really worked all too well for INOX Division up against whatever weaponry that Basement Boys might use, but guess what? This time, Godef is the man to put 2 players down. Recovery from Trouble, and he's starting to get some kills on the board now, but will it be too little too late? If he starts showing up from here on out, then we can forgive him, especially if he gets his team back into the map and get them maybe a map victory even. This is a big moment though. He will connect on Fenneman. That's a lovely kill. Jumping across the angle, there's information on the other. And that is Finn as well, by the way, who did have the bomb on his back. So information for Krivda as well, right next to him. That bomb was about to be planted. They now know that. And Finn will try and play in at CT. Angle from Godef near that big box, behind that big box, will be seen by Krivda easily. And there's nothing Finn can do. They're winning all the retakes right now, Basement Boys. Might be plants coming through from INOX Division, but their money is a bit awkward. Now the gap is closing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the bomb plant, they'll get a few upgraded pistols, but it's still going to be an eco. And like you said, the retakes have looked very convincing from Basement Boys. Constantly just been on the same page as each other. Been combining nicely in terms of how they go about the retake, making sure they've got these buddy systems employed, the trades available when necessary, and then Krivda just constantly putting his hand up as he's now successfully tied up the scoreline here with Fenneman, both at 21 kills. And as you highlight as well, Trouble coming online, which is good to see here for Basement Boys.
Can't afford to lose to a round like this. Want to make their comeback. Not a fake reality.
There it is.
He'll get himself 2. Oh, very clean as well. Third one is miles off, but I'll forgive him, because the first 2 were perfect. And is now here to help out. He'll get himself his frag too. Only fake reality is removed by Fenneman's P250. And there's the Glock from Kissel. I mean, that's a M4 that can be retrieved.
And a smoke as well to enable the player to come out of A main. I mean, even if they get a bomb plant out of this, that would be a brilliant return combined with a couple of kills. Smoke will replenish, and there's unfortunately the lack of armor coming back to cost Pistol, but enough space has been created here for Fenneman to get a bomb plant. He's also got an AK, so it's not outside the realm of possibility for him to get another kill here. I mean, winning the round, yeah, I'm just going to write that off entirely. But he has got Kevlar. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Problem is, like, how does he multi from here? How does he multi? He's gonna get double swung, not even. Trouble with the AWP will come through. He's found his footing. He's found his form. He's back with the bang. His Basement Boys draw within one.
Yeah, it's going to be a big differential in terms of the half rating for Trouble when we look at HLTV at the end of the map. Who click T side? It might be like a 0.20 or something. Maybe even worse. At CT side, it's going to be over 1, I'd imagine, at this point. Nice try from Fenneman to try and play like a headshot off angle at range, but when it's an AWP facing you from that particular position, always feels unlikely to be able to do anything.
And now we get into a situation where INOX Division are facing some resistance, right? Because they're kind of just like smooth sailing, coasting along up until that 10-6 scoreline, and Basement Boys win a couple of retakes. In fact, 3 consecutive retakes, right? Technically speaking. The 3 rounds that they've won in the second half have all come through by bomb defusal. I feel like the Basement Boy players' names have got a lot of like pun potential or like play on words potential.
That's very true. We've already
Owner,
gone
Trouble, Fake Reality.
Yeah, 100%. You can say Imagine is a magnet. We could say.
I was just going to call him Magnet straight up, right?
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. but still, like that, we can use that now.
We can. There's something there. Yeah.
I've used Fake Reality already. I've already said Trouble in Terrorist Town. So. Owner could be used in many ways. And
I've just realized Krivda has his name backwards, Trav. Read it for me. I've got him stumped.
You've actually got me. I can't say that. I can't say that word. Advert. What?
There was nothing there, mate. I just wanted to sell you a doozy.
Oh. I hate you.
Nah, you don't. I just keep you on your toes. Oh, that was funny. He's like trying to make it out.
Turning.
Yeah, exactly. The silence there as he's reading it. Like, wait, what? What is there? What we know is here is a couple players in on top mid. Imagine does well to come away with a few frags there. Get the man advantage for his team. Go a long way here. Start to make some moves in towards Jag. Good F desperate to try and force his way through the smoke, but Owner waits with open arms on the other side. They're Krivda in on the act as well. And INOX Division flounder in their opening duels.
Well then, here we go. For Basement Boys. This is a map that pretty much every single map in the pool. Maybe seeing a bit more of a weakness for INOX Division recently on this one. I don't know. Maybe they watched a little bit of their more recent games. Basement Boys in general just look very solid on both sides of the map. It's nothing crazy. It's just very normal numbers. 54% on CT, 52. News makes no difference on T. They have lost their last 3 Basement Boys on the map. 13-10 to Labked in this very tournament. 13-10 to 1 win at EWCLCQ on LAN. And 13-9 to X-Mana in the previous cup for ECL. Maybe it's just one they're trying to make their main pick in some kind of way. You look at their maps that they do pick, it's mostly Nuke. But as you say, with the way this veto goes between these two teams, with it being a first-time matchup, I mean, INOX Division like Nuke as well. That's why they picked it.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I was saying in the pregame, there's a lot of like overlap between these two teams. Here we go, full round loss bonus. Max loss bonus behind INOX Division. Means they can dig a little bit deeper into their pockets here. Upgraded pistols, Kevlar. Another Hero AK for FNW.
Yeah, and that util, the double nade on Trouble's position, almost dunked him out the round. Straight up. Double HE putting him down to 11 HP.
Yeah, that might come back to haunt him a little bit later on in the round here. INOX Division start to shift in towards this A bomb site. I'm shocked that there's no one A for Basement Boys. I mean, to be fair, they've been very good at retaking that A bomb site here in the second half so far. So that's probably what they're just looking to lean into again here. You're right, that double flank play probably a lot sooner than what they would expect. It's going to be Fenneman who gives up his life to get that information. A little bit of chip damage. Look at this from INOX Division. They're trying to flood forward to take these fights. Fake Reality will run out of ammo, but he's done his job with the multi. That leaves his team a man up here. They've got an Incendiary and a Flash. They've got kits across the board. And surely with the AWP in play, they can just post on an angle. This is a guaranteed round here for the CT side. That kill from Koss could shake things up. Yes, that's gotten Krivda off the defuse. Ooh, okay, now it gets pretty interesting, especially with that low health of Trouble that you had mentioned earlier on. This is where it might actually take effect. Yes, Krivda's dead. It's impossible for Trouble. He's clocked that and he's out of there.
What a great recovery that is. All of a sudden... Tends to be the way, doesn't it? More often than not, we see a little bit of a mini comeback from 10-6 to 10-10, and the team making that comeback doesn't go into the lead 11-10. It's the opposing team that just settles themselves down again. Look what they had coming into the round. Tech-9's really, 1 AK. The double flank from Basement Boys was a good call, but Fake Reality using the A1S, of course, 2 kills. Really all you can hope for when you have the A1S. Before you need a reload, and he's in the open, obviously. Great work from INOX Division to figure that one out. Good double hold in Donut. As you say, no defuse coming through. Full buy available for Basement Boys. Obviously. You're going to use the utility to try and get control of middle with 3 players this time. And Trouble holding around Red Room for a little bit. Owner's already gone down to Kissel. Holding that push.
Yeah, this is now maybe a bit of a tipping point coming through here for Basement Boys. Lots of damage done to both Koss and My VMix is frozen. You still got me, Trav? Okay.
We do, I'm here, just I've got a little bit of a lagging server in my eyes right now. I think we might be kicked out. Yes, we have been kicked out. No problem though, which usually that means we can just quickly reconnect and jump back in again. So hopefully not too long to find what the result of that round is, Matt. And I'm imagining
5v3, but some damage done, so not a complete write-off, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not a complete write-off, but I'm saying 11-10 to 12-10.
Yes, me too.
We'll see when we jump back in. And I think that would be the right result in the round as well. I think INOX Division, it not being their pick, be a huge one for them. You can kind of tell in the last couple of rounds, they've not, I wouldn't say thrown caution to the wind, but they've been a little bit more happy to play more aggressively and play a bit pacier. Once they get like an opening kill in that round, they made a real good decision. And here we go.
There we go.
And you can see it's turned into a 4v2. It's turned into a 12-10 that we thought would be likely. And even though there's money for the CT side, Matt, they've got to keep what they've got.
Oh yeah, for sure. INOX Division have earned themselves 2 opportunities here. They've really ramped up as the game's gone on. They were down 4-1 at one point. But obviously they've won, 11 rounds since then. Basement Boys have won 6, right? So there's been a distinct change in the direction of the game since INOX Division have kind of come online. They've definitely been the more convincing of the 2 teams. Krivda's bailed his team out of a couple sticky situations. Their retakes have been impressive, but unsuccessful in the past couple. And that's also the change-up, right? Because INOX Division were losing their post plants out on that A bomb site in the early stages of the second half, but now they've been able to convert their most recent 2 post plants on A, which has earned them 2 opportunities to seal the fate of their opponent's map pick and go up 1-0 into their pick of Nuke.
Avoid utility in middle while getting Fake Reality onto ledge to fight. The flashes are really good. The layered flashes work out well. Owner does refight though, and it's a fight that was a little bit late. Could have easily been caught there. He gets away with it on 13 HP. And now Trouble. He has more trouble coming his way than he realizes. He's going to give the AWP over to Imagine on that 20 HP. Some noise running away though, and that should be heard. by these INOX Vision players. So I think this could be the close of the map here and now. Maybe Imagine hitting one is nice. Molly does lick away at his feet, down to 7 HP. He's lucky to be alive with Krivda finding Kissel. This one is probably going to be over. Penniman needs a 1v4 it would be. He does have the bomb on his back. But even though 2 players are low, it's going to be difficult.
Oh yeah, absolutely, mate. Should be impossible. I mean, if there was anybody on the side of the server of INOX Division, it would be him that you're back. And I guess impossible is just way too strong of a word to use when you've got 20 health combined between Ona and Magin here. But still, Fenneman's just trying to wind the clock down as low as he possibly can to try and sow the seed of doubt that perhaps he's moved away from this A bomb side. And instead he's going to try and end B. But Basement Boys have not budged. They've said, you know what, if he goes B, we'll just retake together. And as they hear the plant being committed to, you'd imagine he's going to charge through. No, they've respected him enough for him to get the bomb plant, but Imagine with the AWP will then step straight through, get the line of sight, and finish off the job. As Basement Boys deny INOX Division at their first of 2 map points.
It would be the sort of game which would make sense to go to overtime, considering we had a 45-minute delay, to be honest with you.
Absolutely classic.
Absolutely classic. Some of the B-Dog curse, I think. I started calling it that the other day, even when I was doing that game with him, and he was like, bro, don't tell me it's now named after me as well.
Oh, bro, he's been naming, he named that himself. Come on. Oh no, how can anyone call it the B-Dog curse when I've just been using that term the whole time?
He avoided it yesterday though, because OG did lose 2-0 and it looked like it was going to be 3 maps. So, there you go. Look at how quickly Goodef is on the outskirts of A. And Kos is hoping that Ona is not focused on that position because of the commotion made by Goodef. As it is...
Oh, is he just going to keep going?
He's gone down, but with Goodef making his way all the way through and the smoke's being up, sure, it's the lack of info that will be communicated over. But the fact he's gone all the way through is crazy. Look how many players are on the A side of the map, by the way, for Basement Boys. Goodef finds one, they need to find the kill on Krivda, and Goodef just can't right now. It takes them so long that it activates trouble to get into position. And look, there was a play there was a possibility, but Krivda is a hero, taking both of the B-site attackers.
I mean, honestly, that's exactly the point I was going to make as well. The fact that Krivda's been able to find both of those kills is what's won the round there. Because even if he goes one and done, then all of a sudden there's that path there for Goodef to move his way through top mid into the B bomb site. Fenneman picks up the bomb, and you've got, what, like a 3v3 in on B at that point, right? But ultimately, Krivda, again, being the difference maker. He's even actually eclipsed Fenneman here at the tail end of the map. Just in terms of kill count alone. Listen. Fenneman can equal him here if he wins this 1 versus 3. But just extremely unlikely. Suspicions will be confirmed here for Basement Boys that this round is indeed going to end over on this big bomb site. Plant secured. Tag there onto Fenneman as well. Just 32 points to help the 3 players coming his way. And Magin will just crouch peek him out of the round. 12 all. Basement Boys force OT.
That's 3 chances that Fenneman has gotten to get a clutch 1. Whether it's been late push into A, whether it's been the ramp clutch that he won with the M4 when he blew the smoke open with the grenade, and this one. He's only won 1 out of the 3. He's been last alive a couple of times and not really been able to get it done other than that one occasion. So a great map for him. 23 and 15. We can see the scores on the doors there. But for Basement Boys, they'll be delighted to bring one back into overtime when this could have been a big risk from Goodef pushing through. It's very seldom you see that many players for a CT side on the A bomb site, but they were so worried about that possibility of a push through with those smokes up, right? And they were right. Goodef may have got his 1, which they weren't entirely aware of. But with that many players there, he was traded quickly enough. Krivda just didn't die quickly, and that made a huge difference. Not just him getting those 2 kills, not dying straight away to Goodef was a big deal.
Yeah, true. Krivda's just been brilliant throughout the entire map from top to bottom, hasn't he? Very, very impressive display out of him. All right, here we go, 12 all, and on brand we have another technical issue.
On Brandon. I mean, just have to switch
Maybe
it
this
around.
one's not
you know?
on him, to be fair, but yeah, I like it. I
His name
like
ends
it.
with ON.
Yeah, no, you got something going on there.
An update for our other semi-final in this particular cup. Cup number 3 for ESL Challenger League Season 52. EAC, the Danish team, are a map and now 8-6 up on Lavked for a chance to get through to that grand final. EAC, of course, the Danish roster of Fessa, Nixon, Amber, Essen, and Becker. That team, of course, used to be a part of that AAB lineup, pretty much exactly the same team. Yeah, Herb, which apparently isn't pronounced Herb.
Okay.
That team has a completely new lineup now. And when they got moved on to EAC, and the only player they didn't take in was Maze, I think. Maze left. They brought Fessa in. So AAB now have a new team with Book Havez, I've covered him before. Few, Nuke, Betty, and a guy called Jerdamichael. DJDAMECYKEL.
I'm not even going to try. Yeah, sorry, mate. I'm going to leave you hanging on that one. Either way, back into the thick of things here. 3v3. Fights breaking out in middle and kills going back and forth in an even trade. Still so much time left in the round here, and Basement Boys have leaned heavily in towards ramp with 2 of their 3, so that's why they feel compelled to make a bit of a move here. And Kissel's had his bell rung at range, so it hasn't done a whole lot of damage, but it successfully repelled him. I mean, I think he spotted both, so that's why I imagine Fenneman's trying to actually take up the space in on middle right now. Problem is that, FinW's going to try and get past the AWP though, but Trouble hasn't had great timing, so he's seen him, and then has peeked back into FinW, who's been instant on the trigger. Fenneman will go down. That's a rare miss from him, and a shot that you would expect him to hit.
Back into the 2v2. Ona feels like maybe he has a bit of a timing to make his way through silently. Should be a free kill on Kissel, but Kissel, oh my word, he's found Krivda first. That makes it awkward for Ona now, but even more awkward for Finn, of course, on 29 HP with the AWP having to go through a smoke. He's going to dive in, but misses the quick scope. Maybe he was moving slightly, which didn't help the accuracy of the AWP, and Ona is going to hold on.
I wonder if Ona actually getting off the bomb there and moving also led to the miss. I'm not sure if the shot was fired before Ona actually gets off of that defuse. I mean, the play was perfect there from FinW. I thought he had a great read on the situation by phasing through the smoke with the AWP there, but unfortunately not able to connect. I mean, maybe just a bit of like a cursed AWP round, you know? Fenneman missing that shot there, and then the miss from FinW and the phase through the smoke. Let's see here. Oh, that feels like he's been cheated, you know?
That's a blurry scope instance, I think. I think he crouched to try and make the AWP more accurate, but he did shoot too soon, I'm afraid. I agree, though. It's on him.
Magents is on it here in this round, mate. 5v3. Basement Boys have come into overtime with a bang.
Oh, lovely pre-aim from Krivda as well. FinW isn't getting anything done, and all of a sudden, INOX Division, having had multiple chances at 10-6 up to get to that map point a bit earlier, 12-10, 2 opportunities to actually get it done, a couple of clutch attempts, but there are always long shots in those clutch attempts. Unfortunately, a similar situation here. 2v3. Bomb waiting outside B lane at the moment, but all 3 Basement Boys players are on that B side of the map. They know how successful they've been in retaking A.
That doesn't look like it's going to be an option this time. Although they need to get it done, because the round's going to end B. Fenneman walks into trouble. Scope, though, just lined up, posted up on the angle there. Easy for Trouble with his opposite number, just walking into the scope. Fenneman hasn't got a kill in about 3 or 4 rounds now, by the way. He's kind of dropped off a little bit, and you can feel that in the server. 14-12. Basement Boys have also been bossing mid in these past few rounds. Has certainly made a difference. Been a distinct change-up. That's 4 consecutive rounds now for Basement Boys as they start to assert themselves here right at the tail end of their map pick.
and get the 3-0 in overtime. That would be crazy. You see that name I sent you in DM? Do you think that's DJ DeMichael or something? Do you think that's how you say it? I think so. That's what I'm checking anyway.
Domesical, maybe? DJ Domesical?
Yeah. I need to ask that, did I? If ever I cast that team, I need to ask him.
I'm gonna go DJ Domesical. That's my guess.
Go for it, I like that. DJ DeMichael sounds cooler, but it's not how it really is spelled. That's the issue.
It would just either way be an awful name to have to cast in a play-by-play. I'll put it up there with the Hahan Zhao that I tweeted about the other day.
I know.
I casted in the play-by-play. Not a great one.
DJ DeMichael in the 1v2, and it's Owner doing all the work in middle. 2 quick kills. An immediate switch to the AK. Basement boys are genuinely in the ascendancy now. Suddenly about to find 3 in a row in overtime to make this a 15-12 half. And the Chance only need 1 to close the map. Good F will get himself 1, and hang on. It's not an absolute dead cert just yet, because we've had 2 kills back for Good F and Kissel, but Magin is flanking, and Magin is not going to be cleared by Good F here. Plant is not safe behind the pillar. Planted in the regular default place behind safety for the main CT rotation, not the big flank. Imagine we'll get 3 in the end. 26 kills for him now as well, and Basement Boys need 1.
You would imagine it should be a lock from this point, right? INOX Division have just dropped off a cliff, unfortunately. Just completely disappeared. Basement Boys have assumed full control. They've got every chance in the world now to close out their map pick and go up 1-0 in the series. And listen, although Nuke is a very good map historically for INOX Division, a map that they pick all the time, it's also a map that Basement Boys play, and it's a map that they tend to pick a lot as well. So they'll back themselves, especially with how they've been able to kind of have this like upward tick towards the tail end of Ancients. If they can carry this form into Nuke as well, you can't ride off the 2-0.
No, as we said, Nuke is a bit of a toss-up, right? Both teams are quite good on the map. So, I'm really looking forward to Nuke. Kissel has done good damage, even more with the USP on the fadeaway there. 1 more bullet was connected. Death by paper cuts for Owner and Magin. They stay alive.
Yeah, for now. And they're going to try and just charge in towards the same bomb site here, just following up the utility. They force the 1 A-site defender back, so Basement Boys will assume full control and get the bomb plants uncontested. Still 2 players to the CT side over towards this B bomb site. I'm shocked that they've taken so long to commit to rotation. They're almost certain there's got to be a late flank in play, but it's not really a flank. It's more just Owner trying to control these rotations here. Bomb already a quarter of the way gone.
NW will find Owner eventually, but look how long it took him to get that done on the other side of the map. Trouble will hold on to Good F. Oh, I was going to say there's Magic with one of his own, but him being low earlier didn't help. They're going to need Krivda and Trouble, and in the end Trouble will go down. It's all down to Krivda, but they're not on that defuse that quick. They need to defuse it right now, and as you can see, Krivda just has full reign to tap away. 3 headshots for Krivda, a quad kill to close it, 32 on the board for him, for his team. Basement Boys will win map 1, 16-12, and I'm afraid INOX Division on that rotate took a little bit too long.
Honestly, just fitting that it's Krivda to finish off the job as well in very impressive fashion, the way that he gets those last 3 kills. I mean, able to realize that although he's in a 1v3, he just needed 1 kill and he would have guaranteed the round, right? He just needed to kill the 1 guy who was covering the diffuser. And then the diffuser just sat there with his pants down like, oh, mate, please, can I just defuse this bomb?
Don't take a photo.
Yeah, exactly. Worst possible moment. And Krivda even had the luxury of taking his time there to make sure he trains his crosshair on the player's head. And he's able to just hop him and finish off the job. So very well done by Krivda. Finished the map with 32 kills. Actually goes way above and beyond Venom. And considering they were neck and neck for most of regulation, it's very impressive how he was able to supersede him at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a map that took a while to get underway. We had like a 45-minute delay due to some players and their cameras being set up. But when it did get underway, it delivered. So we've got I Need to Sneeze, so take it away.
All right, well, with that in mind, guys, I got this one. We are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, it's time for Nuke, the pick of INOX Division, a map they need to win to remain in the contest.
Hey.
hustle, babe, we hustle, but the
Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
These teams are being a little bit slow today to get ready and raring to go to play this BO3, but don't worry, we are back once again, and Basement Boys are on to Nuke, a map up after winning map 1 in overtime impressively as well. Already, they're straight in to the A-bomb site of Nuke. This is going to be a very entertaining map, I feel, between these two teams. Two teams that are very much good on this map, this level.
What? They faked the plan A, and they're ending the round B. This is all over the place right now, and it's actually looking like it's going to work the trick, because Basement Boys are in disarray with the way that they were rotating to set up for the retake on the A-bomb side. Now they've had that massive spanner thrown in the works. They've got to shift their focus down into B. They have got a smoke and a kitty on fake reality. That might be the difference maker. He'll draw first blood as he trudges closer and closer to the bomb as well. Koss is the one trapped in behind the reactor. He's dropped by Magent, so Basement Boys have now actually successfully gotten themselves onto the site. The smoke's been dropped on the C4. I'm shocked Fake Reality hasn't just tried to duck dive his way onto the bomb and look to try and stick the defuse. Now Crypta, he hasn't even got the kit. He's trying to stick the full 10 seconds. Trouble's got the knife out. It's a slashing battle in the smoke right now between the two of them. So much damage done, but they can't find one another. The defuse comes through in time, and somehow Basement Boys have done it without the kit.
Oh my god. I definitely just watched a level 9 round, I think. I mean,
that's
look,
complimentary, mate.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Look, I understand what they're trying to do on the pistol. We've seen it a few times by other teams, right? You fake the bomb plant A, and then you try to go back B, and it kind of worked. But I think just adding that to everything else that went on in that round, it is a bit too abstruse.
Yes, good word choice there, Trav. It certainly
Thank
was
you.
an abstruse approach. But, and I think unnecessarily so at that as well, to be honest with you. You got all 5 players on the A-bomb side uncontested. You might as well just commit to the plants at that point. They won both pistols on Ancient. Can they maybe win the force by back after this pistol gets away from them? Trouble, I have no idea what he's thinking, or if he's even thinking at all with that play he's trying to make there from heaven with the M4. Not at all able to combine with his teammates. Just almost instant that situation there. However, Crypto's been able to make his way through lobby, but not clean enough on the initial duel. Venom will come away with that kill, and INOX Division will win their force by back after having lost the pistol.
Yeah, you could kind of tell, considering that map 1 went to overtime. This is what wasn't going to be any sort of walk in the park for either one of these two teams. Knowing that how much they play Nuke, I'm not going to say it's like the most played map. Nice shot from Fenneman as Koss will die somehow. Didn't actually see how that went down. Not sure if we got a replay of that. I doubt it, but did he fall damage, or was it a molly still up or somewhere? I mean, he has the Mac 10 indoor there, I see. I don't think he's disconnected because he's still in the server. Where is he? I can't see. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, both play the map a lot. INOX Division have won 5 in a row. They're a very good T-side record on the map, considering it's a CT map slightly. They've got a 59.3 rated T-side percentages, which is really, really good for Nuke. Whereas Basement Boys are really only a CT-sided team, I would say, a bit more on this map. And in general, even though INOX Division win Nuke a hell of a lot, they've already won 12 out of their 28 pistol rounds. Maybe this is the way they win the match. They lose the pistol and win the conversion.
Excuse me, I had a cough creep up on me there. It would be an unorthodox way, Trav, of going about things, but you know what? If you're results orientated, that's all that matters. Here we go, force buy back for Basement Boys to try and develop a bit of a pattern and a trend of rounds being traded back and forth. That's what they'd like out of this, but seems unlikely with how much progress INOX Division have been able to make. Having said that, there are 4 players in and around this B-bomb site right now for the CT side. First will fall, puts Krivda in an extremely awkward position now, trying to juggle these 2 doors, and now he's going to walk into the hail of bullets there. Venom and dueling Magent will be able to come away with both of those kills. I one get one free, basically, in that sort of a situation.
Log off. Log off.
Don't know what that means.
I won't get one free.
Oh, that's the acronym? Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Took me a second. Not sure I've ever heard that one acromanized before.
It's quite a UK thing, I think. It was like very much a UK supermarket thing. To say it like that. Trouble has gotten himself 1 scout kill on the exit, but no more than that. And yeah, Fenneman 9-0 to start T-side Nuke. Always seems to find numbers, even when it's a map that's maybe a bit of a struggle or a close one, or maybe it's numbers you don't even necessarily notice in the moment. They all add up to Fenneman quite considerably, most often.
But that's great. Like, how, though? But, like, how's he 9-0 at the start of the game? Yeah, it's crazy. He is so ridiculously talented. Can't help but feel that there has to be a bit of a timer on this project for him, where either the rest of the team catch up and start to provide the level that is kind of deserved for Fenneman to be surrounded by, or he goes off to like a tier 2 team, like he follows the pathway of a Grix or an Alkaren, one of those AWPers who gets picked up from, you know, tier 3 Counter-Strike and gets a shot in like a top 30 team kind of thing. He's absolutely got the capability, because he's not just a great AWPer, he's a super well-rounded player. You know how deadly he is with the Julies and CT side pistols. He's class of the P250T side. His rifling is really good as well. His clutching seems to be like a really well-rounded player. So I think there's a matter of time here on this INOX division project where if the team isn't able to kind of level up to come close to the standard he's at and he's set for himself, then I'd actually like to see him be a bit like ruthless in his career and move on, you know.
I agree, but there's one thing he needs for that.
A team? A visa?
A visa.
Yeah.
A visa.
I mean, hey, there's a whole lot of players from his country that have successfully been able to find a way to make it work, right?
Eventually.
Like I mentioned, Tania as well. Yeah, but I'm saying there's a way.
Yeah. The world is a confusing place right now.
Has been for a while, right? I feel like since COVID, things have just become so complicated in terms of trying to move across borders internationally. And obviously, with more recent developments than that, especially from that part of the world, it's been made even more challenging.
This is also a challenging map.
Challenges here as well, yeah, indeed.
Yeah. It's a full eco for Basement Boys. I might as well just play the round out, honestly.
Why are we resetting is the question Trav's asking.
Yeah, like, just hurry up at this point. We've got a grand final to play later. I've got dinner to have.
We're 2.5 hours deep into the start time of the series.
Yeah, it's
3
fine.
rounds into map 2.
It's fine. We like spending time with each other, so all good.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. But just a little bit more productively, to be fair.
Do you ever... Are you aware of the UK phenomenon that is Tracy Beaker?
Not even the foggiest, mate.
Okay, basically it was like a children's TV show that was very, very popular, like on CBBC. So it'd be like, wouldn't it be like babies and like young children? It'd be like midway between that and like late teens, basically.
Okay.
And Tracy Beaker's saying was "bog off," and it didn't mean buy one get one free. She would just say it to insult people. Bog off. So
yeah,
there you go. That's why it became a UK thing.
I prefer that. You know, it's like get out of here. Like I like that. That is a very British saying. But bog off or buy one get one free is almost like, oh, I don't think I want to anymore with the word that you just used to describe the special. It's put me off a little bit, you know. Gave me the ick, that acronym.
Oh no, you get the ick that easily.
I mean, with something silly like that, yeah, you're just throwing me. I might go to the store, like the supermarket next door now, because you've used that one, you know.
Okay. So just to confirm, after we said they were winning earlier, they have won the entire game. Have EAC. They're going to be in the grand final now of Cup 3 for ESL Challenger League Season 52. And we'll be seeing them later up against one of these two teams we're looking at on our screen right here. And it'll be nice to check in with EAC, because they're one of those teams
agreed.
which is like... It's one of those teams which we don't get a chance to cover that much, because they are floating around a portion of the VRS where they don't feel like they need to play many like long Swiss stage online events, and also they maybe only play playoff invites. And play a lot of local lands as well. Like, they played Stake Pulse, where they managed to beat Hotu, by the way. That was only a couple of weeks ago. Like, that shows you the level this team has if they're able to beat Hotu on LAN. And of course, they played the EWC LCQ, lost twice to Saw. That's very important for Saw, obviously, to get any sort of VOS points on the board whatsoever, because that's the brand new team that they're bringing back with Mutiris, Story, U-Jerks, and Crazy, and Nope J. That was a
Part of the deal there, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's all. All just bringing the boys back and seeing where they can start from zero again. So losing twice to them was a bit painful for their VRS, but you know, they've done pretty well in this cup. They've won every single game so far. They came through the upper portion of their group, didn't fall to the decider match in any way.
Yeah, I think it's very cool to see the return to form for Fessor as well, because he was one of those guys like 4 years ago that was supposed to be a breakout player from the Danish scene, and then almost only regressed from that point.
Yeah, Fessor's career path is crazy. Like, it went from like local Danish teams to playing for Blue Jays temporarily, then those teams called Hyenas and South. Remember, like the old North team?
MSL maybe?
Yeah, the North team that never was, in a way, you know what I mean? Like, they just called themselves South, because funny. The last game they ever played with that South name was Tenski, Yugi, MSL, AZ, and Fessor versus the Spirit Academy of Patsy, Zontix, Donk, and Siren.
Wow.
So,
okay.
That's a throwback. And ZNX as well, if you remember
on the
him.
Spirit Academy team with Donk. Did I just hear that correctly?
Correct, yeah.
Wow, shocking. Never ever would have thought those two would have been on the team together. Anywho.
Send you the screenshot.
Nah, it's okay, mate. I think I'll take your word for it. But
No.
I just got the Discord ping, didn't I? There we go.
Oh, there we go. Fake reality.
Well,
we'll
now
jump
I
in with
missed
the
that,
Zeus.
Trav, because I opened my Discord to look at your screenshot, but I just
You have
heard
a second
the Zeus
monitor?
kill.
What the hell?
No, my Discord just popped up on the first, didn't it, when I opened the little icon
okay.
tab in the tray there, and now I see the
Fair
Zeus
enough.
kill. I'm kind of
Apologies.
mad.
Apologies.
Like, you know
just had
what? It's alright.
one of the things I need to learn is that not everyone lives their life the same way as me in terms of like PC setup. Like, I just have my Discord open on my second monitor all the time. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Exactly. And not many people do, I don't think. So, yeah. Fake reality will get the...
full
Go on.
eco, by the way.
It was, you're
And,
right.
Yeah, there's been a lot of damage done. Cost and Fenderman both low, a couple of frags found. Now, Fake Reality is coming through from lobby. Oh, wait, where are you going, mate? What are you doing? He's saving the AK. I don't think it would have really changed much. I was just thinking maybe he finds a timing on them trying to make their way down the vents in a bit of a lineup. Double kill spray down. You feel me, bro? See where I'm going with this one?
Of course I do.
Unfortunately, it does not transpire.
I always see your vision. Apart from when your glass is
good.
broke in Stockholm.
Yeah, that did suck a little bit. We got it sorted. We got it sorted, man.
You did. Yeah, we hear the boop of Fake Reality Zeus recharging. I saw a game the other day. I forget who it was. I think it doesn't really matter anymore now. But it was a game of Nuke, and one singular player got 2 Zeus kills in the map. And I checked his numbers, and he'd only had
Not
one.
on the same round, though, right?
No. In 2 separate rounds, but
Yeah.
that's the first time I think I've ever seen that, and he only had like 1 Zeus kill in his entire career. So yeah, that was kind of a rare occurrence, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's just what, like 3x'd his numbers in one map there.
How many recharges can you get on the Zeus in one round? 2, I think.
What does it take? Does it take like 45 seconds to recharge?
I think so.
So I mean, technically speaking, you could get 2, but you'd have to use your first one really early into the round.
All right. Finally, we've
You could
got
get 3 Zeus kills.
That would be impossible, I think. Finally, we've got a proper gun round coming in here. We had so many delays, right? So it's been very difficult to really feel invested in this map. But it's an important one, of course, for INOX Division. Imagine that's a great clear onto Kissel in toward Hut. Fake Reality tries to creep back in to help out, but as you can see, INOX Division are not put off on wanting to go toward the A-bomb site. Magic will get himself one more, and Finn will only get the trade. Fake Reality holds on with both in the end. Lovely from main. And Fenneman, he might not have died yet in this game, but he might be about to.
Surely, right? Surely this is where his streak ends. Chop a gun up. 11 kills is what gets you that kill streak. Or an AC 130, depending on what you had equipped. Because he saved, you think, oh, you know what, this 11-0 is really scrumptious. Might just duck dive back into T-spawn, but that is not the cloth from which he is cut. So he's going to give this one a little bit of a look in. Krivda going to be the first player to try and get past. And you can see he's looking for it. He's considering the player being on top of the rafters. Big wide swing there will win him the duel, but at the expense of most of his health. And once Trouble got the info that Fenneman was in hut, he immediately started his flank around through lobby, and he will come away with the kill. Free frag with Fenneman looking the wrong way. Basement boys win that gun round there just to make sure INOX Division don't start to tear too far ahead on the T side.
And don't get me wrong, Fenneman is incredible. We've talked him up the entire game. One thing that's very obvious, he does like to be the last player alive, more often than not.
Yeah, but that's going to happen when you're just by far and away the best player on your team. Like, and he is. He is a tier above everybody else in his squad. So I kind of get it. As long as it doesn't become like detrimental, like simple on BC game with the Portuguese players, where you just turned them into live bait basically and went fishing with them.
Yeah.
As long as there's a bit of a balance there. But you are right to have kind of like noticed that and made a point of it.
Reality will open the round. Toss dropping. Def is going to jump his way through now. Magent. One with the MP9.
A bad return, considering, I suppose, Fake Reality making a move through the door in the meantime. Bomb carrier. Yeah, he's going to have to get himself across the wall actually quite easily. Nothing Owner can do to disrupt this bomb plants either, so at least they've gotten a plant out of the situation. Should be an impossible 2v4 for them to win, with them both just kind of being like trapped in no man's land here. I mean, slowly they'll maybe get back into like a bit of a foothold here, like Finn W in particular outside the screen. He's going to just stand and bang, and he will. Bang Krivda out initially, but then Fake Reality in a perfect position to swing and guarantee the trade. Basement boys tie things up. Question time, do they buy again here? That's what they'll be discussing, and disgustingly, Toss is disconnected, so I think we've got another pause coming through here.
Unfortunate. It's been so hard to get into this game in terms of like clean commentary.
Oh, he's back.
But he's back immediately.
Good.
Okay, no problem. Someone in
it
chat
is one of those
called...
things, right? Like we had like a
on.
20-minute pre-game, and then
True.
like a 40-minute break before map 1.
Yeah, it's been so hard to... I'm invested in the game, don't get me wrong, but it's hard
Of course,
to keep
not
the...
about that. It's the fluidity, right?
It's the
flow.
fluidity. Exactly. Exactly. Shout out to Lush Clovers in chat, who said, this commentary, I thought it's because he hated it, but I said, knew you'd like it in reply, and he replied, I love you. So, look, we'll take those. Krivda will hold on toward Ram.
Nice.
And it's only one, and it could have been a lot more. I agree, that transfer wasn't that clean with the M4A4,
Yikes.
and Trouble gets destroyed on his reface toward Hell. Fake Reality, how long can you really play Trigger Discipline with a player pretty much looking at you? That's about as far as he could possibly do it, and unfortunately he doesn't find Finn, and that was the bomb carrier. That could have changed everything, but Magent could still deliver. They decide to fly up, I was going to say, fly up toward A, but with Kissel waiting indoor, Fake Reality didn't know he was there, tried to get into the A-bomb site quickly. Now Magent needs to find all three of them.
Alright, well, he has been able to secure the frag on one, but that obviously then compromises his position, and in turn, they're just going to flood straight through and towards this B-bomb site, and no discretion in his approach. Got a smoke and a flash combo, and a kit as well. Kind of use the reactor, maybe isolate this jewel here. Obviously doesn't know where either of them are, and it's actually really good angles being held, complementary angles, such that when Magent peeks into one, he's exposed to both. INOX Division will regain the lead. This was Poofy from Krivda, who had an outstanding map one, 32 kills, right, in the 28 rounds that were played there. But he's had a much poorer start here to Nuke, I'm afraid.
What do you think happens in that round if Finn dies with the bomb?
I mean, I don't think it, like, guarantees that Basement Boys win it, but I think that it gives them, like, a 50-50 chance.
Fake reality charging in on the eco, and this time, even though they've tried to go for what is a very common play, which is a lobby crunch, they've all just been deleted as if they're not there.
Is it an eco?
Well, sort of. It's a half eco.
Weird. A little bit weird that like 2 players have gone all in, but 3 are full saved. I don't know, man. Like, what does that mean for the next round?
I agree. I agree that it's weird.
I think it means like they'll have a full buy on 3. I mean, they're not gonna have much round loss bonus, right? Yeah. I didn't see how much money they had when they decided to go all in, but still. And an owner's 0-7. Owner 0-7. Yeah, maybe there's something there. I don't know, but either way.
He's getting owned.
Definitely. That much is true.
So here's the buy you were talking about. What a great purchase.
You and I have got differing definitions of great purchase. Fatality hasn't gone all in. He could have got an M4. Oh, okay. You know what? Seems like Basement Boy's just not at the races right now.
Just go to Dust 2.
Yes, we just make up for some lost time and call it here because it feels like it's inevitable. Yeah, exactly. Lobby crunch attempted by Basement Boys. The problem is that INOX Division just set their sights in on ramp and charged through with basically the entire team. And so they just steamroll that ramp prong of the CT lobby crunch and then just charge into the B-bomb site from there.
It's 2 rounds in a row, by the way, where they tried that sort of play. They tried to crunch lobby. And I was going to say varying degrees of success, but actually, no. Both of them failed miserably.
I mean, I guess technically you could still say to varying degrees of success, but they both were on the side of failure, just one a bit worse than the other. So they're not wrong.
Fair enough.
6-3. Owner, Trouble, and Krivda have got 6 kills between 3 of them in 9 rounds, guys. They're not even averaging a kill per round as a trio.
Yeah, it's very easy to look at those numbers and say, oh, that's the reason you're losing a map. Usually it's more than that. This time, it's not really. Like, you can't have 3 players with those sort of numbers.
Completely disappeared, right? They only just survived with Trouble disappearing on the first map, or just not showing up. Like you say, can't have it with 3 of the 5, that's for sure. Fenneman is 16-2. What the hell?
I was about to say, once again showing his expertise and getting a good number on the board early. Could be continuing that. He's had some pretty high ratings in his career, has Fenneman. There was one game in particular on D2 I covered a while back, which I think he got like a 2.8 or something. I'll have to go back and check that now. Yeah, it was the game versus Mouse and XT when he was playing for Cybershock. Nearly exactly 2 years ago. Genuinely, 15th of August, 2024. You're up to 2.8 on Mouse and XT, and I think I covered that game.
God damn, 2.8's insane.
It was ancient, though. It wasn't D2.
Okay, still, though. 6-3. Light investment now for Basement Boys, but INOX Division have won 6 out of 9 rounds on the T side here. They're epic. They were on the brink of winning Ancients as well, 12-10 up. 2 map points, weren't able to convert either of them. In fact, they didn't win another round from that point. It was 6 consecutive rounds out of Basement Boys to run away with the map. So that means INOX Division, with their successes here on Nuke, are not trending in the direction of a 2-0, but instead forcing a third.
Just looking back at which version of Mouse NXT that was also Bermulov, Natu, TMB, Syrah, and PR. That's a good team. That was a good Mouse NXT, and they got absolutely demolished.
Yeah, I mean, that can happen from time to time, right? Obviously, we just have a good team, but you're right, that is a banging group of names, especially for an academy team. Like, you look at every single one of those names, and there's someone out there still competing at a relatively good to very good level.
Only Bermulov without a team. And look, I think he deserves one.
But yeah, it's not like he's disappeared completely, right? Like he's one of those guys still like 19 years old, bro.
He is 19. You're right. Yeah, I mean PR back on Mouse now in the main team at only 18. Syrah, of course, on 100 Thieves. Natu on FaZe. That's some good names, isn't it?
It's like 3 teams that are tier 1 to tier 1.5, basically.
Yeah, like that is just an insane list of teams that Mouse NXT have had, of course, and it's not the list ends there. So many others that have been on the main team or not anymore.
And TMB is still on. He's on Phantom, right?
Yeah.
So he's got some moves being made there with some enticing players. Kyler, Kai. They brought Nikudoj into that team as well recently, so that's an exciting one. Nothing much exciting here about this right now as INOX Division continues to dominate. Round 11 is of utmost importance here. And Goodev probably can't believe he's just been rounded on. I'm surprised they haven't just immediately accelerated in towards this B-bomb side of the back of Goodev going down. They will still grind their way in that direction, which has given the CT side a chance here to shift Magent down and towards this lower bomb site.
Magent will play ahead of the ramp smoke as well. That makes it possible for him to do some more damage, but with Fenomen finding Fake Reality, getting up to 18-2, and again, seemingly just doing everything right in staying alive and getting kills somehow every single round. That's going to force trouble back away toward CT spawn. Magent is still trying to look for the player in toward control, and that observation position. And Kissel will just hold from the corner. Rivda is still waiting for that possibility. They've been again outmaneuvered here, have Basement Boys.
Completely and utterly. INOX Division just looking so ridiculously comfortable in on this T side right now. 8-3. After having lost the pistol round as well, need I remind everybody.
You know what's crazy? Looking through Fenomen's career best games. Look, I understand. Okay, Carls. I understand that he's the AWPer, and he's not going to have many deaths, right? But all of the best games in his career have been such low death games. 24-5, 17-4, 26, 24-6, 22-7. There's one here, 19-3. There's his 2.13 that he got this year, 3 months ago against Waljaki, going 39-8 in a 16-13 game.
Yeah, that's
39-8.
I mean, it kind of speaks to the point you were making about him being lost alive a lot, so that means he also gets to save, I guess.
Yeah.
But I also think it's about how he just becomes unplayable when he's in that sort of form and that state where he's just winning his duels, man. It's not that it's just baiting and that's why he's not dying much. He just is winning his duels so frequently. Like 18-2, yeah, he hasn't saved a single round that they've lost.
Yeah. That's a very good point. And this is why we spoke him up at the beginning of this series.
Exactly. He's in a league of his own with these 10 players on the server right now.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we think he deserves to be, you know, upper tier 2 already. Anyway, Fake Reality. Nona trying to make a push toward door, but I guess he's waiting on the other side of that smoke. If it fades, he'd imagine it would be Fenomen's kill. So we got his crosshair trained on the right position. Does overflick this time, though. Now a bit of a concern. Good tag onto Ona. That molly will now be very impactful, but Fenomen does die to Fake Reality this time. And Fake Reality finds 2 in the end from that position. But again, even though Fenomen gets 0 in this round, the riflers of INOX Division are doing good work. There's trouble from the back of the A-bomb site. Good effort to try and force his way down the vet, but guess who's there? It's Krivda.
Owned.
He got a very good map 1, did Krivda. He was the star for Basement Boys in recovering that one. And now Koss He needs to be the star here. 19 seconds, making noise. Money on the back of the site will clear it out, and he can plant behind the A site silos. In trouble and Krivda. You've got utility to try and flash him out, but it's only really flashes. 1 HE won't do a whole lot, and they should be pulling out utility. They're pushing up this aggressively. Oh, the transfer is so close. But Krivda will get it done, and that is the end of the half for Basement Boys. Only 4 on CT side. You might say it's not enough. I would agree.
Bomb has been defused.
Me too.
Counter-terrorists win.
INOX division putting Basement Boys in the iBox division. They're packing them up and sending them away from Nuke, I'd imagine, in a bit of time. That one didn't really work, I think, but I... Okay. Fair enough. Alright. 8-4 on the T side of Nuke. And usually, we'd speak up Fenneman, and he's rightly performing as we know he can. But often, it's the CT side, where he really comes into his own with the AWP. He's had that incredible half on the T side of Nuke, and that should really send them to that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that a scary prospect here for Basement Boys? Considering that they now go to the more challenging side of the map, and they're down by 4 rounds. Good luck. You're probably not going to have fun.
Yeah.
Extremely important pistol round. We had Trouble, who had a 0-kill half on Ancient, and Owner's gone, you know what? I got this one, bro. Didn't call the T side, though, to try and get them out of trouble. Going to be kills going back and forth initially. Cost can't connect on that second player, so for now it's a 3v3. Trouble maybe the difference maker. As these kills just continue to flood through Fake Reality, he will combine with Krivda to find the multi-kill necessary there to finish off the job.
Again, not exactly clean with how quickly they move into A there, but it works out. They win the duels. I think it was Finn who could have gotten one more from Heaven. They made a bit of a difference to allow Fenneman more room to maneuver. He came back in and he got one body spam, did Fenneman. See it there when he flew up the vent, just getting immediately domed by fake reality. They're going to run it back straight into the force. Cost is going to have no clue what's coming. All the nades, all the flashes, all the noise. And I appreciate that from Basement Boys. They keep it very, very simple. Sure, they're fortunate they don't run into a stack of 2 or more players on the A-bomb site, but either way. They manage to rush it in, get it done, and very quickly get 8-6 and should find 8-7.
I'm just going to put it out there. If INOX Division do go on to lose this map, that would be a disaster of the highest order, considering the position that they were in at one point, up 8-3. Especially with the way that the previous map had gotten away from them as well. They cannot afford to lose as well. If they lose the Series 2-0, that would be, like I say, a calamity. So just putting it out there, considering the fact that Basement Boys have won the pistol and converted against the Force as well. Maybe piquing our interest here a little bit, but perhaps this map isn't as done as we had initially anticipated.
Yeah, you never know. Okay, it's Koss's turn with the Zeus. Where's he going to play? Surely you'd imagine top heart or outside mini. Yeah, nice heart. L Smoke's already down outside. Allow Owner to move forward. He's gotten his 2 kills now to start the game. At 3.
Hell yeah, let's go. Like we've always said, Trav. In fact, you made a point about this on Snake and Banter. If you're not performing well as an IGL, that will affect your ability to call. And Owner coming into the half with 0 kills to his name, you would imagine it's had some sort of effect on his mental state, but he's been able to find some kills here, maybe turn things around and just make sure that he's in a good, I don't know, like I said, state of mind, emotional level, just to focus on the T side and call a decent T side for the team, yeah.
I think that's one of the things as well that I kind of spoke about in terms of other in-game leaders. We do see a little bit of a look, and I don't blame them because they're buying this one anyway, and they survive on 3 and 1 HP. Again, not exactly clean fights, is it, for the Basement Boys? Anyway, yeah, there are some in-game leaders which have taken the role out of necessity, and some in-game leaders that have taken it because they really want to do that role. And
yes, exactly.
There are some players that have done it from the very beginning of their careers as well. And that makes a huge difference. I'm not sure which bracket Owner falls into. I reckon he's probably taken it out of necessity, but I also feel like...
No, I don't think so, mate. I think he wants to be an IGL.
But I also think he is passionate about you being in that role. That's what I was going to say.
I think he's owned it now, yeah.
I'm not going to... his entire career, I'm not sure he's always been an in-game leader. There were maybe points at the beginning where it wasn't. But you know, in the last, 3 or 4 years or so, I think it's something that he's really adopted and embraced, right?
Yeah, absolutely right there with you. It's cool to see how he's been able to kind of wrangle this talent together, this group of players, and get them into a competitive position, top 100 team with players that were far and away outside of the top 100 at one point. Not even close. 8-7. Guess what? It had been going too well, Trav. We'd been getting into a bit of a passage of play, if you will, like an uninterrupted passage of play. And they decided, you know what, you're getting a little too comfortable for my liking. I'm going to bring a tech pause back into the fold.
Yeah, very true. It was about time, unfortunately. These guys have a final to play later. Come on, boys. Means we're going to be delayed.
Yeah, the good news is that it can't start without them. So Well, here we go. Back underway once again. 8-7. Basement Boys are down 8-4. It was an extremely underwhelming CT side from them. Can they maybe find a way to still get the job done on the T side? Extremely unlikely. First gun round of the second half in W. Hold down his post towards ramp initially to find a frag and then it's forced down, but he's done his job.
W will hold on for now. It's got a good angle, but you can very easily be flashed off that line and be forced to play a bit more defensively, but with Good F getting some damage and also a dink on fake reality from the back of the B-bomb site. This is impossible for Basement Boys. Fenneman will get his 20th kill of the game. And Quivda and Magent know that they're out of there. And they might go for damage as they've got money to buy back in. It's important at this edge of the game. But getting any round win from here feels very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it's a bit of a toss-up. Do they hunt to try and at least find a few kills? Maybe seems like Crivda's going to try and draw the attention down towards B and then hope that means Magin can walk through main into A. It's extremely reliant on Crivda finding a kill here, though. And he'll go down empty-handed. Magin will find the kill on Good Def, but he knows there's no time and he actually isn't going to be able to cross safely either. Fenneman will put him down 21-6 now for the Prodigy. As INOX Division win their first round of the second half and ensure that they keep distance between themselves and Basement Boys.
Counter-terrorists win.
Come on, boys. We need to get a couple of rounds in a row without a tech pause again. We were joking about it earlier, I promise. Well, all I can say to all the admins and production and Kai and Z, it's my fault because I chose this game. And guess what? The other game finished a long time ago in the semi-finals. Hey man, look, I chose what I thought would be the best game of the two, and when it comes to timings, it's the worst game of the two. When it comes to entertainment, maybe it is still the better game because that one was a pretty easy 2-0 for EAC over there in the other semi-final. They're waiting in the grand final right now for one of these two teams. It does seem increasingly likely that we're probably going to go to a map 3. The buy for Basement Boys here. 3 MAC-10s, MP7 and an AK. Utility is good to be fair, but we need to make something crazy happen from here. That's why they're going for something fast. The counter utility and the positioning of INOX Division is way too good. Flick missed from Fenneman, but he's already got his one. And with the 2 MAC-10s left, you may as well just use your util, hope for the best, force your way in, and see what happens. Lovely flick up. Ona tried to bait the shot to allow Magent to push forward a bit more aggressively, but yeah, didn't really have a plan in place for this one. Nothing really abstruse about that. I did it twice, actually. I did it earlier as well. Amazing. That's the second usage of the word abstruse, which today I learned it was a word, thanks to our producer Z. Abstruse? Abstruse means...
Abstruse, that's the one.
Something abstruse is difficult to understand, often because it's highly technical or unusually complex. There you go.
It's a nice one. I'm going to remember that one. Sometimes those like words of the day are really complicated and like convoluted and difficult to actually use in a normal sentence. But that was a good one. Sometimes words of the day can be quite abstruse, Trav. Either way. Shout out Z on the ball today. As our INOX division here on Nuke, Trav, you would imagine this is the round that shuts down any potential chance of Basement Boys maybe battling their way back here on Nuke. There was maybe a bit of like a glimmer of hope with the way that they've been able to begin the second half, but I feel like that's all just been flushed away now.
Yeah, Trouble 1v2. 2 kills back. But guess what? Phenomenon has got another kill. Add to his tally. And while he may have an open B bomb site, this one's not going to be easy. Khalil available, Molly available. Bomb plant can come through. Until he wanted to get an incredibly open plant and stay silent until he got there. He'll fake the opening of the double door, and he hears the vent rotation. And look, if another one of Phenomenon or Finn go into what Trouble, your legs can be seen there, brother. My point is now void, because Trouble isn't aware that his feet can be seen. His shins get peppered.
Splintered.
Yeah, need more than a splint for that one, mate. And it's 11-7 for INOX Division.
Bro, shin splints are actually way more painful than I ever thought they were when I was younger, and I heard people talk about them. And I got them for like the first time. I was like, oh wow, okay, shin splints are actually really, they're like horribly painful. Anyway.
Because it like keeps your leg that straight for a long period of time?
No, it's not so much about like, and when I say shin splint, I mean like, no, it's actually a feeling in, I think it's like the skin and the like the tiny bit of muscle that you have between like the skin and the bone. I actually can't remember exactly what it is.
Right.
But it's like maybe the bone gets...
Google's come out.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I know I've had them. The pain and inflammation in the muscle and tendons and the bone around the shin bone. So I was right. It was like that whole area just gets inflamed. Oh, it's so painful. Anyway, just a little sidebar. W gets 1. Phenomenon first responder. Not going to be able to deny Basement Boys crossing in towards the bomb site.
Or timing on the openage there, of course. That's not a word. Did almost push that smoke a little bit further to the side, but as it is, it's in a normal position, and Goodef decides to fight through the fire and flames. Doesn't work out, I'm afraid. Krivda will deal with him. Cast does find one spam back, and Krivda needs to hold on to him. Bomb not yet planted. You can tell they're a bit nervy about where to go with this now. Dropped on the site. Trouble does find Cost in the end. That was the goal of making that move, but Phenomenon is still waiting around hell. I'm sure Owner is thinking, bro, we've been on B forever. Why are you not coming to help out? Why are you still in that position? That's Phenomenon for you. He'll switch to the AK to make it more maneuverability in the 2v2. And again, just the positioning of that bomb is awkward. With Trouble on 9 HP, they have to diligently deal with every single angle, peek them bit by bit. And it can be picked up. It will be planted now. They've got no after plant utility, and INOX Division have a lot. That nade on Kissel, the molly on Phenomenon could be a big deal. Molly won't touch anyone just yet, but the nade, if it goes anywhere near dark, Trouble will be in trouble. But in the end, he's not looking at a single door because he's so focused on Phenomenon's rotation. It's all down to Krivda, hero of map 1. The hero of map 1. Can he be the hero once again to get his team onto 8? He's not going to bite on that first tap of the defuse, but now it's going to be held and there's no bullets left in that AK, and the tap will come through from Kissel and he gets the kill, but it's a bit laboured and the defuse will be really close, just in time. 12-7 for INOX Division. He almost played himself, but in the end, Basement Boys are the ones who got played.
Honestly, bro, like how is there enough time for the defuse to come through there? That seemed like I'd be spitting if I was Basement Boys. Especially Krivda. I felt like he had done enough, bought enough time, stayed alive for long enough there, forced the player off the defuse, but unfortunately not to be. 12-7 INOX Division have now got 5 chances. They had 2 on Ancient. unfortunately couldn't get it done at either time of asking there. 5 here on Nuke surely should be sufficient.
Yeah, it's just how solid they are on Nuke, right? Basement Boys won the pistol and the conversions. INOX Division went very aggressive with their lobby crunches and stuff like that. Then look, as soon as they get the guns out properly, what was it, 8-7 to 12-7? No looking back. So, no problem for the CT side here at all. There's Koss, there's Good F. I think that 12-7 is about to turn into 13-7. Good F will jump on Magent. He's Goomba stomped out of the round. And Kissel will get the final frag as well. As expected, we do go to map 3.
Yeah, very, very strong performance coming through from INOX Division, who, let's remember, lost both pistol rounds here on Nuke, guys. They lost both, and they've still won that 13-7. Fenneman had a Fenneman map, didn't he? It's not like that's a crazy thing to be witnessing out of him anymore. Obviously, it's really impressive, but it's also a compliment to be saying, yeah, that's a Fenneman game that we've come to kind of expect him to have every now and again, more often than most players. It looks very convincing for INOX Division on their map pick, and also just like a good sign of confidence with them having even picked Nuke, knowing it's a good map for Basement Boys. I like it when favorites don't try and like wrangle an upper hand in the veto. They just back themselves regardless of how good the map is for their opponent.
Exactly. I mean, Basement Boys, they're not pushovers on Nuke, but INOX Division are just that little bit better, and it was very obvious there in that second half without a shadow of a doubt. Grand final still waiting for one of these two teams. EAC, the Danish boys, I'm sure, keeping a very close eye on this game. And we'll see how they're able to react when they play one of INOX Division or Basement Boys later on this evening. Dust 2 will decide the series. See you after the break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Well, we've had a whole hullabaloo with this one. Some Mickey Mouse decisions, I think it's fair to say, which is why this game's been delayed this long. But you know what? We're here now. We've got Dust 2, we've got a decider, we've got a door-dashed keyboard, apparently. It's all going off. Trouble is managed to deal with Cosset on the pistol, and that's brought it back into a 3v3 on Dust 2 on this third map, and they're going to get the bomb planted delay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very quick start to proceedings considering how long we've waited for this deciding map here. I mean, this series, unfortunately, has been fraught with technical problems. Basement Boys not having many problems here in this pistol round, though. Everything kind of going according to plan. Owner with an important double in the post plant there. Basically just secured the round for his team with that quick fire multi.
Kissel did well to hold on, but in the end, it's Owner. Maybe that new keyboard is the buff for him.
Goodness gracious, I just realized that the start time for this best of 3 was 3 hours and 45 minutes ago.
And it's 15 minutes away from the supposed start time of the grand final.
Yeah, and we're one round in to map 3.
And Matt, what's extra crazy about that is, in a lot of our online tournaments that we cover, we have a regular 3-hour gap. For example, 12 till 3 or 9 till 12 for our slots. You have an extra hour in ECL. This is 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, this is it's also not because we've had like crazy games, multiple overtimes, back and forth, insane matches and maps. It's just been technical problems, unfortunately. I'm glad I don't know. Assuming one of the teams have had most of the tech problems, which one of them it is, I'd just be bagging on them, bro. So it's actually almost best that I don't have that information, you know?
Yeah, who knows, really. Anyway.
Here we go. Oh no, there's Mac 10 making his way up the ramp. He's just trying to pressure the B bomb site right now to draw the attention away from that A site. And, well, it's a little bit awkward. I mean, it's still completely fine because they're 4v2. It's just the bomb carrier was dropped in on middle. Kessler's found another with his 5-7. He's a real menace with that pistol. Finn doubling towards top mid will get another as well. Oh boy. 2v2 all of a sudden. At least the bomb has finally been scrounged up. And we'll rotate into this B-bomb site.
Yeah, not clean by any stretch. And it's not the first time we've seen a round like this for Basement Boys. They're just, in general, very aggressive and very lackadaisical on their anti-half-bite, anti-ecos. Look, they haven't lost many this game. I'll give them their fair due on that one. But they take a lot of damage nearly every single time. So, just the luck's on their side today, I think. Finn will W away with the AK.
Damn, I mean, nice try there, all things considered, from INOX Division, considering that it felt like that round was just like dead in the water once Owner gets those 2 kills as Mac 10 on the B-bomb side, and he's supposed to be the distraction, but Kissel and Finn W at least able to inflict some damage, at a minimum some damage for them to take away from the round. No idea how Owner's actually successfully won both those duels anyway. Fact of the matter is he has much better start to map 3 than he had to map 2, that's for sure. Gonna be a light investment here for INOX Division to try and complement the saved AK.
We'll manage to get one trade from Finn. Scouter Fenneman will try and do something, and there is a tag, but they're going to have to leave on site for free. Reality will find Finn now, and even though the AK can be scooped back up, and even though Fake Reality does go down, there'll be things to scoop up here for INOX Division and keep those AKs.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least something. Don't apply as much pressure. Yeah, I don't think they really think there's much of a chance for them to win the round, but as I say, that 2 quick kills come through. Trouble left. He's standing in the molly. He's going to mow them down, at least the initial 2. Cost will come through, find the trade necessary, and INOX Division have technically won an eco.
Okay, that's a huge one to get themselves started on CT side. I like a huge difference to their money, as you can see. Sure, you only survive with one player alive, but you can buy everything now. And start off that CT campaign one round earlier. Again, this is what I'm talking about with Basement Boys, right? They're just a little bit... There's not really many protocols for these sort of rounds. I know once they got the bomb site, you would think it should be fine and they should close. But, yeah. They don't.
And it's going to be a very frustrating round for Basement Boys to have lost. Should have just been the gravy on the top of a decent start. Yeah, that was the freebie. These compared to the other rounds they had won already. Two-man setup in towards long. Kissel and Finn W both partially blind, neither full blind. So able to kind of hold a bit of an obscure line there. Hold that mouse button, one spray and one kill apiece. And that's going to force INOX Division to try and reroute here through middle. They're thinking, okay, wait, there's two players long. Maybe there's only one in towards the speed bomb site, but not the case. Costs maybe a bit of an isolated duel. In fact, Trouble's going to different path there, going through the CT smoke. Venom has gone down empty-handed. Finn W's dead in on long, and the round has been turned on its head. So that's very, very good work coming through there from Basement Boys to have been able to come up with a solution on the fly. In fact, they've managed to go all the way and get the job done. So despite it being a 3 versus 5, the push through the CT smoke there from Trouble is basically the thread they pull on to unravel the round. Venom going down empty-handed was a big problem. Finn W went down immediately afterwards, and INOX Division basically just wheel spin their way through that round after the initial couple of kills.
Terrorists win.
Alright, well, 3-1 now. Basement Boys able to put that little mishap behind them, having lost to the half-buy. And now they put INOX Division in a precarious position, because at this point for INOX Division, if they lose this 4-1, no money, should be 5-1. And that would be a brilliant start to the decider here for Basement Boys. So it feels like there is a little bit of pressure on INOX Division here to make this one work. AK off, the notable weapons at the disposal of the CT side. Slower starts to the map here for Fenneman compared to what we've seen in the previous two, that's for sure. Basement Boys have successfully been able to get 3 players out of long, so a bit of a foothold there for them to work with. Oh, Krivda. Got a player to deal with on shorts and in lowers, and the attention gets taken to one. The other one's able to step out and get the kill. Good effort, remain in position. And that kind of is probably going to force Basement Boys' hand here through towards long. This time Fenneman will claim the life of Fake Reality. That forces Magent back. It's going to be really difficult for Basement Boys to find a way back into the round, assuming nothing gets offered up to them.
Finn W on the car, and looks like Magent is not clearing this. Setup is too good for INOX Division. And we'll find trouble anyway, and that just means Magent is more focused on the site. It's an easy kill for Finn, and Owner is left all alone in a 1v5, and INOX Division are going to bounce straight back, get back within 1.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, well, we're going back and forth now. INOX Division win the half-buy, Basement Boys win the 3v5. And INOX Division win the force buy. So basically 3 consecutive rounds of unlikely wins working out here for both these teams. And now we just descend into like full chaos, bro. Now it's like Tech 9s and the Galil. Not going to be an eco around anytime soon.
Magent is charging his way in. Good F needs to hold on, and he will hold on. Tech9s don't do a thing to INOX Division. Krivda with his Tech9 is about to be very calmly tapped by Kissel from top mid. And if you just look at the numbers between these two teams as well, on this one, Dust 2 we thought would be a map that was almost guaranteed to be played in this particular series. Just didn't know where it would be in the veto. INOX Division have a really good CT win rate on the map. T, bit worrying, 47.2. CT, 67.9. That is a pretty high number for many D2s that we see. If you consider Basement Boys, they're way better on their T side. 55.3 and 46.9 on their CT side. So there's a big discrepancy there. And with this being a first-time matchup, there's a chance that could come to the fore.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to keep that in the back of our minds as we continue to make some progress here in on the decider. Oh, Koss loves a fight, doesn't he? He will not shy away from it, even in an anti-eco. He'll often peek, even when it's ill-advised. He's the type of guy who's going to back himself. And that's normally why he's Feast or Famine, because he does the literal, like, live by the sword, die by the sword kind of style. Very aggressive Counter-Strike. When it works out, he can just bang teams out, but it's a very volatile style of how he plays the game. 4-3. Lead now for INOX Division coming into what I'm tempted to call the first full gun round.
Yeah, it feels that way, even though Trouble only has the scout, obviously.
Close enough. Compared to what we've had throughout the map so far, at least. Doesn't seem to make much of a difference either. Koss again trying to make a bit of a play through the doors there. But Trouble will just bang him out with the scout through the smoke. Alright, well, let's see what Basement Boys are going to do with the man advantage here. Appears as though they're just going to try and make their way into B, maybe thinking they've gotten the kill on the mid player, and so maybe there wouldn't be any immediate response from the CT side. That's a really well-timed smoke grenade. Still quite a lot of time into the clock. In fact, Basement Boys aren't too keen to wait for the time. The break on the smoke comes through from the CT side. That actually aids Krivda, but it's Kissel who will match then exceed that effort by some distance with 3 frags of his own. Brilliant individual moment coming through from him there to defend the B-bomb side.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen him step up this game with a start like this in a map. Yeah, he's really solid. It's one of the things he mentioned, what feels like eons ago now, in the pre-game. Like, Fenneman is the star. We'll talk about his numbers till the cows come home. But we need to not put aside the good work, and as you see with that incredible transfer, I think all 3 with the A1S and 20 bullets is insane. It's the rifling core you can't ignore either. You can't ignore Kissel, Finn, Goodef's work, even though Koss is not necessarily a player that sets the world on fire when it comes to his ability and his numbers. We know he's always there causing problems for any opponent. So yeah, it's why this team is a reasonable top 70 team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think he's the IGL as well. That's why I decided to pick him alongside Owner in the head-to-head, because they're both fragging IGLs. You even mentioned that, was he like tied for the top rating within the team or something like that? Or was he top-rated player for Basement Boys and past tournaments? Something along those lines. And Kissel's been right up there for a long time as well. Both of them carry their weight and then some as far as their firepower is concerned. Henneman has now found his footing. He was 2-4 at one point, but he's on a bit of a streak now. 6 kills coming through from him. Probably Krivda and Magent around 4 of them, but they'd like to at least try and spill a little bit of blood here. Also, INOX Division to repurchase some weapons. And they've gotten 1, but it's probably thereafter done.
Counter-terrorists win.
Guaranteed at least a tire and a half now as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
How much more can they get from the first half is the question.
Considering their numbers on the half, on CT side in general, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see at least 8 here.
Yeah, that wouldn't be surprising. It would more just be very impressive considering that they were down 3-1 at one point. If they could go on to end the half 8-4, that'd be a brilliant return for them. One 3-1 strategy right now here for Basement Boys. Kind of keeping their options available. I imagine Fake Reality is going to drop down from short into CT spawn. No, instead he's actually just trying to draw the attention in towards A. But as he navigates his way through the smoke and sees nothing on the other side, instead of just committing his life aimlessly, he's actually going to just join up with his teammates. Basement Boys kind of keeping INOX Division guessing for now as to what's going on. And Good have actually taken a lot of damage. He's down to around half health.
Oh,
Also
good
break the
break.
smoke. That's a good kill coming through from him onto Imagine, but Trouble will contain the threat.
There's still 2 players on B though that they have to try and force their way by, and it's going to be very difficult to do so until Fake Reality clears Good F properly. And that is a really nice one to grab. FinW is making a lot of noise, and Trouble has to look at 2 separate players, which is the issue. But in the end, Finn's trade is a little bit too late. Would have wanted the kill, not just the trade. And now 1v2 with an AK. Retaking any bomb site is tough on BD2. We know that's even more difficult. He's got the information, I think, on both now. Trying to smoke off Big Box to force Owner into moving into the open, but he's not going to make that happen. Fake Reality with a big triple kill. Going from 1 to 4 kills. Will scoop up the AWP. Basement Boys get an important 4th round.
Alright then, game on. Vital round back for the T side because INOX Division were kind of dominating proceedings. What, like back-to-back rounds didn't lose a single player. You can see that by virtue of how much money they had in this previous round. I think they'll have money to all the way till the end of the half, with there only being 2 rounds left to play out here in the first half of the decider. But Basement Boys have at least gotten themselves a 4th. Yeah, plenty money going into the next round, which will be the last. At least for INOX Division, not so much Basement Boys, so 8-4 still on the cards.
Yeah, they built up a lot of money on INOX Division.
Alrighty then.
On control with 4
Yeah,
players.
it's a good way for them to start. Last time they did this, they just committed up long into the A bomb side. I wonder if we'll see a variation here or just more of the same.
Fake Reality around the smoke, but guess who's in the same position? This time it's cleared properly. Gonna kill the MP9 earlier from that car area, and Fenneman is in a position to trade, but I'm not sure they're going to be totally ready for Magent. Well, now they will be. Incendiary has done quite well to go on the ramp in a position which does burn him into the open. Oh, maybe those incendiaries don't spread wide enough, but Kissel goes fighting in short. Cribbler's waiting for him. You need Fenneman, and Fenneman's been deleted by Owner, but Carson good for dealing with it all. And Carson will calmly tap down Magent long range from that long rotation. So in the end, even though it was a little bit squeaky, they did manage to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, Koss is the activation there that kind of brings the round back into INOX Division's favor. Because once Owner gets this kill here, I'm thinking, cool, that's the frag that Basement Boys needed to win the round. And then Koss activates from long, combines with, was a good F there to finish off the job. That means that they have now guaranteed themselves a lead at a minimum going into the second half as Krivda continues to struggle massively. Magent as well. Saw Krivda just have an outstanding map one. 32 kills in what 28 rounds that were played. On Nuke, he gets 14 and then just 3 here at the start of the decider. So a lot left to be desired for Krivda since that performance on Nuke.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit out of left field, right? So we haven't really seen a 32 kill game from Krivda for a while. He's going to get himself an opening here, though, but it is only the one, and Fenneman is going to help out Good F from the back of the site. Really nice hold from Good F. I said they'll want at least 8 from this half, will Fenneman, and INOX Division, well, they've gotten 8. That puts them well on their way to finding this BO3 and finding that grand final spot against EAC coming up directly after this one. We'll see if they can close in a few minutes.
Trafford highlighted the prowess of INOX Division on the CT side of this map, and they had a very good return. 8 coming through from the 12 there for the favorites. It's been a very long journey so far through this particular series, fraught with technical problems, but we've made it through to the second half of this decider. Winner gets themselves a spot in the grand final of ECL Season 52 Cup 3 here in Europe. They'll be playing against EAC a little bit later on this evening.
Yes, sir. I imagine we'll have maybe a 25-30 minute break between series as well. So that'll just delay that final ever further. But if INOX Division win quickly, it won't be delayed as much. And that'll be their goal here for sure. On the T side, Fenneman once again having a great map. Looking forward to seeing his numbers by the end of the series. Looking at map 1 and map 2 combined, he's going 50 to 27 with a 1.44 rating. So that's 64 and what? 33. So let's see if we can add more to that in the second half. Imagine we'll get 1, and in comes Fenneman for more on towards short. Koss will delete Trouble, but Magent does put him down. So 3v3 recovered, but bomb site is taken.
Yeah, it's just a brute force approach coming through from INOX Division, grouped up, charging their way through. Bomb plant also secured for the pit player. I mean, FinW's got a Glock, so it's not like he's been able to pick up one of the USPs of a P250. He's got a really important Jewel here against Magent as well. Fenneman will dink up the Julies, trying to keep Krivda at bay 4. Now, those Julies so dangerous, though. Ridiculous out of Krivda. The problem is that Magent's gone down, so it's a really strong position now for FinW all the way in on long. And look at the way that Kissel has played this as well. He actually will still get found out. Someone's going to have to stick this 10-second defuse, though. He's going to be onto the USP to try and provide the cover. Hasn't been able to. Take your time now, son. Yeah, he's going to move up the ramp. He can't connect in time. He's going to get a reload off. He might get one more shot if he's lucky, and he does. Oh, boy. Heart in the mouth kind of stuff, but FinW will lock it down.
Oh, that's one of those really awkward ones where you kind of just know as the diffuser, look, it would have to be a monumental fumble from my opponent not to kill me. There's no way he's totally out of bullets. If he was, that would have been hilarious, and he would have just had to watch the defuse come through in front of him. But thankfully that USP had more than enough in the magazines. As you can see on the replay for Finn. I'm sure it was heart in the mouth like you say, but he gets it over the line. This is something that I've seen quite a lot from Basement Boys on these sort of second rounds. They do love going for aggressive tunnels control early and deep smoke, as you can see next to spawn. So they've gone for that, but haven't been able to get any reward from trying to take that aggressive control until then. Enderman's little bonce is sticking out, and trouble will connect.
And I almost feel like it's a necessity for Basement Boys to win this 4-spy, which I know is a really tall order, but if they lose this 10-4, no money, honestly, I don't see them winning the game from 11-4. Good F decides to push forward after having taken so much damage, and he comes very close to actually getting the best of Fake Reality, but it doesn't happen. Fake Reality survives on 4 health, and Basement Boys have got themselves a very good chance now of winning this 4-spy in the 5v3.
Owner, MP9, very difficult to control on headshot angles, but the Trouble Scout will make it look easy. In comes Kissel, though. And he does have Fake Reality on 4 HP to try and frag. The Molotov won't reach him, but now he knows where both these two players are. And yes, you're right. That's kind of insane, actually. But of course, without the bomb on 4 HP, he's going to have to drop through into Krivda's position. And with 15 seconds, to be fair, they're respecting him enough to pick it up and plant it. But hello. Here comes an incendiary. Oh, damage is significant. I'm getting a little bit concerned here, but Fake Reality will make sure it's confirmed. And that force is won in the end.
Alright, well, they will breathe a massive sigh of relief because, like I said, that 4-spy was of utmost importance, and it was looking like it was basically a dead cert that they'll be able to win the round. It gets a little bit shaky there towards the end, but they make it work anyway. So that means we have a 9-5 scoreline here on the decider. Everything up for grabs. Loser still plays again later on today. Playing against Lavked in that 3rd, 4th playoff matchup. I'm pretty sure it's happening today. Surely, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that is taking place. We've got our start time on HLTV listed for 45 minutes from now. For both final and 3rd, 4th playoffs.
Maybe Koss getting the kill on Trouble. And it will be a start to the round with, again, this force.
Let's see, if INOX Division can win this 4-spy here, that might be the killing blow. It's one of those things where Basement Boys are right on the edge. On the precipice here. Koss and Kissel just trying to maybe draw the attention towards the A bomb side. If Kissel just needs to show some ankle here, mate. Trust me, a little bit of ankle being shown goes a long way. Because if he combines showing his presence long with Koss showing his hand short, it just immediately looks like a big A split coming through from the T side. But because it's only one piece of util being thrown from short, there's no desire or need for Basement Boys to consider rotating away from the stack into the bomb side. So yeah, I think INOX Division just didn't commit enough there to try and draw the focus away from B. The 3 in position will get the job done, and Basement Boys deal with the force bar accordingly.
Now they can force their way back into the game. No Trouble died in an annoying fashion, like we said in that lower tunnels area. Well, Eco, as you say, will get Basement Boys back up to 9-7. Now, this is full Eco. I'm just going to quickly talk up my own prediction work, right? We're talking about it earlier, off mic, that I made a few predictions on some podcasts lately, and I said that the most favourable position of the bracket for EWC, for me, for an upset, would be Magic having to play against either one of Furia or 9Z to make the playoffs. And they beat 9Z in the lower semi-final, Magic. 10Z and AW, Matt. I mean, I'm going to say it, but I'm sure you're already looking at match pages right now. They went 74-50 and 72-47 in a 3-map series.
That's crazy.
And the closest teammate, kill-wise, is 44 kills. So they've gotten, what? 70 plus 70 is 140, 4 plus 6 is 6. 146 kills between them to eliminate 9Z.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely insane. I mean, we've always known that duo's had it in them. So, very cool to see them just continuing to deliver against some of the biggest names in the world. I mean, they're just keeping up with their trajectory and their progression as we keep up with this game here. INOX Division getting brought back down a peg here, considering that they were in complete control, up 9-4 at one point. Basement Boys have won 3 in a row since then. And should INOX Division fail this round here, then the game is just completely open-ended once again.
Control for INOX Division up short. Boss is here now, and with the Incendiary in position, he kind of knows there's probably not a CT close on the angle. He pushes a bit closer to it. Imagine in pit is going to have some help coming in. Fake Reality in a minute, and Fake Reality does get his one. But Finn will cleanly entry Imagine, and now this battle is very awkward, and Fake Reality is trying to create gaps in the smoke. But the issue is, mate, you've got an A1S, and you don't have many bullets left. He gets cleared very easily in the end. In the meantime, they've cleared B with Fenneman and with the bomb carrier Kissel, but Finn does go down. Thing is, Koss is in a great position. Shouldn't overpeak now, though, and as you can see, he ducks away. He knows that he needs just to stay alive and be a nuisance right now and make Basement Boys think about him, because they don't know about Fenneman going all the way through window and playing from the little ledge here outside the B-bomb site. As you can see, there's just no clue about this whatsoever. Easy kill for Fenneman. And that's just the main factor that gets him this round. You'd imagine. What a pre-fire from Krivda! And he's found Fenneman too. Now Koss has to run in to try and help, but Owner is still waiting in middle. They've got defuse kits, and that is all Krivda.
I can't believe how quickly that has actually snowballed out of control there for INOX Division. It felt like they probably had half a mind on the next round already, but then Krivda, like you say, just comes through and tears a rift in reality with that initial kill to have opened up the B bomb site. And even, I mean, that was like the defibrillators coming through. Basement Boys were on life support here in this round, and he's the one who actually jolts them back into reality. Great work out of Krivda. I was just talking about how he was having a really quiet map compared to what we'd seen out of him throughout the series so far, but boy, is that the moment that we needed from him.
Yeah, that is massive. It's the pre-fire on that tight angle from tunnels into back of the bomb site. Getting that double headshot instantly. You could argue that maybe INOX Division just didn't need to face whatsoever and can just play hidden for as long as possible. But yeah, it's usually a favourable T angle, so it's just surprised that Good is able to connect like that. And once he does get that first kill, that throws things out of whack, because Fenneman is having to face in the middle of no man's land on top of window. Great recovery.
Absolutely, mate. And that could be a huge moment in the grand scheme of things. INOX Division going to persist with their investments here because of the bomb plant and the round loss bonus, but they will know it should have been 10-7. Instead, it reads 9-8. That pressure continues to build in on INOX Division at this point. Trying to get back into speed bombs like Good. If actually just bypasses the side player. Could have just never expected that. You now got Owner, who should be trapped in the back of the bomb site, but the prey becomes the predator. And now Esport just trying to stay alive for a little bit longer. He's kind of done his job. Fake Reality will find Kissel in on middle, and we've got a 2v2 as a result.
This is one that INOX Division need to close after what has gone down before. Incendiary in toward Car, but Costa's got that little line next to the window, which we've seen played so much lately, which kind of guarantees you a headshot in many situations. And there it is. It'll bait them into Fenneman, bait Fake Reality into Fenneman. Fenneman will close, even though Cost did get taken down. Upgrade available to the AK, and INOX Division now have a 2-round gap.
They needed that one desperately because Basement Boys have built up the momentum 4 consecutive rounds behind them, including the unlikely one in the previous. So feels like they were really warming up and probably feeling like they're on the brink of actually running away with things, especially with the momentum they have behind them. So just make sure INOX Division keep them within arm's reach. Well played in the 2v2 post there. Round 19. Plenty money here for the purchase in this round for Basement Boys, and even some spare change in the bank accounts of a couple of these players as well. So it's going to be difficult for INOX Division to break Basement Boys financially from here.
And then we'll creep up middle. Reality with the re-smoke removes his vision from the possibility of them making their way up, but not really a big problem with that because they've got trouble on that line on short. But of course, it's a very common AWP angle, very easily go down there, and you only get your one. Just about strafe away though. Does reface immediately, however, even though he had Magent near him, which does put the pressure on Magent. He's never going to worry about long as well. Fake Reality's in position, but Fenneman will not miss you. Not ever. Magent does find that long lurk on Good F, and you can kind of tell the way he moves moving around. There's a lot of communication going on about what's going on in this round. But bomb is planted. Angle from Finn is maybe a little bit aggressive, but now it baits in Fenneman once again with more of his hard work, and there's both. It's so easy for Fenneman, but he might not win the round yet. Magent has got a great chance in this 1v1 with Fenneman on 16 HP after his triple kill. In comes a jump up on the new box. He gets it done, and he's picked up that kit in the process of doing so, by the way. And that's why he took that path. Defuse is easy, and guess what? We're back to a one-round gap again.
Bro, he's so lucky that Fenneman was low, because Fenneman has the jump on Magent there, but Magent's just able to actually turn. It's almost like he remembered that he hadn't checked it. So he just like swipes his mouse in that direction to check Gandalf. And he actually is able to come away with a bit of a sporadic spray there to get the kill while he's jumping up, but it was effective. And now INOX Division are going to have to settle for a save. They've finally been exhausted financially. And Basement Boys have got a prime chance now of tying up the scoreline here. Been a very good display from the get-go out of them here on their CT side. At least as far as having weapons in play is concerned, and not just pistols or force buys.
10-all is there for the taking. Esport boys are battling. Not necessarily on the side of the map that they favour on D2. Oh, this is dangerous for Trouble, though. The one round he's moving forward into tunnels. There are so many players on the other side that could catch him off guard, but it does bait the rifle in. It does work in that sense. Krivda gets his 1-for-1, but now Trouble needs a bit of support. Thankfully, he's going to get it. So they've settled down off the back of that. Dangerous moves against those sort of pistols in this sort of round. But M4 has been retrieved by Finn. This 3v4 is not an absolute done deal yet.
I mean, true technically, but surely it is, right? I mean, I guess they've got util. They've been able to scrounge up a rifle as well. I like that Basement Boys aren't giving anything away here. Player spotted on the cross as well. Good information gained for Trouble. So he's controlling middle. And then they've actually got 2 players out towards long. So Basement Boys have very successfully been able to kind of read what's going on here. They've set themselves up accordingly. Magic will frag actually both for W and Cost. So it doesn't even need the second part of that setup to activate.
Nothing doing here for Kissel. He'll be removed. And it's Trouble actually with the USP spam that gets that one done. And would you expect anything else of a game that's gone this long due to so many delays? It feels like it's destined for a third map overtime in some way. It really does.
Naturally, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out how to get the back of my chair to sit up again, man. Like, it's been so far back this whole game, and I haven't realized. I'm like, wait, why is my back so sore?
Oh, no.
And that's like, there's so many different handles and levers, and oh, God.
Invariably, it's the lever on the back right.
Yeah.
For me, anyway.
Yeah. I don't have one on the back right, personally. Got 2 on the front right, and none of them... Wait, maybe? No, that's not the one either.
I believe in you.
Anyway, 10-all. Here we go. This is the gun round. Open play for Fenneman. If this round doesn't work for INOX Division, as most haven't so far in the second half, especially as far as gun runs are concerned, they're in deep trouble. They were up 9-4 at one point. They've won 1 of the past 7 rounds since then.
Crazy, really. Trouble. Oh, that's a big miss. Up against Fenneman as well. You rarely get second chances, but that's kind of what you get from both these two AWPers, I feel like. They are very aggressive and will just reface if they know they have the drop on you. Trouble gets away with it. Fake Reality finds Koss, and maybe Basement Boys finding a way to grind their way into a grand final here. Going to take the lead 11-10, you'd imagine, unless no significant errors are made.
Exactly how it appears, mate. Hell of a CT side coming through from them right now. You had highlighted that historically INOX Division have struggled on the T side of this map, and well, unfortunately for them, those struggles have come to fruition. And that means 10-all becomes 11-10 for Basement Boys. They've got a lead. For what I'm pretty sure is the first time on the map, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
They won. No, they were up 3-1. I even said that myself, but still. First meaningful lead here on the decider for Basement Boys. Just 2 rounds away. Now it's awkward for INOX Division. If they force up around these 3 guns, they're gonna. Maxshawn lost bonus, so they'll purchase up Galils and armor and util, but goodness me. That 12-10 scoreline that got away from them on Ancient could certainly be coming back to haunt them very soon. Oh yeah, I figured it out, okay. Oh, finally, that feels so much better. So I had to pull one of the levers out, Trav. I should like pull it out.
What
just
the
like
hell?
up or down or... Yeah, okay. It's like a double lever. It like works to move my seat forward and back, and then the backrest back and forward as well. That had me, I'm not joking, I was feeling around my chair like the bottom for the past 4 or 5 rounds, like looking for what would actually help just bring my seat back to normal.
Oh, bless. Alright, well, I think INOX Division will want to bring things back to their normal right now.
Yeah, they're definitely not sitting so comfortably as things stand.
Yeah, they would have felt like they're in control, and honestly, they were the favourites for us to make it through to the grand final. They're gonna have
By a
multiple
landslide.
They're gonna have multiple more opportunities. Don't get me wrong. We've got 11 more cups after this one to get their place in the regional final. But Basement Boys are in the stronger position right now. The buy for INOX Division, as we said, is rough around the edges. Crypto will force him into the open and realizes he has to jump away. He's very lucky to get away with his life there. The AWP holding the line.
Yeah, no opening deaths here as we breach the minute mark. Basement Boys again leaning heavily into this B bomb site. We've seen them do this once before, but this time INOX Division aren't going to be heading in that direction to finish the round. Instead, they've done this quite a lot where they've tried to send one player in the opposite direction as to where they're going to finish. But actually, this time, Videf will path his way through the CT smoke. Trouble's forced back. Can't connect on anything. So, INOX Division are going to swarm in on this A bomb site. Good discipline from Goodef not to actually cross past that choke point as well, which would have exposed him to the AWP. So it's going to be a full 10-man server as the bomb goes down.
Still that Tech-9 stuck on default plant spot. And they was able to find one already, though, with the AK and Fenneman. And Imagine first makes a big difference. It all just falls into place, and it falls apart for Basement Boys at the blink of an eye. Not the first time we've seen that for both these two teams, just switching back around in an instant. And would you believe it, 11 all. Without any real recovery from Basement Boys there on that retake attempt. Just not enough utility usage there, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And also just the big gamble based off of nothing, right? It was just like a vibes-based analysis on their gamble there to stack up on the B-bomb site. And like you say, just not having the util necessary for the retake either certainly proved to be costly. So that means we're going to be going the full 24 and then somehow, I would imagine.
Smoke being weighted. And once again, Trouble has had a bit of a rough series. Oh, that's unlucky for Magin. Back to that later, because that is unfortunate. He dinks Kissel on the runaway, and then tries to swing the close player, but Finn with that recovered AWP managed to grab him. Oh my word, it's happened again, pretty much. Crivder's 1 HP. Happened twice in one round. Kissel will get taken down with a double headshot from range. Dink for dink, and Koss will find owner. It's going back and forth here. They're all over the map, and look where that bomb is as well. I mean, you still think the CT side can't lose this, with how far that bomb is away. Even though Koss has managed to push through the smoke and find Trouble, I'm still convinced that Crivder and Fake Reality should be able to keep hold of this C4.
Surely. Oh boy, it's so difficult. This isn't even about trying to get the bomb anymore. It's just about trying to get the kills, but Koss was so low on health, as is Crivder. A single hit point is all he's got, but it might be all he needs. Goodef is trying to find a way to break through, but he's expecting to be at both left and right hand side crossfire, and that's when Crivder pushes forward. And Basement Boys are going to be the first team to get themselves up to map and series point, but they only have one.
Magent. Again, it was so close there for him. In the end, it doesn't really come back to bite them, thankfully. The counter utility was more than enough. Just the one little cheeky tick was all it was needed to deal with the 1 HP. And now the full buy for INOX Division to stay alive in this entire semi-final. Oh, look at the
Focus to hold
setup
down the
though.
line, combining with Ona, and they will find 3 kills between the two of them, but there's still a chance to potentially trouble connect. And that surely will spell the demise of INOX Division. It's all on Fenneman. If there's anybody you'd want in this position, it'd be him.
It would be, but there's only won one of these clutches where he's been last alive in this entire series so far. He smoked off. Feels impossible to make something happen with the bomb loss as well. It's not like he can reroute and get an after plant somewhere. Basement boys are going to pull this one off. Would you believe it? What a great recovery from them. EAC will be watching with bated breath, knowing that it's probably Basement Boys they're going to have to face, and probably thinking to themselves, rather face Basement Boys than INOX Division.
True, technically been done a favor.
Yeah, exactly.
A 9-4 lead. A 9-4 lead for INOX Division at one point. You know exactly where Fenneman is. The bomb in there full control. 20 seconds left on the clock. Fenneman desperate. Spraying the smoke, hoping for a lifeline, hoping for a rabbit to be pulled out the hat, but instead, it's Basement Boys who pull out victorious. 13-11 on that decider with a marvelous comeback. It seemed like they were down and out. It was that force buy trap. They won that force buy at 9-4. That was the lifeline, and they took full advantage.
Yeah, incredible results, incredible recovery, and stunningly long series as well, with various tech pauses for various different reasons. Actually kind of crazy. Basement Boys deserve it though. INOX Division had opportunities. They were close throughout the entire series. We just knew for sure that this one was going 3. Just how map 1 went and how good INOX Division are on Nuke recently. It felt obvious. But the fact that Basement Boys have got that one over the line is a lovely one to have for them. That's kind of a big deal for their VRS as well. It's a relatively close ranking for them between these two. It's 67 versus 80, but that will help them out quite a bit. And if they win the final and get through to that regional final, that will make an even bigger difference, of course, as well. That game versus EAC for Basement Boys is definitely going to be fascinating. We've got that confirmed coming in now. Our third place decider will be INOX Division versus Lavked, who did lose to EAC earlier, like we were saying. And now the Esport Academy Copenhagen, to give them their full name, is about to go up against Basement Boys in that grand final. We'll be covering that one. And in probably about, I would guess, half an hour. I'd imagine we'll give these players half an hour to take a bit of a break to warm up for it. So yeah, we'll have to, just all you need to know is to stay watching the stream, because we're going to be back very soon for that grand final, and I'm going to go and have some food to prepare for it. See you in a bit.
Easier here at the start of the second half. Put themselves 4 rounds away from winning the map. Big reality with 5-7 charging forward has somehow been able to come away with the second kill. That's a ridiculous frag there from Zao that I tweeted about the other day. I like casting play-by-play.
It's EJ to Michael in the 1v2, and it's Ona doing all the work in middle. Being low earlier didn't help. They're going to need Crypta and Trouble, and in the end Trouble will go down. It's all up to Crypta, but they're not about to use that quickly. They need to use it right now. And as you can see, Crypta just has full rain to tap away. 3 headshots for Crypta, a quad kill to close it.
Dive his way onto the bomb, looks to try and stick the defuse. Now Crypta, he hasn't even got the kit. He's trying to stick the full 10 seconds. Trouble's got the knife out. It's a slashing battle in the smoke right now between the two of them. So much damage done, but they can't find one another. The defuse comes through in time, and somehow Basement Boys have done it without the kit. Just almost instant that situation there. However, Crypta's been able to make his way through lobby, but not clean enough on the initial duel. Venom will come away with that kill, and INOX Division will win their force by back after having lost the Kissel. W all the way in on long, and look at the way the Kissel has played this as well. He actually will still get found out. Someone's going to have to stick this 10-second defuse though. He's going to be onto the USB to try and provide the cover. Hasn't been able to. Take your time now, son. Yeah, he's going to move up the ramp. He can't connect in time. He's going to get a reload off. He might get one more shot if he's lucky, and he does. Or need for Basement Boys to consider rotating away from the stacking box. So Yeah, I think INOX Division just didn't commit enough there to try and draw the focus away from B. The 3 in position will get the job done. The Basement Boys deal with the 4 spot.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome back, and here we go with the grand final for Cup 3 of ESL Challenger League Season 52 in Europe. We've just seen a crazy semi-final that went very, very long due to very many delays between Basement Boys and INOX Division. I'm sure EAC were keeping a very close eye on that one to see how both these two teams played. And also, Matt, I think they're going to be very happy that they're playing against Basement Boys and not INOX Division.
Yeah, and also very, very happy that that game went on as long as it did, because that was a marathon, and it's only their first of two series. Now they get into their most important game. This is the game to actually qualify for the European finals. And I know that there's a hell of a lot of cups this season, but that doesn't guarantee that you're going to get into another final and have another chance. This could honestly, very realistically be the only final for both of these teams, so it's a huge opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing EAC play, because it's one of those teams where, you know, we've covered before, at least the core, right, when they played under the AAB name. But of course, when they're now on EAC and playing with Fessa, they're one of those teams that kind of floats around in the rankings that are around that sort of 80th to 70th mark in the VRS, which are good, and they get some good results, notably beating Hotu on LAN only a couple of weeks ago. But you just don't have a chance to cover much of them because they don't really play as much of the online circuit other than like tournaments like this, which is like a qualifier for Pro League, as an example, right? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them today. I've been keeping up to date with their careers for a while, especially the likes of Nixon, who I've seen go through, you know, Sashi and Ecstatic and Copenhagen Wolves. And in particular, Fessa, who we'll be highlighting later, so we'll get back to in a bit. As you can see, there's the bracket and how we've got here. LavKid have to play off against INOX Division in that third place decider, which unfortunately doesn't really mean much for either of them other than a few extra dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine INOX Division, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually show up in that game to the best of their ability, right? But like you say, $1,000 on the line in that particular game, and $2,000 the difference between first and second place, and then obviously most notably it's actually that spot in the European finals. But I mean, $4,000 for this cup is a very hefty prize pool here, so big opportunity here for both these teams, you would imagine. EAC definitely going to be feeling the more sprightly of the two teams. They just coasted to victory in their game against LavKid earlier. So we now get to delve a bit deeper here into this particular matchup with these two teams. We're going to bring up some rosters. Of course, we just had Basement Boys on the stream with their upset win over INOX Division. Had a bit of a break to reset now, and we can go over some names again.
Yeah, I look, I totally agree with you, and I said it myself as well, that Basement Boys provided a bit of an upset to beat INOX Division, but it's not like a massive one, right? It's one of those...
You don't think so?
I think it's a vague upset, because if you look at the VRS rankings, for me, they're closer than people maybe would realise between these two. It's just the form that we know that INOX Division have with their rifling core and Fenneman that maybe we thought thought it was a bigger upset than it was. I'm willing to say it's a above minor upset, but not major upset.
I would have had that game at like a 70-30 split.
Okay, well that's totally fair. We'll have a ever so slight disagreement on that one then.
Yeah.
I agree, totally agree it's an upset, but maybe not as much as that. Either way, of course, we've seen their results, we've seen their lineup, we've seen how good they can be in some of these matchups. We've seen Owner as the captain for this team, do some good work in the clutch. Got that 1v2 with the AWP to end off one of those maps on Ancient. And yeah, I think, you know, Trouble on the AWP as well had a bit of a up and down series, but if we see more of the Krivda from Ancient, then we're going to see a tough Basement Boys. For EAC, on our screens coming in now, to face. And of course, as I said, this is a cool team because of the future that I think a lot of these young Danish players probably have, being a part of this organisation as well, EAC, Esport Academy Copenhagen. If there's one thing you can guarantee in Denmark, Matt, is that with Counter-Strike being taught in schools, and colleges and universities, you're going to get many academies like this, which will continue to give us more talent in the future.
And I love it. I love it. I think it's fantastic for the region that you just have these projects, right? That are legitimate projects, that are backing these players, that are giving them these opportunities as well, and making sure that there's longevity to a nation that's always been one of the primary outstanding countries in terms of churning out Counter-Strike talents at the highest level of the game. But it's always been a fundamental aspect that trickled down in Denmark in terms of how it's the game is just like completely supported by the government and by the country, right? It's a big deal there. As we get to now actually highlight a player. Now, Trav, I decided to pick a particular individual coming into this one here. I thought that Fessa would be a good player for us to highlight going into this particular series. We spoke about him briefly in the previous, and just in terms of his career trajectory, and how it kind of like dropped off. He's been like slowly declining for a while, and then just disappeared. But he's back with a bang, isn't he?
He is, and that what makes me quite happy, actually. I mean, there's so much to talk about Fessa's career. I mean, you could kind of give a little mini story. Nearly every single team he's been a part of dating back to 2020, right? There was that Hyenas team in 2021, which was Gade and AZ and Borup and KAB. And he went to South with MSL and the boys. In fact, I found a crazy match page earlier, which I even tweeted. I said when I look for prep, you find crazy match pages sometimes. Then playing at Spirit Academy with Patsy and Siren and Donk and Zontix. Playing with the likes of Tensky, AZ, MSL, and Yugi on that team. He's played for Astralis Talent. He did very well on that team. On Monty, had a little stint. Went to Endpoint for a while. Then Preezy, Sashi back in the Danish scene. Copenhagen Wolves in a circle. Finally landing back on EAC here. And one of the main things that's been kind of I don't think an unfair point of his career, Matt, in all these names he's played for. I think it's always been a little bit of attitude and a little bit of motivation for him. I think he's never had that little extra factor that has made him an attractive prospect to be upgraded into a top team. Because there was a moment where he was talked about to be, maybe a new Astralis player and stuff like that, right? Because he was part of the academy setup at one point. So that's the one thing that's been missing. I'm hoping with a bit more of maturity in him these days, that can be a factor that we don't have to worry about anymore.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I feel like this is kind of heading in the direction of Last Chance Saloon. I know he's only 25, but it's more just about how long he's been around and how people kind of associate him as a player. As we get a look at a head-to-head. Now, the head-to-head decision was just based on comparing AWPers. Obviously, we got to see Trouble in the previous series, and honestly, I think he had a mid-series against... in that previous series against INOX division. I mean, to be fair, he was playing against the Phenomen, like the beast, right? But he did go 41 for 54. He was the lowest fragging player on the whole server and at a 0.8 rating game. So he's going to have to be better here.
Absolutely. And look, don't get me wrong, I haven't seen that much of Becker on the AWP on this team.
Either. Yeah,
I think I've covered him when he was on AAB, maybe one game on Preezy back in last year at some point. But yeah, I think Trouble and Becker for me are pretty even in terms of how I consider how they play on the AWP. Obviously, it's hard to say because I've seen Trouble more recently. But yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting head-to-head on the AWPs because Trouble knows that he needs to improve from what we saw earlier. I think he knows as well that once again they are the underdogs, and I don't think they mind that. I think they've been perennial underdogs in all these local LAN events that Basement Boys have played all this time. And I think that makes a big difference but to their mentality in a lot of these games. I mentioned how, of course, if you weren't here earlier for their game versus INOX Division, they played that EWC LCQ, took a map off a BC game. That's playing the big boys there, playing major winners of Simple and Magisk and Electronic on that roster, obviously, and Senzu and Xenio, some really talented players. Taking a map off them is not bad at all. But in the end did lose to one win, managing to bring the second map of that game through to overtime, which was impressive, but couldn't close it in the end. And one of the main things that EAC have here, as you can see, that we've seen Basement Boys play on a lot, is that EAC don't really play D2, as you can see on these numbers, right? That is something that Basement Boys have always kind of played, and that could give EAC a slight advantage in the veto. But there is an opening, and you can see that opening on the far right. They play Inferno, and they don't win it.
Yeah, that is a glaring problem, right? Just on paper. And let's see if that's something that could come back to actually prove to be a little bit of a problem here in this particular Vitas. Let's just roll on here, roll on in with the maps and see exactly what's going to happen. What are we going to get, Trav? I mean, no surprises. I say no surprises there. Maybe a little bit of a surprise at their first ban cash. No surprise on the dust ban. Is this the Inferno pick that's going to come through for Basement Boys? I doubt they're going to go for it, you know, Trav. I don't think that they're confident enough in their own Inferno.
Okay, we're about to find out. And there you go. They're going to go for the Nuke. And, of course, that's a map we've seen them play, literally, just earlier on today. But they haven't won any of their last 3, if you include that one earlier on today. They lost to Bax and Phantom Academy recently, not getting more than 5 rounds in either one of those 2. But before that, they were playing it a lot better. And, of course, this is the very map they beat BC Game on that I was just describing before at the EWC LCQ. So they've got that going for them. But still, you know, historically, we all know that Danish teams have always been solid on Nuke. EAC in particular don't have the best Nuke in the world, but they do play it. Yeah, maybe that's the case for Basement Boys, they just don't want to go into Inferno. So it's a secondary choice of what weakness their opponent has by picking Nuke, which is totally understandable for me. EAC go into what is a strength of theirs on Mirage, but it's a very similar record for both these two teams on Mirage. So it kind of doesn't surprise me that we're going to be going there. It's like a middle ground map as such. And no Inferno will come through, no Anubis will come through. You're going to get another Ancient if needed in this one. So I would say it doesn't surprise me. You know, we've got 2 middle ground maps for map 2 and 3 in particular, and maybe one that's slightly favoured for Basement Boys on Nuke. If I would still pick EAC to win, but the veto numbers-wise is close.
Yeah, I'm inclined to lean into EAC as well, which probably would have been my prediction, even just in normal circumstances. But when you consider what's transpired before the series in terms of how long that previous game was for Basement Boys, I mean, that pushes it over the edge even more for me. The fact that EAC haven't been exploited with the Inferno pick as well, that's another one that I think is going to kind of like bode well for them. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm going to go EAC as well. I know, how boring, but it is what it is.
Look, it's a very hard game to predict, to be fair. Like, as we saw earlier, we called for INOX Division. This time we just don't trust in Basement Boys again. They'll be thinking, boys, what do we have to do to earn your trust on the caster desk? Come on. We proved ourselves. But, excuse me, just knowing what EAC have done lately and knowing that, you know, Fess's numbers have been so good, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to do. And if we just look at Fess's recent games, like, it's either teams he's been playing against, right? Saw at the EWC LCQ, I mentioned that Basement Boys were there, EAC were there too, by the way. Yeah, he's played Misa, Lavked, he beat Hotu on LAN over at Stake Pulse. That's a huge win for them over there. That was a huge like boost to their VRS to be able to beat Hotu in a LAN environment, and Fessa farmed in that map 3 there on Cash, going 37 and 24. It just shows you kind of what level he's got. They played Magic as well. We know how good Magic are, and that Blast Rising qualifier for Blast Porto, and that one was a 3-mapper. So, you know, they're able to win Cash there too, 16-14, and maybe that is why, Matt, that, you know, we've seen Basement Boys ban Cash, because they know that they've had 2 crazy wins against really solid teams on that map, even if they play it themselves. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later, as we have a little bit of a delay before the game gets underway, obviously. But we'll come back straight into game very soon. It's grand final time, baby. Basement Boys are on Nuke once again, this time against Esport Academy Copenhagen, otherwise known as EAC. We haven't seen these guys in a hot minute, so I'm looking forward to this one. They're already rushing in toward the A-bomb site here. Our Basement Boys, and Trouble has double entry straight off the rip. They need Nixon with his dual leads, and it's only 2. It's a big trade for Magent, and Krivda will make sure he gets 2 of his own. We've had 3 separate double kills in that pistol, but 2 of them have gone the way of Basement Boys.
I mean, they just ripped the defense apart upon entry initially, right? So there was really no way back into the round from there for EAC once those initial kills are gone the way of Basement Boys. I mean, Nixon tries to put a bit of resistance, but ultimately, once he goes down, the rest of the pieces fall neatly into place for Basement Boys. And it's on brand, once again, the same team that we had in the previous series where there were so many technical problems. We were delayed here, another tech pause at the start of this round. Can we just keep our drinks away from our keyboards, boys? Can we set our cameras up? Can we charge our phones? I'm not asking a lot here. Just the bare minimum, boys. How many rounds can we go without a tech pause, Basement Boys? Let's push for 10.
10?
Feel the burn. Get those reps in.
Magent will open against Becca, and that's one of the things I was talking about earlier about just how Basement Boys play against half-buys and eco straight up. They are very bold. Those sort of moves that we see from Owner, peeking past his own smoke outside. He gets one shot, and again, like, this could just go awry if Krivda pushes through the smoke randomly. They do have B, to be fair, in a fashion. We're about to jump down to the side. Amber will go down, so no problem for Magent. And they will manage to close this one a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking back, or I'm thinking back to the fact that Basement Boys have just played this map, right? They played it against INOX Division, where it was picked by INOX Division. And they were down 8-4 in the half after they started on the CT side. And they never really showed us a whole lot on the T side either. I mean, they won the first 3 rounds, which was pistol, anti-force, anti-eco, and then lost the last rounds from there. So I've got really not much to go off of from Basement Boys. The thing is, I'm not going to judge them too harshly for getting dominated just because of how good INOX Division are on Nuke. So it's almost like a bit of a pass in that regard.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, that one you can give them a pass for sure. It's been a while since I've covered the sort of core of Essen, Amber, and Becca, but I covered Nixon quite a lot when he played on Copenhagen Wolves, and then before that when he was playing for Ecstatic for a bit as well. We've already gone through kind of Fessa's history in the pre-game, but I think Nixon deserves a shout as well. Probably the second most storied player on this team. He's been around the block, here's Nixon. Still only 22 himself.
He packs a punch, that's for sure. I think he first came onto my radar with Sashi.
Probably would have been.
Did he play for any notable teams before then? Let me pull up his history here. This is the round to do it. You see, Nixon, teams. Yeah, Sashi makes sense. Yeah, I doubt I would have seen him on Hotspur's Dream or X-Talent before then.
Exactly.
You know, obviously his time on Ecstatic was successful, I think, like, relatively speaking. I'd say he hasn't really been able to break out, though, right? Like, I'd say his step up to Sashi in 2023, I'd say he's probably improved to a degree as an individual, but I don't think he's been able to, like, step things up to another tier yet, has he?
That's unfortunately the case for many a player at this level, though, right? Like, not everyone can make it. That's the reality of professional sport, right? Like,
it's not even a criticism, right? It's more just an acknowledgement.
Exactly. It's like a you know, there'll be journeyman professionals in Counter-Strike, like there will be you know, journeyman professionals in tennis, for example, who never really break into the top 100. Being a top 100 player in tennis is like an incredible achievement, really. The quality you need to be in a mainstream sport like that is very, very high. That's why when we cover teams at this level, we say breaking into the top 50 is also no mean feat for any team. That is a really good level to reach. It shows you can make progress, even if it's based off of maybe one tournament win to get you there. Okay, trying to get some more damage done, but he'll keep his 5-7 in the end, just about. By luck or by judgment.
Alright, well here we go. Into the meat and the potatoes of this grand final. Gun round upon us. AWP in play for Becker. Highlighted him in the head-to-head. EAC going to be looking to move the needle and get off the mark here on the opening map. Very early days, but they are on the CT side of Nuke, and so they're expected to win the half at a minimum. If they lose this round here, that's going to be a pretty difficult feat to achieve.
Looks like Owner might want to try and make a push through this smoke into Mini, but then it gets blown up right next to him. I was thought for a second maybe he wouldn't be seen trying to make that move after that smoke will reappear around him. In the end, it's Fessa who'll find that kill, his first of the series, of the grand final. Essen playing some of the difficult roles for EAC will do the classic maneuver on ramp of spotting a player, dropping down, and playing the 5v4. Now Becker needs to be called into action with the AWP around observation. Utility trying to be used by Basement Boys, but they're going into pretty easy crossfire for EAC. With it being a 5v2 with 35 seconds on the clock, the breakthrough for Kribda to come from this utility he's got left. He does find Essen. It's a good kill to grab, but Plant still feels vaguely unlikely. They could maybe force Becker into a mistake in this position, and now it's falling apart. He's having to fight with the 5-7. Kribda's got barely any bullets, but it baits Imagine. They're trying to go up the vent. They're trying to go back up the vent toward the A-bomb side. That doesn't work when Amber's already there.
Yeah, very nicely done from Amber, just being able to contain the situation, and it will work the trick for EAC. They're able to lock down the round. I mean, nothing really getting too concerning. I feel like they always had some sort of semblance of control. Maybe that kill on Becker there was the first point it felt like it was teetering, but knowing what we did about Amber being in the vent always felt like that power position. And ultimately, they just served themselves up on a silver platter.
Be a little bit more damage that they would have wanted to take, EAC, in that one, considering it was a 5v2 that they could settle into around that B-bomb site. But no problem. It's what winning the round is what matters early on in the map, especially in a grand final.
Alright, well here we go. Basement Boys going to buy up what they can afford, which includes a Tech 9 and a Mac 10. This is the opportunity trap for EAC to start to build themselves into this map here, get something going.
Need to break the smoke for Becker, but it's a little bit early. No ability to catch Owner crossing on any timing. Of course, with two Tech 9 or one Tech 9 and a Mac 10 in play, they need to try and make something fast happen, you'd imagine. Maybe catch Nixon in one of these areas. Good little line up there for the right-click jump nade to break that smoke a little bit more, but mainly they need to focus on Amber on that A-bomb side. And he's held on brilliantly. 3 kills there is unlikely, but now the AWP of Beck is in quite an awkward position, especially if you miss a shot like that, but he drops down with the USP anyway. Alright, bold from Becker. And they'll manage to get their second one on the board in a bit of unorthodox fashion.
I mean, it's Amber again, right? So found the multi-kill that basically wins the round for his team. Great job from him with the MP9. Gets way more from that position than he realistically should have. Maybe it was because Fessa in main also is taking quite a bit of that attention initially, and that set Amber up brilliantly. And then Becca nearly just fumbles the bag entirely because he had gotten ahead of that Molly in heaven. And I thought, okay, I mean, he doesn't tick to the Molly. Trouble doesn't know he's there. That guarantees Becca wins the round. And Becca does win the round, but not by means of catching his opponent off guard, that's for sure. Missed shot there from the AWP. Ultimately doesn't cost him. Pulls out the sidearm, drops down, and finishes off the job. Which means Basement Boys are linking them to an eco.
Shot. The Troubled Eagle will put Becca down. That's such a big threat removed in that position that they're very happy just to walk outside quickly. Thing is, they need to pick on rounds as well. Otherwise, it should be pretty easy for Fessa and Essen. In the end, Essen gets his kill a split second after he goes down from the grave posthumously. He'll get the rag with the molly. Unfortunately for Ona, he has to break the glass to get anywhere near an opponent. Very obvious for Fessa. Kill found with ease. That is 3 in a row for Basement Boys and 3 in a row for EAC.
And in pretty convincing fashion as well, I'll say. Especially with the way they were able to win against the, I'll call it a gun round in the previous, and the anti-eco majority of their players surviving here as well. There we go. Haven't actually had the open play for Trouble yet. Now I know it's T-side Nuke, so it's not really like an always paradise by any stretch, but I wonder if he will bring it to the server here in this first half. Becca's looking to try and take an advanced position ahead of the utility. Angle held. He's got a teammate kind of covering Silo, so he feels safe to remain in this position. And the tag on Ona, the HE to follow up, only does 3 damage to the player on 17 health. A second nade. Ona is so lucky to be alive, but Becca hasn't actually opted to fall back after showing his hand initially. Takes a different position, still towards an advanced spot outside, and eventually will come away with what, finishing off what he had started, really.
And ever since Basement Boys got their conversion with after the pistol, it's really all been EAC. It's been very solid so far. And look, we know that they don't love Nuke, EAC. They managed to get a win over Infinite at Draculan on the map, which was pretty solid. Pretty much one of these teams that we've been talking about, right, which has this sort of being the main Esport Academy for Copenhagen. It's got that org support, got that monetary support behind them to go to some of these local events. They played that ROG Journey Summer a couple of months ago. They played XP Game Fest over in Kosovo, I think that was. Obviously Draculan in Romania, EWC LCQ in Paris. They've been all over the world trying to ply their trade and get better. And in general, Nuke has been, you know, very up and down for them. Lost to Metasport 28-26 at that ROG Journey event. They sure got a win over Queen Konzo at the EWC LCQ, but that was, I think, one of those level 10 teams that signed up just because they're from France. So, not really an impressive victory.
Alright, well, they've been impressive through this tournament so far. They've had a decent 4-round streak here as well. Bit of a jump scare there for Nixon, no doubt.
And you.
A little bit, yeah. So, Magin's actually been able to find his way onto the bomb site and found a plancher in on B. Now, there's these late activations. In reality, he's got an AK making his way down the vent. The problem is that he's not going to be able to catch anybody off guard. In fact, he's been heard now. There's an even later activation that may be surplus to requirements. Go for the last player, the Tech 9, and I know exactly where he is, and he'll go down empty-handed. So EAC, they're kind of looking like better and better as this map goes on. I like how they're also just asserting themselves in these early rounds, Trav. They've clearly got defined game plans here and their openings on the CT side, and they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed. At the end there, like Essen, he didn't necessarily need charge in and try and deny that plant, but you can understand why and why he felt safe to do so, because he just he had awareness enough of knowing there was a gap there to go for that fight straight up. With how kind of disconnected Basement Boys were in that situation. Anyway, I've been very impressed by just how EAC go about things. And look, I've mentioned it quite often, Matt, historically, in games between you and me and other commentators as well. There are so many teams that are around where EAC are ranked. They're currently 74 in the VRS. From that sort of 55 to 105 ranking, and maybe even higher to like 150, there are so many teams which just play so sloppy, and I don't feel like they're making any progress. This is not one of those teams. You can tell you can see the vision, you can see what they're trying to do, you can tell how much effort they're putting into their play exactly. as a squad. That's what makes me happy. That's what makes me motivated to watch them as well.
Whoa.
And Fessa has a brilliant double headshot in toward Secret. He continues to fight as well with a bomb right in front of him. Nade to break that smoke in front for even a fourth possibly. But will be avoided for now. He's got a fresh magazine to even do a bit of more, and if Krivda crosses the angle like that into 3 players, you know what the answer's going to be. He's a dead man. Fessa tries to force himself into the quad kill, but imagine will get himself 2. Be careful, lads. Don't give him too many kills for free. I guess they're pretty dead set in knowing that Andor will get this frag either way, which he thinks he does until he doesn't. Then Essen closes it out. But yeah, that was again just a really nice round from EAC.
Yeah, I mean, Fessa does such a damn good job there, bro. And towards the top of stairs, gets those 2 kills initially, drops the smoke. I think Trouble just has a rush of blood to the head. Like, that might already be a sign of fatigue. What is he thinking? Because Fessa's dropped the smoke grenade, and Troubles decides to go straight through it and try and isolate the 1v1 while pushing through a smoke with an AWP. You had teammates who had flashes, by the way, Trav. So even if you're going to make that play, why aren't we coming for a pop flash through the smoke from Topik off of? Just an individualistic play, just trying to be the hero in the 3v5. And then ultimately just like worsening their position. Owners crossing without checking. There's no util in play. You can't really fault Trouble there with the spam through the squeaky door smoke. But EAC has got a really firm grip on this game. There's a bit of an overextension. We saw Fessa. I know it wasn't a 1v5. I know he's like kind of offered up his life a little bit in the previous. And Amber pushing through a hut here. Not necessary either. So EAC just need to make sure that they don't start getting ahead of themselves.
Yeah, you can tell that they're feeling it right now, but 6-3 isn't that big a lead, put simply. So
exactly, bro. You can get away from them here if they're not careful.
Becca continues to fight because he's got Essence help from Hell. This will be no problem. You don't know where Fake Reality is. 7 in a row is about to come through. On a random point, I do like Essen's like alias. Because it's not going to be like Sisson. At least I doubt it anyway. Because Essen sounds like Essence. And with the way he's like capitalized it, I think it works well. I like it.
It could be Sen.
It could be Sen, but that's boring.
No. Sen.
Oh, that's also boring.
You gotta extend the Sen. No, I agree. Listen, is his surname maybe like one of those Steffersons or something? You know, you get from like.
Let's have a look.
It's more a Swedish surname, I think.
Okay, okay, I definitely found the answer to that.
Oh, yeah, I see now. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was right, but not really.
You were right, but not really. His full name is Simon Solness, with the accented AE, Iverson. Simon Solness Iverson. So, very clearly, 2 names that are SS, and then a final name that ends in Sun. That's why it's Essen. Makes total sense. There you go.
Yeah, I like it. You know what? It works, doesn't it? And this round's working to a degree for Basement Boys, more so compared to what we've seen in the rounds gone by in the past 7. It's a tag on owner, but not a frag. The IG are trying to do the work here with the AWP. In the meantime, Fake Reality's been able to force his way into the safe bomb site. Probably is the bomb still back outside towards T-spawn. So Fake Reality is now playing ring around the rosy with Amber, but he can't keep searching because he's the one who's going to have to go back and try and recover the bomb. In the meantime, Owner, he's trying to figure out what he wants to do here as well. They think that he's slipped the net. They're thinking that Amber's like got on the roof, or he's pushed through into T-spawn. Look at how worried they are about Amber being on the bomb right now. They're chasing ghosts.
It is goofy. Bomb now can be picked up though. The thing is 30 seconds to really break your way back in, and setup for EAC is still good. Amber's in a good position as well, even if they get past Becca in some way, shape or form. They're not going to. Bomb now retrieved. Great position from Amber. Easy kill on Fake Reality. And as you were saying, Matt, I think it's very, very obvious right now, to me and to you. To you. Basement Boys are fatigued. This is a very, very lazy key half from them. And look, I think we've seen them pull them back on CT before, but just the way they're making moves around the map is gifting way too much over to EAC with ease.
Yeah, like it ain't looking good, Chief. But it's still time to recover. But let's remember, Trav, this is the team that got 4 out of 12 rounds in their CT side against INOX division. And I know INOX division is very good at this map, but that does not inspire a whole lot of confidence from a 3-0 lead to an 8-3 deficit. Also, I just want to compliment the point that you were making earlier about how EAC are definitely one of these teams that you can see that are really grinding and improving and working really hard on the game, on their game, and continuing to grow as individuals and a team. There's a, you can just see, that's not even their map pick, but you can see how well oiled they are on the CT side and how, on top of that, how sharp their mechanics are as well. I feel like they're looking very well rounded, but how are they going to look here in on the defense is the question. Best is going to be able to score first blood. Amber able to find a kill. Job's not done far from it. Essen in on the action. That might seal the fate of the round. Nixon trying to make his way up the ladder, and he will. And 1 bullet is all that's required from his spray to finish off the job. From a 3-0 deficit, it's going to be a 9-3 lead for EAC on the half on their opponent's map.
Scream if you love Danish Counter-Strike. Maybe not as good in Tier 1, in Tier 1 as they used to be, but there's still a couple of teams in Tier 3, Tier 2 that to keep an eye on, and some great individuals as well. EAC are one of those teams, and 9 rounds in a row get them a 9-3 half as well. Basement Boys looking a little bit fatigued from their game versus INOX Division earlier, and maybe they'll need a bit more safety to keep them alive in this one.
Yeah, honestly, I really struggle to hold out any hope here for Basement Boys. I've just gotten so distracted by this overview of the map of the Cedar Creek power plant. That was really nice. You know, like when you would do the fly-throughs when you had like the free cam? you would eventually go so far away that the map would just start blocking out,
Yes.
right? Like, you just... I feel like that view was as far away as you could be without it blocking out. Anyway, that's just where my little neurons were firing off to, as we see EAC firing off in towards the A bomb site and the pistol. They've successfully traded their way forward, but they try to get past the vent player. There's a double door player as well. They're not going to expect him, Trav, and he will show his hand. He'll pounce, but he's gone down. Are you kidding? Empty-handed. How on earth have they won this round so cleanly?
Well, that is exactly what I just talk about in terms of the teamwork between all these players, right, and how they all are doing their job. Before this pistol round, I was going to mention the numbers on the half for these guys, right? 11, 11, 10, 10, 9. That is incredible distribution for these players.
Talk about sharing the load, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see that all too often either. At a half, it's a bit more unusual. So, yeah, that is one of those maps which is exactly what you want to see from everyone on the team. And I'm sure, maybe some of the higher ups at the Esport Academy Copenhagen are watching this game with very much interest right now, because it's for this level team who have been grinding away, getting some great wins on land, beating Hotu, like I said, and getting a great map win over Magic and a qualifier on Blast. This is a grand final. I'm sure there'll be lots of people in Denmark keeping an eye on this team, seeing if they make it to that regional final. They'll be very happy with what they're seeing at the moment. And even this anti-force looks like it's going to be going pretty well. There's one more player in the smoke. Krivda, what have you got? This is going to be totally unexpected, but it's a UMP,
No.
and...
Alright then, I mean, if that doesn't sum up the way that this map has been so far here for Basement Boys, I don't know what does. This is going to be an 11-round streak for EAC, and this was the force fight on which the hopes of Basement Boys would have hinged upon, right? But losing this... Oh, Trav, I thought the UMP was bad enough, but the missed scout shot with the player's back turned... Oh god, this is crumbling right now here for Basement Boys, in it. 4 kills on Fake Reality, 4 on Owner, 5 on Krivda, 7 on Trouble. It's a big problem, man. They got, what, like 14, 21 kills between 4 players? 21 kills between 4 players? That's
Ouch.
tragic right now for Basement Boys in this final.
It's looking way too easy. It's not even their map pick. We know Mirage is a bit more of maybe a 50-50 between these two. Both of them play it to a very similar level. But how much do Basement Boys really have left in the tank? Trouble will own Fessa with that scout. MP9 looking to charge him from behind as well, but it's a great reaction from Amber. Just not going to expect Magent on the site again. So here's a lifeline for Basement Boys. Nixon is 1v3 without the bomb. Has managed to dome Krivda though. Now he can pick up that bomb. He's got 2 HEs. He's trying to kind of juggle with those HEs to do extra damage. And you know what? One of them actually does chip down Trouble a little bit more. And he managed to bring that down into a 1v half a player.
Yeah.
In the end.
I think that's probably a fair assessment. I mean, Basement Boys have only just been able to keep themselves in the contest. It was a pretty aggressive approach there from EAC, just kind of battering ram their way into the A-bomb site. Nice try from Nixon, but ultimately does just get overwhelmed. And Basement Boys have finally broken the streak. 11 consecutive rounds for the Danes. They're not going to be able to ride that particular wave of momentum all the way to the finish line, though.
So we'll just destroy Trouble on ramp as well.
And not at all an ideal start to the round here for Basement Boys, who are looking to battle their way back into the game. And Biz also been able to sneak his way outside, and because of the attention in on ramp, I don't think that the Heaven player has the luxury of worrying about outside. There you can see how focused he is on the ladder, and Anvil around the corner. It's an upgrade on the gun for him as well, and he's going to call for his teammates to now rotate back in this direction. And look at how perfect this is. For the CT side, there's only 2 players. I mean, they've got 2 of their 3 on the B-bomb side. Fake Reality is in lobby. They're going to be circumnavigating him by actually going through Heaven into this A site. This round could not have gone any better for EAC so far, and I was going to say job not done yet, but with that kill out of Amber and that from Nixon, it is, and they're about to get themselves up to map point.
Ease for EAC. Just remove the...
As easy as it gets, bro.
Just remove the C and add an S and an E. All good. Ease Esports.
Well, you could just go EC, like EACY. It's still EC, right? Like,
true.
You could work with that. I've started painting recently. After having quit smoking, I've needed to find other things to do to keep me busy.
I'm proud of you, man. Firstly, for the second part of that, and actually going through the effort of finding something else to do to take your mind off it as well.
Yeah, I've always wanted to, you know, do some art, but then I've always thought I'm really bad at art. But you can't be bad at art. No one can be bad at art. We're all... Doesn't matter what you do. You put pen on paper, paint on paper. That's art, man. There's no good or bad. That's where the human aspect comes in. And I think we should all be creative in one way or another. So there we go.
I like
Update.
it.
Anyway, not great timing for my update. But an important round here where the CT side is going to charge in towards lobby and see if they can find a way to maybe overwhelm the T's. But they've quickly been able to kind of bob and weave to get out of trouble.
Yeah, can you really pull back a 3v4 to close this map and stay alive? Becca waiting for the advance imagined, and that's just the difference here between EAC and Basement Boys. It's not just all of the things we've described throughout the entire map, it's also the patience in rounds like this where they just know if they sit and wait, Basement Boys are going to go searching for them. Whoever might be last alive. And this time it's Owner who will get deleted by Becca. And in general, EAC have deleted Basement Boys. That was a very, very easy map for them. Every single individual stepping up in certain scenarios, all of them delivering, all of them in double-digit kills. And it couldn't be more comfortable to begin this grand final.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Very, very impressive display here from EAC, who have honestly just coasted through the day's action so far, haven't they? With the way that they were able to beat Lavked so handsomely. I mean, 13-8, 13-6 here, 13-4. They're getting better and better, in fact, as the day goes on. As for Basement Boys, a hard reset required here between maps.
Could this be the final map of the day? A very elongated day, it has to be said. Basement Boys and the EAC, well, there wasn't really much for Basement Boys to do on map 1. They should be hiding in their basement for a little while longer in that one, after looking back at that demo, I think. Because EAC destroyed them. And they've got a chance to close it out 2-0 on their map pick right here. Yeah, nothing too complicated about that one. That was just a good hold. Shots were hit when they needed to be. The fact that Owner got 2 from the top of balcony there is the main double kill. Takes so much pressure off it that teammates rotating in. And on that angle, kind of in no man's land, in that particular position, the fact that he got 2 is unlikely to be seen in that position, really. If you play that round out another 10 times over, maybe he gets 1 or 0 more often times than he gets 2. In reality, pushing through that bench smoke will get himself a bit of damage, but no more than that. It is a crazy push through, and there is a lot of damage done, but the plant can come through. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no problem.
Alright, that was, yeah, that was unfortunate there. I mean, it was a very brave approach from Amber, trying to jump through stairs in towards top connector. I felt like that was just unnecessary, considering they'd already gotten onto the bomb site. And then, at that point, I mean, there was a lot going on. The fact that Basement Boys win the round and keep 4 players alive is actually a very good return.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think, knowing how the map 1 went on Nuke, they just need anything they can get, Basement Boys. Anything that, you know, maybe they get more players alive than they otherwise should have. Any moments where they're able to hold on cleanly, more cleanly than they otherwise would have, will be very much welcomed to get themselves started. But here comes the gun round, which, as you mentioned, barely, they've not really found any at all in this series. So the eco is dealt with. Decent attempt at some damage there from EAC, but only really finding that one. The AWP is out on trouble to do more damage.
The fact that they won 4 rounds throughout this map and not one of them was a gun round is very concerning. They started 3-0 on Nuke as well. They lost the map 13-4. How's that there between Kruvda and Owner? Owner would have gotten both the kills regardless, but helped out by Kruvda. Nixon's got to win the kill. He can't. Owner's just on a tear. Very good work coming through from the captain. It's smoked by Essen in towards the top of connectors. Actually to block off the line of sight of all 3 players. Forcing them to reroute their way through snipers instead. Bomb carrier finally going to arrive on the site. Essen continues to try and make moves. Position compromised, and he'll just get overwhelmed. Inadvertently peeks into 2 players. Amber's got a clutcher to try and deny Basement Boys winning their first gun round of the series.
He's got the bomb, and he can choose to go wherever he wants as well with that time on the clock. So a path through connector, through that smoke, does give him a chance to push all the way up to the B bomb site. And as you can see, Krivda and Fake Reality are in the process of clearing out A, but in the end, that's the issue. They clear out A, sure, but it means they can look up connector, and Krivda, it's a tap battle at long range, which Krivda will win out in the nick of time to stop any clutch attempt from Amber. So Good work from Basement Boys, starting on Mirage as they mean to go on. Maybe that little bit of a break between maps has given them a chance to reset mentally and show a better face in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they need to, right? It's been a very long day for them already, and just seemed like they never really showed up on Nuke at all as a team or at an individual level. So there probably would have been like a stern conversation in the break of, guys, are we just going to literally not show up at all in this final? And all the work throughout this run here was just for some money? No, let's at least not just go out with the whimper. Let's go out with the bang. We're going to use this. Give this everything we got. And then they've clearly been G'd up in that break. Great work out of Kruvda. Had an outstanding map one of the day, but has certainly not been even a... I know that you said, like, we can't expect that same sort of level from him. And that's fair, right? What, 32 kills in 28 rounds on map 1 against INOX division? That was on Ancient, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, you can't afford to have such a drastic drop-off, right?
That's true, even if you're maybe not necessarily meant to be that player on your team. You do have to keep it up to a certain extent. At least have just a middle ground map of going for an even KD or something like that. Timeout here from EAC at 5-0 behind. It's probably a protocol of theirs. If they lose 5 rounds in a row at any point in any map, they will call a timeout. As you can see, they really haven't shown up individually in this map either. 4 players with 2 kills. Fessa yet to get off the mark. Would make sense for Basement Boys to send us to map 3 and really prolong our day to the maximum capability.
Yeah, it certainly has been a lengthy affair. Started our day back 6 hours and 20 minutes ago. The end is not in sight, but everything on the line here for these two teams. Basement Boys off to a fantastic start on their opponent's map pick. EAC, like you say, much slower start. What, 8 kills in 5 rounds as a team. You see an improvement in that department. In fact, it's almost like we've had a complete role reversal, Trav, between the previous map and this one.
It is feeling a bit like that at the moment. Amber tagged down to 1 HP. Once again, 5 players alive for Basement Boys. They forced Amber and Nixon away on that low health. Nessa finally waiting for a peek of Krivda top middle, which is a start. But I don't really expect to see an ending that's anything other than a BB win.
Goodness gracious, yeah. I mean, trouble with that opening kill. Fake Reality finds another to deny the offense over at ramp. All that space has now been taken as well, so they've got a really good idea as to what's going on the round, not shying away from making plays despite being a man up right now. It's been a meek start to map 2 here for EAC, I'm afraid. Looking like a shell of the team we saw in the previous.
Yeah, it's another one of these maps in the veto for Basement Boys, right? Which, as we've spoken about, they try and play nearly every single map in the pool. Doesn't really matter if... look at this from Fake Reality as well. It's a free kill in the back. You even go for the knife at this stage. Rub it in. That's even more BM, in fact. Perfect placement for Fake Reality. Letting your opponent see you before your demise. Nessa will get one more tap back, but all he's got left is to save the AK, and he might not be allowed to do that. And all get the kill. 3 kills for Fake Reality, 6-0 for Basement Boys. And as I was saying, map 2 on Mirage is one of those maps in the veto between these two teams, which was always a bit of a toss-up in terms of win rate. It's exactly the same for both these two, with slightly more maps played for one of them. So both of them were likely going to have a close affair. A much closer one than map 1, that's for damn certain. But at the moment, it's not looking that way.
Oh, furthest thing from it, in fact. 6-0. Very, very good work coming through here from EAC. From Basement Boys on EAC. Maybe the live purchase coming through from the T side, trying to brute force crowbar their way in towards, say, bomb site. Crossfire set up. I mean, this is actually one of the better positions that EAC have found themselves in so far. But just being able to, like, trade evenly as they get into a bomb site. But Agent has made his way through the smoke. A couple missed shots there from Trouble, unexpected. And look, he's like, I'm going to keep going here to make up for those missed shots. I'm not going to fall back and try and play my life. I want to try and come away with the kills, and he will on one. Can't finish off the job. He goes for an audacious flick shot there. That is too much indeed. And Fess is the last guy you want to give a little bit of a sniff.
Yeah, that's a classic moment from Trouble where you've seen what he's made of, but also how far he goes, and sometimes that is definitely too far. Having a look here. The bomb dropped in the open on the A side. You say giving a sniff to Trouble is never usually a good idea. And now Krivdol just keep his eyes trained on that bomb at all costs. And does he play on the front foot? Does he try and swing? Or does he let Fessa swing into him? It looks like Krivdol is committed just to watching that C4 the entire time. And Fessa, he's diligently clearing out every single angle. Noise being made now, and Krivdol knows what's up. Fessa's got one flash left to flash to the bench and peek it. And with only a few bullets left, or you can always rely on Fessa, whatever the situation lately. And that is a lovely clutch to get EAC on the board.
Tusk Trouble. That was, you were the first domino to fall that had the knock-on effect that went through the rest of the round, mate. Yeah, trying to win it by yourself, not playing with your teammate in CT spawn to guarantee the frag. Fess is able to isolate the Jules and open up the account for his team by virtue of a 1v3. And sometimes those sorts of moments, Trav, they can just jumpstart a team, right? Can be the kickstart that they needed. Get the battery going, get the engine turning over. Even if they get 4 from this first half, that'll be a way back into the game for them.
Tap Professor, free fire, immediate headshot, didn't even need the following burst after.
Oh boy, Ona trying to peek back into middle after his team and not really lost control. I guess they never really contested it, but he knew that there was a decent presence for the T side. He sees if he can catch somebody, but that's going to cost him his life.
Pegarati will find Amber in the end. That does bring it back into the 3v3 with a good reface there. But they're aware, EAC here, that the A-bomb site is pretty open for business. And with Essen lurking through under, his timing is good. He can hold off the Imagine short rotation. Utility will be used now, and EAC aren't 100% convinced that they can plant A until right then. Get down on default.
This is where the AWP can do work, right? In on Palace. It's not really in a position, I guess, though, to be able to test these players coming back through CT spawn. So Becker will actually just take a peek on his own timing. And I wonder if that's enough to dissuade the CT side, and it looks like it will be. That's 6-2 all of a sudden. And this is where we can start to pay a little bit more attention to the knock-on effect of that 1v3 won by Fessa.
Yeah, knock-on effect is a great way of describing it, because how often do I tell you and tell the viewers at home how many games we see go into a 7-0 or a 6-0 lead, or even something like a 7-1, and suddenly the half turns into a 7-5 or a 6-6 out of nowhere, and you feel like you're in complete control of the game until you're not.
And there's definitely a big aspect of teams just switching off psychologically and getting complacent because of the control that they have, right? And they just start coasting, and that's where mistakes start to creep in, and that's where teams can come back into games because you haven't actually been ruthless enough. So yeah, it's just something to pay attention to. And to be fair, those sorts of mistakes are you're more susceptible to making those sorts of mistakes when you're fatigued, like Basement Boys are.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully only a brief tech pause. We've reached the point in the day where I'm sharing GIFs with our production and product manager in the Discord of how long the day is. But it is what it is. We're here till the final round is played. Till the generously proportionate lady sings her heart out.
How polite of you, Trav. I wouldn't expect anything less, mate. Makes one of us, though.
Let me just see, is there any information about the next upcoming cup? Because we're also
Bro, how are we
scheduled
doing
to...
the exact same thing? Like,
What's
I
that?
opened the ESL Challenger League Season 52 Cup 3 page to scroll down and check Cup 4, because I wanted to see which teams were in Cup 4 to see how likely it would be for Basement Boys or an EAC to make a final again. We literally just went like the exact same pathway in the same time. That's crazy. And there isn't, by the way.
Not yet. Hang on. ESL Challenger League, Season 52, Liquipedia. Cup 3. Cup 4. Okay, no confirmed roster yet, you're right. And that's one of the main talking points, I think, of the entire season, right? Just how many cups in EU that we have. 14 in total, with 2 other teams being invited by some other means, whether it's VRS or some kind of qualifier. Yeah, it's going to give a very wide open selection of teams, I think, considering the level of teams we have been getting signed up to these cups, to play for Pro League. And for me, that's what it's all about. Like, how many times over the course of various seasons in South America and EU, to be fair, have we had a chance to see the team that's qualified for a big event, whether it's an IEM or EPL or whatever? That's always a nice thing that I like to have, and I think it's more open this season than ever before. That you have that pathway from the beginning of the ESCA leagues to ECL to EPL eventually. And many teams and players have made that leap in time.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be life-changing as well. It's a huge opportunity for these sorts of teams to get to rub shoulders with the best in the world. That is what this platform provides, right? And getting into the regional finals now already in Cup 3 just allows for you to settle so much moving forward into the rest of the season. Getting it done early just takes that pressure off. I'm starting to enter territory of thinking we might just be better off throwing this to a break, considering that we've still had about 5 minutes now. We've been...
Oh, back.
There we go. Yeah, listen, I've got that special touch, all right? It's what I do.
Yeah, the magic word. The magic button that only you have control of.
Exactly. Just gonna threaten throwing it to a break.
So,
Alright, this is where they can start to sink their teeth in trap.
and we hope that that tech pause hasn't altered momentum in some way for them, because those 2 rounds in a row were very nicely completed. Krivda need to break the smoke, and that's a lovely combination. Sure, that nade does damage up Krivda himself, but you know you're going to have more of an element of surprise on a T player in that corner if they are in said corner. As you can see, Fessa almost got the kill, but not happening. He goes down 5v4.
Yeah, good opening frag found from Basement. Position's going to be a double peek coming through Connect, and at least Beck is able to get one back to make sure that they don't start to hemorrhage here in the round. He's also been able to quietly creep his way up into ladder room. He's got the bomb on his back, so it's a little bit awkward. I think he'd prefer to be trying to go in towards the B bomb site from here. Maybe Becker will retreat back through lows. The problem is that Nixon is in such an advanced position, or a hard committed position into A, and time is dwindling as well. So it kind of feels like their hand is forced to finish this round on the A bomb side.
That will mean Trouble has to deliver. Good bait out on ramp. Becca could be about to be pushed through that smoke, and it's a great timing from Fake
Crazy
Reality.
play.
It is crazy. The bomb is going up short to B, but little do they know, they've put Krivda boosted up on site. Essen's trying to clear the site, thinking, okay, all I need to do is check the back of the bomb site and maybe the corner of market. No, my friend, I'm sorry. You've been outplayed. 7-2 confirmed.
And you were kind of posing the question as to whether maybe that 5-minute break there would have affected the momentum for EAC. And we can't say for certain that that's the reason that they've lost the round, but certainly wouldn't have helped. I don't know, man. Is it Basement Boys that are just having so many technical problems today? Because we had heaps of technical issues in their game against INOX Division, and it feels like we've just had that kind of bleed into this series as well. So
It's mostly them, I think.
get your stuff together, boys.
All I know now is I'm not picking one of their games to cover ever again. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm not.
I'm joking.
All right, well, could turn into a bit of a joke of a first half here where ESC are the butt end of it if they're not able to put a few more rounds on the board. This ends 10-2, you just write them off entirely.
Yeah, I mean, a plant can come through, but at the moment, Amber doesn't know that. Positioning of EAC is all over the map, and they just need to win some duels to find some sort of progress. And there's one. Agent now won't overplay his hand from short, or want to try and keep that advantage intact. Trouble has got a CT hold with Fake Reality. It's a nice reface, playing it together, and that's exactly how you go about that sort of move. Or, again, Trouble overpicks a little bit, desperate to trade Fessa. This time, though, Fessa is not full HP in the 1v2. He's only 20 HP in the 1v2,
The bomb either,
and the bomb is
less
stuck
time,
on
right?
ramp. So,
Yeah, exactly.
this one is way more unlikely than the previous one, unless Magent and Grivda gift him some fights, which I doubt at this stage. And yeah, he's caught in transition trying to go and grab the bomb. So Magent will take him. 8-2. We could be really looking at a 10-2 half here. It's genuinely possible.
Seemingly the direction in which this game is trending. Very, very good work from Basement Boys. Just looking like a completely different team here on Mirage compared to what we saw of them on Nuke. And you highlighted how it was a really well-rounded performance from EAC with contributions across the board. It's exactly what we got here from Basement Boys. They're all between, what, 7 and 12 kills. And you look at it conversely from EAC, and they're almost all equally offline as one another besides Fessa. 3, 6, 9, 11 kills between 4 players in 10 rounds. They're almost averaging a kill per round as 4 players. This is crazy work right now. Struggling massively, aren't they? Not even able to. It's not even like it's the mid to late rounds that are the problems. They're just not even getting into these rounds here on the B side.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, which is a shame because it's not like it's a map which historically they really hate, right? They picked into it here. They, weirdly as well, for a map like Mirage, maybe you can argue it's skewed a bit by the last 5 times they've played the map, winning 13-5, 13-4, 13-4, 13-9, 13-6 against some decent tier 3 teams. But they have a better T-side win rate than they do CT. 56% on T compared to 48 on CT. So, invariably, this is the half where they do their better work, and it's not showing tonight.
Yeah, that's extremely concerning. Can they find a way to at least deny Basement Boys double digits out of the first half? Because that would straight up just be GG. And, alright, there we go. Finally able to breathe some life back into the game here with the strong round going in towards the same bomb site. They've tried this approach a couple of times. Obviously nothing's really yielded success, but neither is this one. Open and kill middle, then 2 in on A, and in fact, it's only Trouble left. They'll know where he is. He'll get swung from ramp, and it's a flawless round out of EAC, if you can even believe it, for them to cap off this first half, which only nets them a third.
It's a long way back for EAC on Mirage. Basement Boys seem destined to be sending us to a map 3 in this one, in this grand final for Cup number 3. A chance to play in that regional final. Bushido Wildcats and Fnatic are already there. In December, around 14th to the 18th, we'll be having a full roster of teams to play for Pro League in EU. And one of these two are going to be there.
Yes, sir. That is what's on the line right now, and it's a huge opportunity, Trav, as well, for both EAC and Basement Boys. Just going to actually look at this here. For Cup 3, let's see what their relevant rankings were coming into it. So EAC were actually the second highest ranked team, according to HLTV ranking, just after OG. Basement Boys were 5th, so that shows you it's a pretty impressive run here, especially for Basement Boys to make it to this final. Either way, big pistol round, much needed for EAC if there's going to be any chance of us getting this done in 2. It's going to be Nixon, who puts up some resistance, but that is just the worst case scenario. Owner panic jumps, and somehow still gets the kill. Magin's been able to find 2 in on B. Owner, the one who should have died to Nixon in ladder room, has inflicted even further punishment, and it's only Amber left.
That is just ultimate depression. That round. Honestly. Everything that could have conceivably have gone wrong just went wrong. Yeah, the fact that Owner gets that jump kill on the reaction is crazy, and then he pushes forward with what? I think it must have been 1 bullet left, because he automatically insta-reloaded to clear the close, what do they call that position? E-box or whatever, close left in market. Here's the replay of the Nixon death. I mean, that's just cringe. Nixon's going to be saying, bro. And there's that kill I was talking about. I think he's got 1 bullet in the Glock, and he hit the headshot. Imagine, so many things could have gone the other way in that round.
Yeah, honestly, it's just, like, brutal. Completely and utterly brutal. And that was the pistol they so desperately needed as well. 10-3 force pipe back for EAC, and it's also the worst possible start. Pistol's put down, Becker's tag, Anders fragged. Essen will get a kill back, but between himself and Becker, they've got 18 health. This has been a non-starter of the map. Looks like it's going to be a blood in map 1 into a blood in map 2, with ironically both teams devastating each other on their opponent's picks.
Incredible. What a switch around. Owner up to 15 kills. It couldn't be more comfortable. That's a kind of a shame, right? Because we've had a very close series earlier between INOX Division and Basement Boys, and this one has been 2 blowouts. That's kind of what can happen. Now, whether it's the team that had to play the long game earlier, or the team that didn't. First map back can be a bit of a slow one, and maybe when there's a team that has a bit more time to think and recover from that first series, they can lock back in again, look better. And 2 blowouts is unfortunately what we're going to have. Everyone will find Fessa, and Becca does hold on to trouble, but he's going to be chipping Becca down a little bit lower. Fire is not going to do much, and full blind are these players with Galils and AKs. Now imagine it's all alone, but this is so very winnable. There's information on 1, trying to go for a transfer, and now it's 1 bullet. I think he knows it too.
Ooh,
what was that? I think he knows it. He dives back into Palace to play time, and that worried both of us for a second. Your reaction says it all. There's no kit for Amber. He's trying to defuse in a really weird position. Imagine it will just count to probably 5 and then swing, and still doesn't see him until right then.
Goodness gracious,
the fact he didn't see him there was really funny, actually. Like, because of the position Amber's defusing, his head is like sticking out at such a weird angle. He's like looking at it like someone would look at a book when they can't read properly. But yeah, in the end he wins it. It's 12-3.
Oh god, all the map points in the world here, 9 to be precise. The panic that it set in. Look at how close that was, by the way.
Yeah.
Just less than a second away from the full 10-second defuse being stuck. Becker will get traded. Good clearance there from Trouble. Good tracking with the Yorp to have come away with that kill. Goodness me. 13-4 map 1 won by EAC. 12-3 map 2 for Basement Boys. Essen with it all to do, all by his lonesome, in the deep offside. He's not expecting them to be coming through, but they haven't actually checked for him either. The one who pays with his life, all that info, it's man advantage.
Uno now can use every single piece of his utility to distract from Magent creeping up, but Nixon is still here. He's now been dinked up as well as Owner, so Nixon will be able to clear him a bit easier, and he finds trouble too. So there's one back. More of a messy round from Basement Boys. To be fair, the last two have been messy, but they won the previous one. That one, they get punished on.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, well, how long can EAC keep the class here is the question. Not like Basement Boys have got a whole lot to work with coming into this round, and Magent in particular has got block armor, incendiary flash. Yeah, he's been juggled the Tech 9, very kindly equipped, I think, at a Tech 9 with this Galil. He's going to try and charge in towards his deep bomb site. Good deep smoke on connector means that, I mean, Nixon's just been able to get a kill through the smoke, so unfortunately for Basement Boys, they didn't really reap the reward of that good utility. The Force Fire will go awry, which means EAC will keep everyone here for a little bit longer.
As we like to see today. Because, look, if we've been kept around for this long, we may as well go all three and give us all the rounds. Make it worth it. Balika to come as well, so as you say, 12-6 is on the docket. You know, I was talking about that, as this is Falika, I'll talk about it earlier, that match page where Fessa played against Spirit Academy, like 2021, playing for that South team. I just did the math during one of the previous ecos we had. That was a month after Donk first joined Spirit Academy. He would have been 14 at the time.
14? I would have guessed 15 was the number I was thinking in my mind.
Yeah.
Goodness
He's like
gracious,
born
okay.
January 2007, and that was September 2021.
Gotcha. Crazy.
Yeah. That was a month after he first joined, and then it would only be, what, maybe a year after that until people started realizing, okay, this guy's a guy who can play Counter-Strike. In another year, okay, he can really play Counter-Strike. And then, of course, he joined Spirit in 2023, the main team, around that fucking same time.
Yeah, I tweeted about it, I think in like March of 2023, about how he was just a ridiculous talent on the academy team and the main team needed to promote him.
Yeah.
That's one of my tweets that I look back on every time. Not that that was the hardest one to read with how good he was. We just have the luxury of seeing a whole lot of these players while they're still beneath the surface, right? And some of them you just immediately tell, like, yeah, this guy's gonna be a great one day, or this guy's at least definitely gonna punch up to tier 1. That was an easy one to see.
Yeah, it was, the main Spirit team at the time was on the process of dying. There was always going to be an inevitability of, okay, Donk, Artfrost, Zontix, in you come.
Alright, Trav, well, how long are we going to hang around for here on Mirage is the question. And EAC
Until 2028.
Straight Basement Boys wrong. That ain't happening.
How long do you think you want to cast for in your life? Do you want to make it like a lifelong job?
Yeah, definitely. Happily. So happily.
Okay. Me too. Because that's the one thing that we have over players. We can go forever.
It's more just about whether or not we'll be able to maintain it.
Bro. See, you come to making jokes like that while I'm drinking some water.
I can hear the mini choke coming through there.
Magent and Fake Reality will get a couple of kills. And as we so thought it would be, it will be a Basement Boys map win. And you know what? After what we saw on map 1, that is an insane recovery. And fair play to them. That honestly, it's not the scoreline that technically really surprises us, because we know Basement Boys can play Mirage like EAC can. It's pretty even on the recent results. It's it coming after the series earlier and map 1.
Absolutely. That's what makes it exceptionally impressive that they've been able to win this 13-6. So great look for Basement Boys as they've tied up the grand final. A decider required here in the ECL Cup 3 grand final to see which of these two teams will be the third team to solidify themselves a spot in the regional finals later on in the year, right at the end in December. As we start to head into the end of this particular series, we've got one map left remaining, ladies and gentlemen, to round out our day. It's going to be Ancient. It's where we begun our journey today on the broadcast, and it's where we're going to end it here, at least as far as Europe's concerned, so don't go too far. We'll be back soon. Woo!
I believe we're about to jump into the knife round here between these two teams, because starting on what side and what preferred side you would want on a third map decider in a grand final is very important. Have we done the knife round already? I can't tell right now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have.
Okay, we have. There you go. I was being
Done the
bought out.
Kniffy, and then we're going into the Pisty.
Okay. Yeah, let's get straight into it then. Looks like EAC probably won that one and chose to start on CT, as teams very often do. Rarely it can be the other way around on different maps, but we shall see in the future. But for now, we focus on this one. One final map on this long-ass day of ECL action. We have to find our champion right here, right now. Fessa really trying to tap away from Red Room. Fake Reality is moving toward his position. Great cross-up placement from Essen. Actually, it was Nixon who was on that line that we were watching. I thought it was Essen, but it was Nixon who didn't get the kill. It was Essen behind him who did.
I thought it was him as well, mate.
Yeah, and that opening pick does mean they have space to use, but the plant can come through on A. There's a kit available on Becca. There's two players stuck on default right now. There's a chance for Festus to run them down. It's basically a collateral. They're going to get that defuse kit on that bomb already as well. And Festus will hold for Owner coming through. Trouble can't find a second kill on that diffuser of Becca. And it's Fessa with a quad kill that will start our final map strongly.
I love the way we see the last two kills from Fessa from his opponent's POV. So we see these two here. Actually, you're right. He dinks Krivda through Magent, but then we get to see it from Owner and Trouble's POV, where they've just both instantly, like such a short time to kill out of Fessa, with both of those frags coming through at the end there to finish off the job. Great quad kill coming through from him. The one player who did kind of like look like himself from Mirage. Outside of him, everybody else is super underwhelming. We've had a couple blowouts preceding this decider, guys. Both teams dominating each other on their opponent's map picks. So we come into Ancient with everything on the line here. Spot in the European finals up for grabs. Of course, this map has been played by both these teams today, Trav. EAC beat Lavked 13-8 on Ancient earlier. That was Lavked's pick, by the way. And then Basement Boys bested INOX Division 16-12 after having been down 12-10. So both teams have already experienced good fortune on this map today.
Amber will hope it continues. 1-for-1 in Jaguar, but it baits in the second FAMAS. But it's always that second kill from the FAMAS that is hard to connect with. That respray control is difficult and always has been. Very much noise being made by Fessa. That just allows Fake Reality to make his move. That's what he wanted to do. He does get found by Nixon, however, though. That was good tracking from Nixon as he bounced back through that smoke, Fake Reality. Bounding his way to death, unfortunately. Krivda will fake the bomb plant on B and then run away to likely plant on A, but Nixon is already guessing that possibility.
Yeah, seems like that's what he's kind of read into, right? And a much shorter rotation time for him through CT spawn. Still kind of intrigued as to what's going in on middle right now. Going on in middle, should I say. Fake plant from Krivda initially. Not going to spot anything. Now he's going to commit to the plant. This is oh, that's so unfortunate. Nixon will come through on the perfect timing. That distraction middle boded so well for him, because it just meant that he wasn't in CT when that initial fake plant comes through. That might have actually drawn him into the crosshair of Krivda.
Yeah, it's a big difference here. And Fake Reality, I mentioned that the amount of noise Fessa made when he was walking back to the left side of the back of the site on B. That was a big difference maker to allow Fake Reality to push through with the Mac 10. And, you know, I thought that could have been the round-ending play in the end, but Nixon being able to track him, bounding back through that smoke, and then winning the clutch. It's one that definitely could have gone either way. As it is, an EAC 2-0 start that should be 3-0. Shadow advantage for Nixon. Times 2. Can't get 2 kills, though.
Sometimes the shadows bite back. And when they don't seem so dangerous, Trouble is causing some trouble with a capital T right now. But Becca will answer back. With a multi there, combines with Amber to finish off the job and extinguish any potential threat that was brewing there from the T side as they try and get in towards that A bomb site. At least a couple of kills, a bit of damage done, but it's EAC who are off to a good start here, up 3-0.
hold up their end of the bargain. Of course, for a team like EAC, I was talking about it earlier, I think it was during map 1. Really the only tournaments I think they would have ever won, or placed well in, would have been some of those local Danish tournaments, which may have not been like even on HLTV. We're talking, is it Powerligaen? I wouldn't be surprised if they won a tournament like that before. I could be wrong. Some Danish knowers in chat can probably correct me on that one, but some of those probably just won't be, have as much coverage for them. So this is a huge deal for this lineup to win this cup, get through to the regional final, even have any chance of qualifying for a big event like that would be massive for them.
Absolutely, bro. Huge opportunity. I'm right there with you. Opportunity for EAC to open up with the gun round as well, as they've just been able to actually do battle with these players in and around Speedway, down ramp, outside of Cave, and they've won the necessary duels. It has drawn them on towards the wrong side of the map in terms of where Basement Boys are going to plant the bomb. So a retake now required for EAC, and these Basement Boys have been able to get themselves back to some decent post-plant positions with both A-Main and Donut. However, Nixon's bested Krivda, and he's now going to cross paths here with Fake Reality. Fake Reality's heard him, so at least he's got his gun out, and he'll be able to keep his life intact. But it's EAC taking the initiative, getting active here on the defense, and maintaining their flawless start yet to the decider.
Fake Reality couldn't be farther away if he tried, actually. He definitely wants to keep that AK. It might look silly for maybe some less experienced players of the game that he's run that far away and not really attempted to clutch. The reason he's done that is because you're just never winning a 1v3 it is on 6 HP. May as well just commit to keeping your gun into the next round. Him having 2,700 in the bank before the end of that as well means that that little bit of extra residual cash does make a difference. They're buying anyway, but still, the future will help. EAC keep their clean sheet intact for now.
And they maintain that clean sheet is the question. Not as much aggression here or proactivity from the CT side. Probably keen to just feel out what they're going up against here. Basement Boys able to just fan themselves out. Control of A main, bottom middle. Just waiting to see if there's going to be any poking or prodding coming through from the CT side they can look to punish. Maybe this crossfire setup. This round lives and dies with how this fight goes in on Jag, by the way. As I said, that Fessel will rotate back in and out. I'm telling you, whoever wins the skirmish will win the round. And there we go. Amber and Fessa just deliver the goods necessary. And the best part is they both get to live to tell the tale.
Why has Owner got lovely gloves and no knife? Come on, man.
Okay. Trav. Lock in, mate. Lock in.
I'm sorry, man. That's the first thing I saw when I saw the end of the round.
These bloody skin cells, bro.
Alright, look, I'm not that bad. But, yeah, that is a really nice hold in Jag. And you're absolutely right. I mean, the thing is, I think even if Basement Boys trade 2 for 3, I don't think that changes anything in the round. But I still think that the EAC have got a good setup to win that out in the end. And, of course, now all the AKs can be retrieved. There's a risk here that Fessa could just dry swing through the doors and kill Owner after time. With the money they've got, it's worth a gamble. He's going to do it, and he's taking him.
Boy. And
that is a big, big deal. Owner has $100 in the bank.
Why is he even holding that angle, bro? Why haven't you just tucked yourself into the corner that's right next to you? That seems like such an obvious option when there's, especially when there's like 1 or 2 seconds left in the not the freeze time, but the round at the time at the end of the round there. Oh, God. Okay. Well, this is where the wheels could really start to come off here for Basement Boys, I'm afraid, Trav. It's been a really long day, right? They'd started their first series. Bro, it's actually 7.5 hours ago was when they were supposed to be starting. Now, obviously, it was like a 40-minute delay there. There was a break between that series and this one, but it's been a very long afternoon to evening here for Basement Boys so far. EAC have had the luxury of a bit of a break between series. You can imagine they're going to be very good at this point. Basement Boys going to try and do battle in towards the bomb side with their own stern resistance. It's that and Fessa delivering again here in the final. Essen gets in on the act with 2 of his own. And the EAC have no problem at all winning against the full force, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look, they kind of had to go for something like that to even up the money in a way. They are buying here. As you can see, they had 2 players with no money, which is Owner dying after time, being one of the 2. Obviously, Krivd is saved, right? So even though he kept his gun, he didn't get any loss bonus. So that is why they had those 2 players in that position. Thankfully, because they've been on full loss bonus for a while, it hurts Owner less than it otherwise would have, right? Because he can just buy Galil with a util. It's an acceptable purchase rather than having to be on like a Tech 9 or a Mac 10 or something. 2400 allows the Galil, and finally we get some mistakes coming in from EAC for the first time in the map.
I'm not sure what he's really thinking there, to be honest with you. By yourself in middle, where you can't fire a shot and you fall back to safety. And it's, excuse me, just going to be a bunch of Jules won here by Basement Boys. They'll open up their accounts in round 7. Took them longer than what they would have liked. But honestly, like you say, just mistakes being made. Becca's in no man's land. And even so, even if you get that first shot, you've got to expect there to be another player that's going to swing bottom or middle to trade you out. Like, look at him. He's on an island right now. You're even gambling angles. Like, what are you going to watch, bro? Elbow or are you going to watch Shelf? You can't watch both. I guess he was relying on his teammate who came through from Jag, but he had also died. Anyway, they need to put that one behind them swiftly, because that's a round to forget for EAC.
Yeah. If you're watching your Shelf, you can't watch your elbow. Those are the words of wisdom from Matt tonight.
I mean, yeah, at this point, it's all got to make sense one way or another.
Yeah, thankfully for EAC, the one thing they had going for them was they had plenty of dollar. So they can dig into their reserves and try and bounce back again. Have you seen that Raccoons team that's been playing in Tier 3, trying to make its way up?
Is that the, that is the one with Youngstar, right?
Yeah, Youngstar, Hades, Exercise, Cypher, and Nexa.
Yeah, that's a power mixed team, bro. That is a power unemployed squad. Sorry.
Well, it's not, you don't need to apologize, it's the truth.
No, I know. This is not the nicest thing to say, but obviously it's in jest.
Yeah, looking forward to
All
seeing
right,
if
here
they
we
can
go.
play more CQs. But for now, we need to focus on who's winning a grand final, not a CQ. And Trouble is a good response on Essen. Nade will break Fake Reality into the open, but it doesn't, would you believe? I mean, Nixon, Fake Reality walks through, when he turns away. Oh my word, I thought it was going to be free for Nixon, but it's the other way around. I can't believe the way that nade breaks the smoke doesn't show Fake Reality in that position. Crazy.
Robbed, honestly. And now you're in a position where Basement Boys have got themselves on the A side. They've got the man advantage as well. Bomb plot will be coming through soon enough. EAC starts to get tested here in on this side. They had an opening kill this round. And they will frag the planter, but they haven't actually been able to deny the plant itself.
There's Trouble. They need more of him. Need more trouble created. And he's going to do exactly that. Finds Becca as he's flashed in. Big triple kill for the BB Orpa. Fake Reality hops away as if he's doing a kangaroo impression. But Magent will finish off Fessa. He knew the round was won anyway. And same pattern as map 2, to be fair. So far, anyway. Little bit of a rebuttal from Basement Boys, getting 2 in a row. But EC still have a chance to streak clear in the half as a whole. Here's that timing from Nixon. We don't see the nade, how that just perfectly broke the smoke in a fashion that doesn't show Fake Reality inside of it, would you believe? Who knows, that could have been a big difference maker. It is some of the small pieces of luck that these games can come down to sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when your Basement Boys trying to battle your way back into the game with the slow start that they've had, right? That's where it can actually start to carry some weight. This is where EAC, if they lose this round, then it's a completely open-ended grand final once again. Nixon, he has some ideas of his own right now. One-man army. And those 3 frags have come in, like, not in very quick succession. He's just been going back and forth, bobbing and weaving around, taking heads and names in the process.
Might be on for all 5 here as well. Imagine Trying to keep that away from Nixon. Smoke will come through, then the peak comes through, and it will be all 5 for Nixon. What a round from him. We've been talking up Fessa in the entire game, in the pre-game as well. We did say Nixon has got that kind of secondary most name value on the team. He's been superb and just, in general, very reliable over the course of the entire BO3. And that is a gorgeous round from him, going from M4 to AK, closing out Krivda. Trouble then feels like he needs to really force the issue through that smoke in a 2v4 to take a gamble to get his team back into the round. He gets clicked as well. And all 5 are clicked by Nixon.
Yeah, I just love the way that he's in that, like, you can see he's just, like, flowing through the round with how he was peaking and able to reset after every duel that he took. That was my favorite part of the sequence there from Nixon. That he was never flustered after finding a frag or a second. Constantly was able to reset his mind as to where he could expect that next duel to come from and deal with that player accordingly. So, very good work there from Nixon indeed, just asserting himself and doing what you kind of need to do, to be fair, on the CT side of Ancient, which is taking that initiative, right, and fighting forward.
Indeed. You watch our coach magically pass away. Of course, that is a plugin we have for ECL, where we get to have coaches in the server. They have to be basically a part of the team, but as a ghost behind them, they'll automatically die at the beginning of every round. That's a lovely pick
Like
from Trouble.
Essen now. Yeah, he's the ghost of this round. Put down early. Like you say, Trouble looking to actually make a move there. Really important round here for Basement Boys, Trav. I honestly think it's one of those situations where if you fail this round here, you're almost in a position where you're just kissing this grand final away at that point.
Yeah, I agree. Nixon's going to be here at the right time. He'd love another couple of kills to add to his ace from the previous. Boost up, though, could catch him a little bit off guard. I think he knows what's coming. He needs Becker to get at least one. That's a preemptive shot. Nixon is going to go overlooked for now, though. There is one, and Becker did get 2 in the end. That makes a huge difference. And Magent can't find the follow-up on Fessa. The owner a long way away, waiting for a rotation that never came. Going 1 and 8. And 1 and 8 for him, 1 and 9 for Krivda. Can't really afford that from 2 separate players. Good smoke on Donut. Bomb can't be retrieved unless he pushes through it. And Amber is waiting for that play. 8-2 immediately for EAC.
And that's the problematic round now that's gotten away from Basement Boys. Really well done, like you say, with the multi-kill, as we get to actually see it from the coach's POV there. Thank you, Kai. Showing the class exactly what we were talking about. That's explosive in that previous round there towards the A bomb site, but EAC able to extinguish the threats accordingly.
Okay, I'm going to have to talk about this when we have an eco at the beginning of the second half, maybe, but EWC just dropped the playoff bracket, and what the hell. Anyway, Nixon.
Probably not the time. But...
Nixon has got the line. Till I focus back in again.
Yeah.
Nixon's got the opening kill, but Becker can't find his. And once again, it's going to have to be Fessa to deliver. There is 2, and it could very much be 3. Look at that rotation. That was perfect. Basement Boys did well to fight through with Fake Reality as they did in A main. But after that, it was all EAC.
So brilliantly done there from Fessa, and then he's even got the support of Nixon just to make sure that he doesn't even get traded. He's able to stay alive. They combine to finish off the job. They've been the best 2 players of this decider by some distance, have Nixon and Fessa. This combination just brimming with confidence right now as well. We've seen it from Nixon a couple times. He's able to try and take up these advanced positions, and it almost seems like he's calling his own shots, right? Where he's getting aggressive in different parts of the map, and he's clearly been given a lot of freedom here on the CT side to play his game, and he's doing a great job of it.
Yeah, this is perfect for EAC at the moment. They're going to have such a comfortable margin going into the final half of play tonight.
Yeah, this is going to give them a huge buffer, right, to most likely go on and finish off the job from here. See, can they get up to double digits? We've only had blowouts so far here in this grand final.
True. Bomb is still...
Nixon continues to make moves, man.
Yeah, and the worst thing is as well, I think, as I was about to mention, Owner was in the process of going back to pick up the bomb in spawn.
Oh, God.
And here we go. Nixon's got it under full control. He's a T player. He spawned in T-spawn. And he's got the bomb under lock and key. He can't really...
Ridiculous.
Thing is, he will go down. And the reason for that is, like, sure, putting yourself there is fine. You can't really call your teammates over to get there. Like, there's there's no path.
No, you're on an island, yeah.
There's no path to just get CTs to hold that bomb forever. You can tell how worried Trouble is, though. He's smoked off the T path to B from T-spawn. And you know what? Even though they lost the bomb to begin with, they've managed to win their frags afterwards. And guess what? Would you believe it? They're going to win this round. Absolutely unbelievable. I can't quite believe they recovered it so comfortably. Amber is down to 7 HP. And from a bomb stuck in T-spawn and a CT player trying to cover it, it's all down to 7 piddly points of health for Amber to win a 1v2. He's got a kit, obviously. They've always had money this whole half, really. One little tickle from Trouble is all they need. There will be toil and trouble for Amber in that one. But not much trouble for EAC overall in the half. A 9-3 lead to take through to the final half of play. They're ever closer to that regional final and a trophy. Well then, we have one more half of play coming in here in this grand final for Cup number 3 in ESL Challenger League Season 52. The regional final, where Bushido Wildcats and Fnatic currently reside, is within reaching distance for EAC. It's within their grasp. Can they make sure they get both hands on a grand final win here, or not just one?
I mean, that is a good question. It's been a brilliant display here from EAC in this deciding map so far. They've just been on the money throughout, really. And they are just 4-round wins away from getting themselves a spot in the regional finals later on in the year. So, huge opportunity. How much time will they need? We've got to flip that script, DJ. Here we go, Trouble. We'll draw first blood, second as well. Clean kills coming through from Basement Boys, wanting to do everything they can to keep themselves in this contest.
It wasn't even a bad, start idea to the round for EAC. They got themselves in progress, they stuck to an idea, they didn't deviate, but unfortunately, they've just been clicked like it's nothing.
I feel like 5 bullets shot that round.
Yeah.
A headshot apiece.
Genuinely. I mean, Krivda had a 1 and 11 half, and Ona had a 1 and a 11 half. Yeah, he did. There we go. They both went 1 and 11. So, them to start the second half like that with clean shots, will do a world of confidence, a world of good for their confidence.
Most certainly will. It'll go a long way, like you say. But that is the first step of many required for them to still go on to win the grand final from here. There's so little wiggle room here for Basement Boys moving into the rest of this half.
Yeah.
This will be the easiest round that they have to contend with. Just locks, not a single upgraded pistol. Nobody earned that right of passage. No one got any kills in the pistol round for EAC.
Yeah. This is full eco. I will talk over it. I just mentioned to you in the break, the EWC bracket is out, right? We have Na'Vi, Falcons, Mongols, FaZe, Vitality, and Spirit on one side of the bracket. And if you I'll just repeat that one more time. Na'Vi, Falcons, FaZe, Vitality, Spirit on one side. The other side has Mouse, Game Legion, Foot, Magic, Furia, Aurora, G2, Astralis.
How many of the top 10 teams are on the one side of the bracket is my question.
So Vitality, Spirit, Falcons, Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, there's 4 of the top 10 teams on one side. And then you got like FaZe who are doing well at the moment. Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder how that's happened, because Falcons won. They topped their group, right? But Vitality, obviously, they dropped a series. Pretty peculiar.
It is crazy, and it'll make for one of those sort of playoff brackets, which kind of leads us into thinking maybe a run could be made from a Furia or an Aurora to a big final. Probably a Mouse, to be fair. Mouse is more likely.
Maybe a Foot?
Yeah, look.
I know they've dropped off. I know they're not at the same level they were earlier on this year, but still.
I totally agree with you, mate. Like, if there's anything that I can tell you, I'm a Foot enjoyer. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I love
multiple Foots.
Okay, calm down.
You enjoy your feet? Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. Gun round, everyone. Focus up. It's been a long day, Fessa. Trying to find his way out through middle. He will get a kill, but he's not able to actually transfer into fake reality. And then EAC are thinking, okay, there might be a lot of emphasis on middle. Perhaps we can try and get in towards this A bomb site, but they've been declined. They've been denied. Pull the plug, boys. You've got a guy who's gone through cave. There's no need to continue to force the issue. Look at what Nixon's been able to discover on the opposite side of the map. Oh, he's going so deep. You can't go any further than this. Get in the corner, son. Oh, okay, he'll get one with the back turn. He's going to get traded, though, is he? He's not realized how close Trouble actually is.
Wow.
But the smoke will enable him to get the other kill anyway. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to stay alive long enough for his team to actually get into what was a vacant bomb site.
Yeah, now they've got to get past Magent. And it's not just a FAMAS now. It's an upgraded weapon for him up to the A-cap. Getting that kill on Nixon, and he will frag it nicely. Becca 1v1. Huge round in this one, because if Basement Boys win this with fake reality, this comeback is very much on. If Becca wins
Big
it,
time.
there's a huge difference between 10-5 and 9-6. Especially just in the way the momentum is for the second half. Becca will keep it simple. Plant relatively open, playing cave. No utility left for him. But Fake Reality, even though he's half health, has the advantage of kit, smoke, incendiary. You creep forward, and Becca now knows where he's coming from. You need to hold that line in the corner, and as soon as Fake Reality looks away from cave to be more focused on ramp, that is when Becca will easily get him in the side. Big one for EAC. And Nixon, even though it was a bit shaky and a bit worrying with how far forward he was without being aware of the second player, he got 2, and 2 is still massive.
Yeah, true. It was very well done from him, because not only does he get the 2 kills, he's also the one who takes the initiative to discover that there's nothing on that side of the map. Basement Boys bit down heavily on all the attention towards the A bomb site, and rightfully so. The bomb was included. Almost all of the players there for EAC were in position as well. Just Nixon. He continues to have very good reads here. As we saw from him on the CT side, he's translated that into the T side, and now Basement Boys are all in. Failing this round here would surely spell their demise. Fess's, I guess at least he's been able to pull the attention away from the safe bombs. Like, great pick there from Trouble. Essen tries to jump around the corner instead of being boosted up. He also goes for the smoke grenade Trav, and that costs him.
Oh, they're not really aware of Becca going in for more on Temple, though. So that is a path for 1 kill back. You need that plant while that smoke is up. You know, just about get it down, but now I think Amber, as it fades, is kind of stuck on default. He'll know that moving from there is a bit of a death sentence. And with the big flank coming through slowly, bit by Krivda, surely it'll be an easy hold or an easy recovery. And there we go. Becca will get on in the open. Nixon tried to make a move by going all the way around, flanking through Red Room, but you know, the first player here for Basement Boys has not held that defuse. They will now. That is round over. 10-6 confirmed.
Alright. And that's the vital round for Basement Boys going their way. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the way Fess has played middle these past 2 rounds. Hasn't really been able to find much impact, hasn't had any support. I don't think he really got any value from being in that position either. His team were already all in on A. It's not like he was able to make much of a difference. Probably would have wanted to just try and play that slower and be a bit of a later lurk, later activation in the round. By the way, Basement Boys doing exactly as is required of them. Keeping themselves in this contest.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this one continues to get a bit closer. Just been one of those days.
Checks out, doesn't it?
We have had blowouts, like you said, in map 1 and 2, to be fair, but it only makes up for the delays we've had by about 5%.
Yeah, if that. Barely touches sides. It's more just keeping us, not delaying us any further more than anything else.
Nice shot.
Trouble, where has this AWPing been the whole day? Like, some of these shots that he's hitting right now, he's looking like a completely different AWPer from the previous, 5 maps I've seen from him today, man.
I know, I completely agree, and unfortunately that is the main thing with him. There's a reason why it's not like in a conversation that we often have about maybe upcoming AWPers. He's good, we just know there's a difference in consistency, and maybe there's a difference in this round as well. Fessa's going to get 2 on the peek toward Jag, and I imagine knows he just can't overface and give a kill over for free. Guns recovered on Amber, plus no armor on Essen, only with that Deeg. Spam can come through, and in fact, Reality is trying to stop them from getting their way out of cave, but now he's been put down to 7 HP. EAC, well, they managed to recover this one really well. Imagine is the player with the kit. It's suddenly very winnable, but Fessa goes looking for one more. That should be the difference maker. Now it's only Essen with that dig. We need a crazy play on this headshot line. Can't connect a headshot. Until then, we have got one more player low HP. Trouble will get off that defuse. He's a bit nervous on it, but he had picked up that kit, so there was no need to panic. The kill will come through, and so will 7 rounds. Bless you.
Thank you. Had to mute up for a second there. Yeah, Essen was just very worried that they were still sticking the defuse there, and that's why he committed to the big wide swing, and ultimately both Basement Boy players are looking in his direction. Yeah, a little bit of a concern there for a moment once EAC bring it back to the 3v3 courtesy of Fessa and then get the bomb down as well, but no real pertinent threats in the post plant coming through from the T side. What was 9-3 on the half now reads 10-7. Far more contentious at this point. Fesser again is going to try and make his way out into middle. He is so stubbornly persistent. This time he's got more support from utility. Break on the smoke, and what is that kill there from Trouble? If I didn't have X-Ray, I don't think I ever would have seen that player crossing bottom mid. Fesser's torrent times in middle continues. Trouble's going to be the first responder in towards this B bomb site. He's lost owner, but he's been able to find another kill to keep the numbers level. Doesn't expect the aggression from Nixon, who again has proven to be that X-Factor player.
I feel like, if I'm to be really critical, I feel like Trouble should have gauged and gathered. There could be a player on that pushed up on the long side already. Maybe should have fallen back a little bit, but didn't. And Nixon even got one more from that exact same play when Basement Boys tried to reface from CT. So
I'm going to go ahead and agree with you there that I'm a little bit surprising. That was a big oversight, you know.
Fair enough. So it will mean that EAC will force their way up to 11. Here's that shot from Trouble, a really nice one to grab. And there's a second, and then the post up there. That's a flash coming in from Becker just to secure the fact that Trouble is blind, even if he is looking at the angle. Yeah, and he wasn't. It was way easier. And now we have issues for Basement Boys. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, an XM shotty gun, which does get a kill. Messer does not think he'd easily boosted up that early in the round. And Becker will do well to recover, but he is dinked up.
Problem is that AC have been able to carve their way into this B-bomb side again. Basement Boys are opting for a setup where they're playing pretty far back, and it's actually going to be an advanced position taken up here by both T and CT. So you got the T's battling into the backlines of the B-bomb site. You've got Fake Reality is trying to circumvent this bomb from getting through, and that's actually allowed for these isolated duels to be taken, because Amber and Becker weren't able to actually join up with their 2 teammates in on the B-bomb site. So that's delayed the support to arrive. They've dealt with the 2 threats in those advanced positions, and they should be able to clean up from here. Amber desperately tries to shift, crouch his way around the corner so he can isolate the duel, but he's not able to in time. Trouble just continues to deliver, man. This has been the best map he's played by far today, up to 25 kills.
Yeah, and Fessa will be annoyed at how he died early. Just helped kind of spiral that round. He was the beginning of the spiral, unfortunately. But yeah, this is where it gets a bit nervy, right? I mean, as I said earlier, EAC have probably won things in lower tier Danish Counter-Strike, 100%. They played relatively high tier LANs. They played the EWC LCQ. They managed to beat Hotu at a LAN in Stockholm. They've beaten other teams and played well against other teams that are maybe higher ranked than them, which you expect them to lose to a bit more easily. Example, playing a close map against Fnatic and maybe 1 or 2 maps against Sora at that EWC LCQ. They managed to take a map off of Magic, who are now a EWC main event playoff team after beating 9Z earlier. This is probably one of the more nervous times they've had in their careers, because this is an actual event win, and an event win that gets them through to a regional final that could get them ever closer to ESL Pro League. And don't get me wrong, I don't think they're going to be the favourites in that regional final, unless they have an amazing run from now until December in other tournaments. But this is a big deal. It's a big deal for any young team, and for this relatively new org as well.
I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, probably only someone like Fesser, and I guess Nixon as well, would be a little bit more familiar with this sort of a position that they're in right now, with what's on the line and what's at stake. It's going to have to be an eco for EAC. Oh boy, that means a 2-round deficit should be the reality here. Love to try and get a bit of damage, right? Just to keep the CT side economy grounded.
Should be okay. You say, just don't go do anything too crazy here, Basement Boys. They do like their aggression, but they're going to be totally fine here. 1 bullet from death, no problem. And it will all be sorted. 2 rounds the gap.
Honestly, that's a huge round for Basement Boys. Not just obviously because of the points on the board, but because of how cleanly they win that round. That is going to go a long, long way in, excuse me, aiding their cause in the fight back here and giving them the shot at making the comeback happen, because they're no longer in a position where if they lose a single round, they just get reset.
Look at these nades. They're going to be blowing Fessa up at bottom middle.
Yeah.
Fessa has tried to make an early play on a couple of gun rounds. Sure, that one was supported by a bit more utility and it's a bit more of a normal play. But nothing's really working for EAC at the moment. Essen, oh, he'll also go find my Trouble. Trouble is on one in this map. He is 27 and 13. As you said earlier, Matt, where has this been the entire day? But Nixon's doing it himself as well. Oh my word. Big triple kill. Headshots aplenty. All of a sudden, a bomb plant on B is safe.
That's an insane triple kill coming through from Nixon. With those frags found in such quick succession as well, it looked like this round was dead in the water. But Nixon has turned that water into wine. As EAC are drinking good right now, job's not done. It might still yet to be the poison chalice from which they consume. But maybe not. Nixon will continue to be the breadwinner here in the round. And that's a 12-9 scoreline. EAC up to map series and, I guess, Cup 3 point.
Trouble will be saying to his teammates, and look, he's not had the best of days overall. He's had no real consistency whatsoever. But, bro, how have I gotten those kills? How is it a 5v2 and you get deleted like that? I mean, the flash does help quite a bit there, it has to be said. Nixon with those frags, again, looking incredible. He's had a massive ace in this game, and now an even bigger quad kill, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, that is a crazy recovery. And that's one of those, like, Heimlich rounds where it makes you feel so much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tragic that Trouble's shots haven't actually, like you say, gotten them the round, but it's a huge effort out of Nixon, again, just proving to be this instrumental player. He's basically won 3 rounds individually for EAC. That ace, this round here, and then that round where he's flanked on the B site, realized it's clear, and been able to call for his teammates to rotate through. And he's got multi-kills outside of that, but he's almost single-handedly credited for those rounds. Becker sweeping forward with the AWP, and then his mollies actually take down Trouble. He'll die here to fake reality, but he's been able to actually create quite a lot of space here for his team. Amber's going to come through with the late mid activation. Nice slide on the peak there from him, making it difficult for fake reality to track. In the meantime, Trouble continues to take names, as does Magent. Amber desperate to chase Magent down. That molly should guarantee the kill. You know for a fact he's in this cubby, and he'll do it in style. Essen is actually keen to take a lot of damage to the flames there to try and get a head start on this bomb site, and it's actually all for nothing, as he's going to get called back. Now, has Amber heard Krivda is the question. This is the duel that wins the round, and it's gone Krivda's way. Yeah, a bit of a right-eye peek for Krivda there, it has to be said. That's a more favourable fight for him. Essen does have B. And he's soon going to figure that out. And information is gathered by Trouble and Krivda's kills where they were situated. Wouldn't this be a play for Essen? The bottom fragger in the server for EAC. Can he step up for his team to win Cup 3 here and now? Swing for information. Krivda's ready. Big moment from Krivda. And Basement Boys will stay alive for perhaps 1 round more. Yeah, for now, right? For now, they will survive, but only for now. Didn't get to clock the money for EAC. It's not good at all. Oh, it's not good. They're probably going to have to eco here and then have 1 roll of the dice at 12-11 to finish off the job. That was the duel that had to be won. If Amber wins that 1v1 top mid, surely EAC get the job done. And it is an eco round, but an eco with a little bit going for it, right? Some upgraded pistols sprinkled into the mix, and AK there on Fessa as well. He has had a torrid time in middle travel. I think he's 1 and 5 in his mid attempt so far. 1 kill, 5 deaths. However, these rounds can be slippery. Fessa finds a frag. It's all on Trouble. He's been outstanding. Magent's in position. They'll pour cold water all over EAC. Trouble struggling to find this final frag, and he gets his 30 bomb in regulation stolen for now.
but staying alive is what matters. Magent with a great triple. And we're going the full 24, baby. Would we have it any other way? Guess we probably would, to be fair.
No,
but,
sir. Obviously not.
but I tell you what, it's at least been entertaining.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's an apt way to
That it
end.
has. All right. Well, here we go. $12-11. How much juice does this one have left in it? 9 hours deep. No? 8. Okay. 8 hours deep from the start time of our day. One round between EAC and securing themselves a spot in the European finals in December. And Basement Boys effectively wiping the slate clean of the entire series so far. And boiling it down to a set of overtime or multiple sets of overtime to seal claim that spot.
Yeah, crazy. Obviously the buy for EAC isn't perfect. They try to force the issue in middle and they get completely mashed up by Magent. See you later. And when I say later, I mean in overtime. EAC have had some Heimlich maneuvers with the likes of Nixon in that half, but in the end it doesn't get them over the line in regulation. 29 kills from both Magent and Trouble. Can you believe it? That's 58 if my maths are correct in regulation for 2 players.
Your maps are spot on. I'm going to do the easier maps. Krivda and Owen have got 16 kills between them, so a huge carry job here between Trouble and Magent. But what are EAC thinking, Trav? I mean, I get that you probably want to try and play with confidence, but there's so much variance and volatility when you go with that sort of approach at 12-11. Surely you want to try and actually play the percentages a little bit better than that. They've had the worst possible time in middle throughout this half so far. Fess has been the one who's constantly gone through. He's been shut down every time. Where have we had our successes? We've had our successes where we've forced over rotations from Basement Boys, and we've created pockets of space and we've exploited that space. Why aren't we going back to that in that sort of a situation? Why aren't we giving Nixon more time to feel out the round and read the situation? That's where he's been so deadly. So that just feels like the worst possible option they could have gone for at 12-11.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I also think it's easy to have your personal decisions clouded when it's this stage of a grand final, that's for sure, after a long day for both as well. Either way, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but guess what? EAC are probably going to win the follow-up round in overtime to kick off OT, to get to 13. What's funny about as well, we don't use our cameras on ECL broadcast anymore. We haven't for a couple of seasons now. But I could hear you had your hands over your head or your mouth or whatever as you were describing how that round went down for EAC.
I even took my glasses off, bro. I had my glasses off and my hands beside my head open, like trying to come up with some sort of logical reason. You know me so well, bestie.
Yeah, I could just hear it in the mic. It was funny. I'm sure the players had that reaction too, to be honest with you. Alright, Trouble, it's overtime, so we're going to be giving this one a little bit of a go. 1v3 with the AWP, Util and Kit available, but Smoketop now needs a crazy quickscope, and to be fair to him, he hits it to reach his 30. But Becca, instant trade. And EAC do find 13, a couple of rounds too late. But they're still in the lead again.
Yeah, not when it mattered the most, but it still does carry some weight, obviously. Something about the pressure off, right? Once you go into OT, you just get this release of, oh, well, we were unsuccessful, but now we're not on the brink of winning the series anymore. You can play a little bit more freely. And they keep it going. Finally, Fessa will find some success in our middle.
Yeah. It's almost like they just had to try and find one specific variation that makes it work for him. And, yeah, the layered flashes do help him out this time. And 2 kills mean that Trouble knows he could be jumped at again by Amber, which is why he's holding up so high. Incendiary will be, I think, I was going to say deep, it's not actually. It forces Amber to use his smoke. The reface in is being held by Becca, and Trouble had to make that move. I'm not going to blame him for that one. It's a 3v5 after all. You want to try and get kills back and make something happen. Not allowed. And Krivda and Oda, the two players that have struggled the most.
Pop off, Kings. Let's go. This is their moment to shine. This is where they get to atone for their sins. Ona's not going to get cleared.
Yes!
And he'll double down. I called it. Here we go. Ona and Krivda in the 2v5 have turned it into an even number situation, and they've got a massive health advantage between them. The bomb's been dropped in on Cave. Fessa, you got to help your teammate out here, mate. You can't just leave it on Nixon, or maybe you... Oh, cannot. And now, Fessa's, he's going to try playtime. This is no longer about him trying to get the bomb. This is about him trying to get the kill on Krivda. Krivda, get out of there. You're at a peak. There's only 12 seconds. There's no time. Fessa, you got to run him down. There's no time to get the bomb. I don't know why he didn't just think about, I need to help Nixon get the bomb here. I can't just post top mid and hope someone walks into my crosshair.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
I love how animated you're getting right now. It's making me happy. Because
It's
you're
silly.
right as well. You're right as well. Yeah, great
Once
start
the
to the
bomb
round.
drops, you got to panic.
5v2. Reface from Krivda is good. Ona does a great job at finding both in. Okay, I mean, that shot onto Ona from Nixon is insane. One more bullet on that spray down, which is what, like, you know, a millisecond in that moment. Gets that kill and puts that entire situation to bed anyway.
Yeah. That's
Anyway.
tragic for EAC that they've lost a 2v5. Trying to do too much, just disconnected. Pushing through Donut, pushing onto B, one player posted top middle. Not even playing like they've got the advantage. Props to Ona and Krivda for punishing them. Trouble will continue on his merry way. And this one's for a lead going into the second half of OT.
Bloody hell. Amber waiting bottom middle, hoping that he gets a reface, and he's going to get it as he's a bit more unready for it, I'm afraid. You can tell there was communication probably between him and his teammates when he was moving back and wondering where to regroup, if they want to even just leave mid open entirely. They don't. Cost Amber his life. Nixon will try and break this smoke with the AWP picked up. It could be a flick back, but no, he'll miss that. And Basement Boys are all over this little rotation. They're all over the B-bomb side. All 5 players coming from a similar position, which could be awkward. They try and make their way back in. Fessa is allowed to get away into cave just. Someone needs to make a move here. Essen will get one. That is the first move made, but he's stuck and he can't get out. Here comes a flash for Nixon. Oh, they're all blind, actually. Literally all 4 of the players from CT side were blind, I'm pretty sure, but there's going to be no wallbang that will deal with the defuse here, and that will be the end of the half. Fessa will survive, but it will mean nothing. And what could have been a 15-12 opportunity for EAC turns into them being behind 14-13.
And now you got to imagine and think about where's the mantle at. They were up 12-9 in regulation on this decided. They were up 9-3 on the half. It felt like the job was as good as done. They've only won 4 rounds since that point, while Basement Boys have won 11, Trav. Basement Boys have won 11 of the past 14 rounds to have gotten to this point. A massive change in the direction of the game, and a massive creditation's got to go to Trouble. Ona, he's just got to call this T side to get them across the line. I know it's been a really long day. Like, you can imagine for him as an IGL, his brain must just be completely fried right now. But he's got to find a way to just keep a clear head and try and call the team across the line from here.
Yeah, it's not just the fact his mental will be fried. It's the fact that you know, he knows himself he's not having a good individual map. You combine all these things, combine the hectic nature of some of the rounds as well, back and forth nature of them. It's a crazy day. Fessa will hold on and does the right thing by playing time, smoke down on Donut, but does go down in the end. Thankfully, Nixon on that secondary AWP will find his kill on Krivda. Another advantage gleaned.
Advantage extended here for EAC as well. They need this round so badly. I can't stress it enough. Not just because of the scoreboard, but for their mental state and how it's just disintegrated as this map has progressed. Started off wonderfully 6-0, 9-3, but it's been Really tough going since then. Magent and Owner going to try and combine and just walk in towards this B bomb site, see if they can isolate some jewels. If you're Essen, you shouldn't even be worried about the bomb plants at this point. Make sure you stay alive, wait for your teammates to come through, and we'll find a favorable angle. Imagine that's the bomb dropped, and that is 14 all.
Yeah, and that was a relatively comfortable one as well. They'll be thinking to themselves, what if we just got that 1 round lead at half time? We'll already be on match point again, cup point again. Timeout used for Basement Boys, and we'll use the one you're given in overtime. Especially at such an important juncture.
Alright, well here we go, back into the action. This one is to get a map and series point. In the following round, you'd only have one.
Boost for Becca. Oh, and that is 2 headshots from the AK through the corner of the wall. Essen does so well, though. That's a crazy transfer. Amber's here as well, getting himself 1. So they hold up their end of the bargain to make it a 2v2, and the rotation's already in. Trouble, I think, realizes that both have rotated in.
Both sets of util, yes.
So they can just run away to that A-bomb site ASAP. And Nixon realizes that now, but as you often say, Matt, foot race, it will be won by Basement Boys. And now what a round this is. We're 14 all, we're 1 map all, we're 2v2. Bomb is down on the most retakeable bomb site in the game. But Owner in trouble. Trouble it being still alive with his 31 kills in the map. Orplus, of course, this time. That could be a difference maker. Considering Nixon has still got his. Smoke on top of the bomb. Can Nixon defuse that in any way? On top of a box, just to make it awkward to spray him through that smoke. There is a nade that's available, though, and that'll make a big difference. Fessa gets 1. The Trouble hasn't tracked him yet. Big damage done. 44 HP. Defuse will now be coming in, but he can't get it in time anyway. The round's over. Trouble will get the knife kill. Slices him down. But the game's not over yet. They need 1 more, and the stress continues.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, there was a big skirmish in on the B bomb site. Then, as you rightly highlighted, they've been able to clock that both the EAC players were over towards the sides. They just immediately make that call to pivot away. EAC are a little bit late to catch wind of it, so the bomb plant comes through. Retake required, but not possible. Trouble finds his 32nd inside 29 rounds that have been played. 1 chance here for Basement Boys to finish off their day. It's been a hell of a marathon so far for them. Overcame INOX Division, got destroyed on map 1 of this grand final. Bounced back brilliantly on map 2. Started very slow. They were so far behind. Felt like they were down and out at 9-3. And here they are, 1 round away from a spot in the European finals. Fake reality. Don't know about that one there. Phasing straight through a smoke spray at range for Owner. Will win the duel with Fessa. And it's a 4v4 retake with Magent coming in as this late activation later on in the post.
Look at how many flanks on flanks we've got here. Magent is that player you mentioned, but look at where Nixon is. He's about to be checked, but it's not really a proper check from Owner. Magent needs to activate quickly. I know there's a minute on the clock, but they need him to help out. Krivda will find Becca, but surely Essen is dead. No, he rounds the corner. Can you believe it? And the bomb is dropped on the side, by the way.
Temple, so now they're worried about CT because of Krivda's position. That undoes the spot that Magent's had.
Insane. Insane
Nixon's
timing
flank
in this
trumped
one.
Magent's.
It did. It did. He's still alive and kicking. And maybe EAC will also be alive and kicking in this entire game. Magent is just a dead man walking, I think, going through the corner of this smoke. He knows it. There's a bit of a risk being taken by Essen to go all the way around on B, thinking that he's just not anywhere near the A bomb site still, but still doesn't matter when Amber's holding the line. And guess what, baby? 15 all, we go again.
Yeah, both teams have now denied one another at least once here in this grand final. Run it back. 30 rounds. Now null and void. And that'll give EAC a big boost, mate. The fact that they've survived will be a boost for them there. They would have been feeling very heavy about how this game has gotten away from them, but that'll perk them up.
Exactly. Oh, big damage onto Nixon. No way you survive on 1 HP from that. That is insane. People may say that's lucky, but it's 100 to kill. Imagine. Listen. Timing. Imagine's got no idea. But both of them have no idea.
So, I think it's just a bit of a lethargic step up from the corner there for Magent. He's not expecting S in that position. Trades the name of the game. Fake reality looking to be that difference maker. And it's now only Becca in on B. There's going to be a rotation out of Nixon, but as you said, he's low. Whoa,
big miss.
One of the first I've seen from him in a while.
.3v3. Becca on the line. Good kill on Trouble. Nixon will find owner in the end anyway, even on that 1 HP. He'll finally be tickled down by Fake Reality. Bomb available again. I mean, he can play the mind games, but he's making lots of noise walking up to red, and Fesser's going to hold that tight line. It's pre-fireable, and especially if Fesser peaks on a timing which he's not favoured on. But I don't think Fake Reality is considering it. Yeah, perfectly played. Well done.
Safest way. That was the safest way to have played it if you're Fesser.
Back in the lead again.
Yes, they are indeed. Both times now they've been able to win the first round of overtime. Had some outstanding performances in this deciding map. Trouble and Magent have got 66 kills between the two of them. It's basically just the Nixon show. It was Nixon and Fesser. Fesser's just really cooled off since the start of the second half, really.
Good flick from Becca.
It's a nice shot there, yeah, indeed.
He's already missed one on a similar angle in mid earlier, so he's not going to be put off by those moments. Owner peeks into the end of the Molotov around Jaguar. I think that really catches Amber off on timing-wise. It's those sort of like mini gimmicks of when you peak, when you go for those sort of fights that make a difference in deep overtimes. Nesson, you get caught off as well. Going 1-for-1 is fine, to be fair.
Yeah, could definitely have been worse. Plenty time still to play with here in the round in the 3 versus 3. That's a huge kill out of Becca. Was that not the angle in which he had gotten a kill in the previous round? Just posted there. This time he's got the AK stepping into a scope and he shows them how it's done.
Oh, that's so tight again, timing-wise for Nixon, but Fesser's just creating a distraction. He'll be saying, just hold the line, hold the smoke, I'm coming on the flank either way, and he doesn't even need to activate this time. Big double kill from Fesser. Good communication between those two. And
you know what I like?
2-round lead.
What I like from Fesser in these past few rounds is he seems to have just calmed down a little bit, man, because he was just trying to do too much. He was trying to do too much, he was playing too aggressively, he was taking too many jewels. And in these past 3 or 4 rounds, he's just decided to dial it back and kind of let the game come to him a bit more. And that seemingly made a bit of a difference, and we've seen a bit of a revitalization out of him. Even in that round there, he's not trying to fight into B. He's holding the smoke. He's playing back. He's playing passively. 17-15.
Can we get a team with a 3-0 sweep in overtime? You would think that would surely break the camel's back. Probably advocate doing that. Amber. My word. Still gets a 1-for-1 again. How many times in the last couple of rounds have EAC gotten a kill where it's a quick 1-for-1, which, you know, technically, it's a slight whiff, even slightly. One bullet goes missing. Maybe you hit someone for 90 and don't complete the kill. It changes the face of the round. Double's waiting, and he does get his fight on Essen. Again, just some of that laziness and tiredness coming into play. Peaks like that are what I'm talking about. Nixon be feeling like he needed to peak considering it was a 3v4. In comes Fesser for another opportunity, but Trouble will see him walk into cave if he goes all the way through. And there's the head. Fake Reality's seen it. There's a risk of that, and he'll take the advantage, take the pre-fire. Becca, 1v4, been seen by Krivda and tapped away. So again, Basement Boys will stay in touch.
Yeah, good result for them. To have at least gotten around, right? In the half that was looking like it might be straight up getting away from them. At least found themselves around.
Terrorists win.
Game still alive for both of these teams. And I don't think this game's going to be won by Trouble or Nixon. This game's going to be won by the players who've been lagging behind and struggling the most. It's more, can you get more impact out of Owner, Krivda, and Fake Reality, or can you get more impact out of Becca, Amber, and Essen? I think that's going to be the difference maker that'll push one of these teams over the edge.
I still have just no idea who's going to actually win this game, though. Been so back and forth the entire way. I can't favour anyone until someone gets a 3-0 in an overtime. Of course, now with Basement Boys going back onto the CT side. Nixon will force his way forward. Flash in toward front of Jag. Reality in the end.
There you go, mate.
Making sure he doesn't overpeak in red.
First blood drawn. As I was saying, I'm looking towards the trios of the two teams that have been struggling the most, and Amber will spill blood here to open up. Orpa's not far from one another either. That would be a big moment if they cross paths. In the meantime, though, EAC set their sights in on A, so you've almost got this like lurking Orpa. Imagine's got a second or I haven't even blocked that in on A, and it seems like EAC are going to continue to commit you regardless.
Is in that position where you feel very exposed, and Nixon will expose it nicely. Imagine gets himself one, as you say, is a surprise. It does mean the bomb is dropped on the site. Nixon has to hold the possibility of an owner push. We've got a rain cloud above that first smoke as well. Missed one. Trouble. Oh, Becca's on the tight line, but Trouble can't click in time. It's a huge headshot from Becca. The difference that kill could have made from Trouble is insane. They've given Owner a chance in the 1v3. Easy pre-throw on one. These clutches can be fumbled in these moments. And there weren't many bullets left for Becca. He almost left Essen on an island, but thankfully he was the insurance policy when Owner was stuck in the open with no bullets himself. A tight one, but EAC now have more chances available.
Yeah, I mean, that comes so close, though. Nice try from Owner, it must be said, but EAC will lock it down. 18-16, two chances. They had 3 in regulation. That was on their T side as well, right? When they were down 12-9. Up 12-9. Couldn't complete any of them. However, only, I guess, 2 of them were gun rounds. One was an eco. Here they'll have 2 full gun rounds to try and get the job done and etch their name into the list of 14 teams playing at the end of the year in the finals.
One more T round for EAC. Last time they were in a position like this, there were a couple of questionable calls about how they want to fight, and guess what? We might be doing it again. Those mid plays that have been very, very up and down, but this time the difference in layered flashes might make a difference, but no. Trouble doesn't just get a collateral, he gets away through the molly to survive.
Oh, lives to tell the tale, like you said. It's the key detail there that he doesn't just go down and end up in a 3v3. And look at the read on the situation because of the position taken up by Fake Reality. And that's because of the kills found here by Trouble. Fake Reality's taking full advantage. He starts to close the door in on ESC from behind. It should be an impossible round to win. I mean, the CTs know exactly what's going on. Trouble will miss, but he's still going to continue to buy time here, right? For that flank to come into effect. And Beck is even trying to check back. He'll get back into the site. They'll find a plant. Still a little bit awkward right now. Trouble's going to get one pre-fired. S-Lock completely blind will combine with Nixon. Scope not going to connect. And the flank not able to find anything for free either.
Oh my god, it's a 1v1, would you believe it? Essence 1 bullet from death. Tap on the bomb from Owner. He's got no kit in overtime. Can you believe it? I'm sure there's one on the site to pick up, and he does pick it up. But he still needs that one bullet, and Essen has been given opportunities. Incendiary will push him back away into the corner, and there's no defuse being stuck yet. It's a tap from Owner. Surely he's not going to play himself, but Essen holds on. Can you believe it? It's been a long day at the Long Day Factory, but EAC will be your Cup 3 winners. They're through to the regional finals.
Yeah, in the craziest fashion as well, winning a 3v4 where they're getting crunched in on. The CTs know exactly what's going on. They triangulated in around the bomb site, but they didn't play off of one another at all in on beaded basement, boys. Just each player going down one by one. Owner, like you say, kind of games himself there, doesn't it? It's been such a long day. It's kind of understandable, but ultimately, good effort from Basement Boys in an extremely long day. EAC come away as the victors. They looked incredible throughout this cup. And they are now the third team in on the list of 14 that will play in the finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, and look, I think Basement Boys deserve a lot of credit for just fighting back after such a long day it's been for them, and deserve to be called, you know, a deserved finalist as such. But I don't think they deserved to win that game. I think they were a little bit messier overall. Sure, mistakes were made from EAC too. It was messy for both at the end of that game in overtimes, but EAC were in control for a lot of that map, and they have been one of the better teams, I think, in this entire cup. They came through the upper bracket in their group as well. They didn't have to drop into a decider match in any way. So yeah, it's a great win for them. As I said earlier, it's a huge deal for these players. Fester and Nixon have been around the block for a while, but for the core of the team that used to play for AAB, now on EAC, they're able to close it and get through to that regional final. And as I said, I mean, I don't think. Yeah, there are probably some games that they've won, like Hotu on LAN, stuff like that, right, at that Stake Pulse event. There are probably games that they've won which they consider to be better results for them. But in terms of winning anything, I know this is technically a qualifier for a qualifier, but they've won something, and that's big.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you, and that's going to be... It's going to allow for this team, you'd imagine, to take things up a notch. We've already complimented how hard they're working and how good they look. Having this result and this success, even overcoming the adversity, right? Being up 9-3, sure, but then having the game forced into OT and still being able to go on and win the game from there, I reckon this is a potential point, if they use this momentum correctly, for this team to actually have like a growth spurt from here.
No, I completely agree. And as I said, like, they're one of these teams at this level that is doing things right. Like, there are many teams, maybe from ranked 150 to 75 odd, that I don't feel like are really making any progress. They're at the very top of that ranking sort of threshold there. Maybe even above that now, and will be above that now. Now they've won something, and have won this game too. But yeah, like, they're on the right track. I think they are a team that is going to be formidable to any team that plays them at these local LANs and in these smaller events, and maybe could even win some more off the back of this. It will be a very tough regional final for them, don't get me wrong. Once we fill that team list, I don't think they're going to be at any point favourites to make it, but they're plucky, and I like watching them, and that's the main thing. I believe we are ready to finish right here, right now, because it's been a very, very long day, incredibly long day, mostly the Basement Boys after that first game, but yeah, it's been crazy for them. They grind their heart out for second place. Unfortunately, it will be the EAC Championship for them, and that Cup 3 victory. We'll see them later on in the year in that regional final. But for now, for us two, me and Matt, and from our production as well, who have been working very hard through the night, good night. in this position, and now it's falling apart. He's having to fight with the 5-7. Kribler's got barely any bullets, but it baits in Imagine. They're trying to go up the vent. They're trying to go back up the vent toward the A-bomb site. Shot. Quickly. Thing is, we need to pick on rounds as well. Otherwise, it should be pretty easy for Fessa and Essen. In the end, Essen gets his kill a split second after he goes down. Krivda, what have you got? This is going to be totally unexpected, but it's a UMP.
No.
And
They started 3-0 on Nuke as well. They lost map 13. 4 how's that there between Krivda and Ona. Ona would have gotten both the kills. See if there's going to be any chance of us getting this done in 2. It's going to be Nixon, who puts some resistance, but that is just the worst case scenario. Ona panic jumps, and somehow still get the kill. Imagine's been able to find 2 in on B.
That worried both of us for a second. Your reaction says it all. There's no kit for Amber. He's trying to defuse in a really weird position. Imagine will just counter probably 5 and then swing. And still does.
So dangerous trouble is causing some trouble with a capital T right now. Becca will answer back.
Dixon's got the opening kill, but Becca can't find his. And once again, it's going to have to be Fessa to deliver. There is 2, and it could very much be 3. Look at that rotation.
This is where they get to atone for their sins. Ona's not going to get cleared.
Yes.
And he'll double down. I called it. Here we go. Ona and Krivda in the 2v5.